Hello and good afternoon. A very, very warm welcome to all of you who have joined us today. So, after a very successful day one, I can say, where sessions they showcased projects on urban landscape and management, from protecting Lima's Green Valley to revitalizing Bahrain's coastline and rethinking heritage tourism in Argentina. Our esteemed jurors Sir Rujan, Sir Ibrahim, and Sir Nabil emphasized ecology, heritage, and community engagement, while Brinda Sastry and Fabino Lemes highlighted inclusivity, governance, and resilience. The discussions have already set the stage for today's focus on urban networks and urban renewal, moving from preservation and management towards connectivity and transformation. In day two of the UDL Thesis publication seminar, we will be focusing on two pivotal themes shaping our urban environment. The first one is urban networks and urban renewal. Today, we will delve into the complexities of connectivity, mobility, revitalization, transformation that define modern cities. Urban networks usually take the center stage, exploring how connectivity and mobility are seamlessly integrated within and between the cities. This theme, it extends beyond traditional transportation, embracing accessibility improvements, transit-oriented development, or and innovative solutions like water-based transit systems as well. The goal here is to create fluid movement patterns within urban areas and establish cohesive connections across diverse regions. The theses that will be presented today in this category offer us many interesting insights into reimagining our urban infrastructure to foster connectivity, transforming neglected spaces into vibrant public realms, and integrating natural elements as well to enhance the resilience. Also, they will be exploring how strategic design of public spaces and transportation hubs can promote community interaction and cohesion, and how adaptable urban edges they can also help bridge the city centers with their peripheral areas. Urban renewal is the second theme, focusing on rejuvenating urban spaces through a variety of dynamic methods. This involves not just preserving our historic structures, but it also focuses on revitalizing the neglected areas of the city. Urban renewal, it also aims to blend the old and new, combining the functionality with the aesthetics to create adaptable and energy-infused urban environments. Central to this theme is the revitalization of aging structures that we all observe around our cities and neighborhoods, and preserving their cultural identity while also providing the residents or the that stay around us with some tangible connection to their heritage. The theses within this theme will explore and innovate such pathways that reimagine industrial sites as sustainable hubs, covering and revitalizing forgotten cultural treasures and creating dynamic public spaces within the historical context. As we engage with our presentations today, we invite you to explore these themes that inspire the transformation of our urban environments. Thank you. And I'm now pleased to welcome Architect Vishrut Goswami, who will be moderating the upcoming session. A very warm welcome to Vishrut.
Thanks a lot, Tanya.
Yes, Vishrut, you can please take over from here. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Hello, everyone. My name is Vishrut, and I'll be your moderator for today's first session. Our theme brings together dimensions of urban networks, which are central to the way cities grow, connect, and transform. They span a wide range of concerns, from mobility infrastructure, airport urban districts, and desert metropolises reimagined as human-scale cities, to adaptive coastal settlements, marine infrastructure, and renewal of historic and cultural landscapes. The aim is to understand how cities can remain resilient, inclusive, and future oriented while holding on to identity and continuity. The theses in this session provide valuable insights into rethinking network of moment, restoring ecological balance through design, managing vulnerable urban conditions, and reviving neglected or forgotten places. Collectively, they highlight how innovation and renewal can create cities that are better connected, more equitable, and deeply human. Let's begin our first session on urban networks, featuring our panelists, Professor Beta Paramita, Professor Fatima Sara, and Professor George Jacobs. Our first presentation of the day two will be delivered by Siddharth and Nicholas, candidates of the MSc in Sustainable Urban Planning and Design program, class of 2025 at KTH Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm, Sweden. The thesis is titled as Irony of Iron, Bellary, India. The work was guided by Alessandra Navarrete Lopois under theme of urban network and urban management. Before we begin, I give my humble apologies for any names if mispronounced now or in further conversations. Please take my deepest apologies for that. Over to you, Siddharth and Nicholas.
Hello. Hi. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for letting us present here today. Our Hello. We are Siddharth and Nicholas. This is our thesis titled "The Irony of Iron," developed at KTH. We both contributed equally to this project, and even though today I'm presenting from Sweden and Nicholas is joining from Australia, the journey has always been shared. Along the way, we challenged each other, learned from one another, and grew together, leaving us with insights we'll carry long after graduation. Our focus is Bellary, India, a region of intensive iron ore extraction, where we explore the spatial, social, environmental consequences of urban systems built on distant resource frontiers.
But let's begin with the reality we often overlook. Cities thrive on landscapes we rarely see, places that carry the hidden costs of the progress. Bellary in South India is one such region, transformed into an industrial zone to fuel growth elsewhere. We focus on iron because it's the backbone of urbanization. But the real issue is imbalance. Cities benefit while extraction regions bear the environmental, social, and economic costs. Our motivation was to trace this imbalance and ask how to make extraction better and what happens when resources run out and what can be done before that point arrives.
So we framed our study through a post-positivist lens, accepting that data matters, but so do the system of power that shape it. Four key texts guide us: planetary mind, cannibal capitalism, landscape as territory, industrial ruins, space aesthetics, and materiality. From this, we form two questions. How does minimal displacement conceal structural inequality? How is ecological harm externalized while accountability is avoided? We also show our favorite quote by Tim Etzner: if urban ruins are the remnants of human creativity and organization, mining landscapes are ruins in reverse, the scars of urban systems, but in a destructive, subtractive manner, showing how cities displace their ecological costs to distant geographies.
Iron extraction in Bellary follows a chain from blasting and crushing ore to transport by trucks, trains, conveyors, to steel plants, and finally into urban systems. Yet, it's not a local story. Belarus's steel economy depends on coal from Mozambique and the US, coke from Indonesia and Mongolia, scrap from New Zealand, and more ore from Canada and Rhodesia. It is a web of global interdependencies that feeds urban growth nationwide and sometimes worldwide. This system supports cities but leaves behind invisible costs in the landscapes and communities where extraction takes place.
So we analyzed Bellari's system to three lenses: toxicities, geological limits, and interdependencies. Toxicities are the pollution and health risk communities live with daily. Geological limits remind us that our ore is finite and grades are declining even as demand grows. Interdependencies show how extraction is tied to global finance and supply chains, with local lives shifting from farming to factory work. Together, these lenses reveal Bellari's ecological and social debt hidden behind the urban growth it enables.
In this map, we mapped a 16 by 40 kilometer region to show how extraction and logistics extend across Belarus. Conveyor belts, transfer points, railways, energy and water systems connect settlements in a single network. This revealed not only infrastructure issues, but also the loss of green cover, fragmented habitats, pollution, and significant social gaps. From this mapping, we identified a zone of concentrated impacts as the focus for detailed analysis. We also observed that the city boundary has expanded mainly in the direction of east and northeast, which is away from this zone. This further reinforces that urbanization will likely never reach this region in any traditional form. Ultimately, this landscape has undergone drastic changes, and it's ironic considering degradation here in contrast to the growth of the urban systems.
Zooming in to a 24 by 17 kilometer area, we mapped pollution hotspots, settlement outlines, and public services. This showed how toxicities and interdependencies played out in degraded water bodies, fragmented green spaces, and villages reshaped by conveyor lines. What we realize is that extraction is not a singular problem, it's an embedded system. And while reducing harm is possible, true sustainability cannot coexist with constant extraction. The problem isn't just the mine, it's the structure itself that keeps it running. That's why from here onward, the question is no longer how to make mining more efficient, but how to design for life after it. This zone became the site for our proposed interventions, a test bed for systemic shift through mitigation, restoration, and long-term preparation.
To ground this analysis further, we documented the site through photos and interviews and illustrated that in a comic. They reveal not just data, but lived reality. Technicians were fully aware of the damage, but tried to act responsibly. Villagers who once demanded the mine now adapt daily life to blast and dust. This mix of pragmatisms and resignation shaped our design. Not a utopia, but faced realistic strategies rooted in a local knowledge and long-term recovery.
Geodata showed the depth of degrading forest land, polluted soils, and severe erosion. The land is losing its ability to recover. This led us to our core problem statement. Extraction logistics carve long-term exclusion zones, fragmenting green spaces, degrading the environment, and deepening socio-ecological inequality. The landscape is in constant transformation, but it is not being developed, it is being depleted. Our design response is not urbanization, but a parallel system grounded in regeneration, well-being, and post-extraction futures with support of urbanization.
Our design response looks up to 2100 and beyond, treating Bellary not as a depleted zone, but as a planning site in its own right. The strategy is decentralized, multiple zones linked by arterial roads and green corridors, with regeneration and self-sufficiency as guiding principles. Governance is participatory, involving residents, farmers, local bodies, and experts. Interventions are phased, starting with urgent environmental repair, then expanding toward long-term social and economic systems. While decentralizing the system also creates accountability for private corporations by using their existing infrastructure and through different funding processes, ensuring their role in supporting transition. The details of economics was one our limitations, but we see this possibility on the ground. This territorial plan sets the foundation for all local testbeds we explore next.
To ground the territorial plan, we focused on testbed two settlements, one already impacted and the other on the edge of region degradation. Here, we piloted how post-mining systems could work. The conveyor is reimagined as logistics and services spine with surrounding land repurposed for afforestation, soil cleaning, farming, and services. Importantly, the mechanical systems needed to support this circular economy model are first tested by repurposing small industrial that are already run down or close to shutting down. In this way, the transition builds on existing structures before we introduce new ones. This becomes a prototype proof that regional model can be locally applied and replicated with context-specific changes. It is an alternative system, not replacing urbanization, but running parallel, resilient, and self-sufficient.
We combine a phase timeline with axiomatic views to show how ecological systems work as infrastructure. This timeline moves from immediate soil and landscape repair to long-term strategies like afforestation and water harvesting. The axonometries illustrate how the ecological interventions would interconnect to support both ecology and the community. The ecological interventions, water harvesting zones, afforestation patches, iron absorbing plantations, riparian buffer, windbreaker, and farmland parcels. The core idea is simple. Ecology is designed as infrastructure, forming the backbone of a restorative long-term strategy for the region.
The master plan centers on the infrastructure system and maps it out, which enables the two settlements in our study to grow within the proposed circular model. Unlike conventional urban systems, where residential areas are pushed and also preferred outward, here the infrastructure zone sits outside, housing, reducing pressure while supporting daily life. We choose this site because it hosts the largest cluster of near-defunct industries, which we repurpose along with the surrounding degraded land. All necessary services are 13 introduced, integrated through circular processes, which is very well established in the causal loop diagram. The connection illustrated in the causal loop diagram and the master plan maps each intervention where it could be physically placed with research and governance embedded at every stage. These are the different entities that we introduce.
Architecture plays also a crucial role in embedding sustainability at the material and spatial level. We developed a construction toolbox tailored to the ecological conditions of Bellary, focused on circularity, adaptability, and low environmental impact. Techniques are divided into 4 layers: preparation and foundation, floor and frame systems, walls and roofings, and ecological retrofits. All interventions use locally available materials wherever possible, reducing dependence on external supply chains, and each technique is mapped on a specific program: light frame structures for multi-use human space and more durable construction for big and infrastructure centers. Ecological construction techniques and the locally sourced materials are rammed earth, CSEB, cop, lime, and plaster, steel structures, coconut leaves, terracotta tiles, bamboo and timber, wattle and dump, local debris construction, random rainbow masonry, earthcrete, petrol pipes, use of containers, upcycled materials, and utility forests. In total, afforestation plan estimates nearly 70,000 new, reinforcing climate resilience and contributing to microclimate repair. The model itself contains over 66,000 trees, making build from and landscape part of one coherent design system. Why do we mention trees planted? The current accountability system in place requires 1 tree to be planted for every ton of steel produced. With 18 million tons produced annually in this region, that would mean 80 million trees. At that rate, 100 million trees could be planted in just 5
Sorry,
years.
Nicholas. We've just completed our 10 minutes. I'll quickly ask you to request you to wrap up.
Okay,
Yeah, we are in the
let's
last slide,
go
actually.
to the last slide. Yeah. So yet the reality of existing green cover clearly contradicts this promise. That's why we highlight the 70,000 trees can achieve to show if 80 million trees would have been planted, our intervention wouldn't have hardly been necessary.
This project began with a simple but urgent question: what happens to the places that make our cities possible? How do we design for them, not just around them? Ballari offered a lens into a system where environmental degradation, social inequity, and economic gain are all tightly entangled. But rather than merely critiquing the system that we chose to intervene, not with isolated solutions, but by proposing an alternative mode of development altogether. This thesis imagines a parallel system, one that functions alongside urban extraction, but centers environmental healing, shared infrastructure, and local governance. It is not anti-urban, it's just post-extraction. It is a system that prepares for the eventual collapse of resource-driven development by building resilience, now through ecological repair and socially driven planning. What we propose is not a utopia, it's a testbed, a way to prove that another form of development is not just possible, but already beginning, seated in places like Bellary. Thank you.
Thank you so much, team, for the contribution. I request the panelists to please share their reviews.
Hi, I'm George. It's quite nice to see this kind of a strategic viewpoint of looking at our cities, and especially what happens once we have extracted what we wanted from the land, and then the land remains there, and for us to probably again get taken over. And then also what happens to a lot of other kinds of relationships that used to exist before such extractions would have taken place. So those relationships have now adapted to form new intertwined relationships. We often misquote, we often misunderstand that these relationships are not important, but they are very crucial to the land and to the biodiversity of the land. So I think it's a very important. This thesis places a very important question in the practice of urban design, planning, architecture, engineering. So in that light, I really thank you both for bringing this up and putting out here. This is something that has been I think troubling all of us for some time now, and so thank you for that. I have just few things. I'm just thinking about few things, not a question, just ideas. One is the probability and possibility of bringing back, community land trusts. Okay, the CLTs. Okay, the also to bringing back the idea of maybe Ian McHugh and the likes, looking at new land use proximities. Okay, and to understand new kind of relationships between environmental processes and human activities that are economic activities, and also how urban planning, architecture, and urban design can bring back or find ways to catalyze the way you all have thought, catalyze nature to take over first, and then bring back. So there is a slow kind of a build up towards this new idea, to this new landscape. Okay, that will take over, and it needs time. We quickly extracted it, but we need to slowly build. So I'm just putting out these ideas, thoughts there. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. That's why we planned it till 2100.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Professor George. Professor Sarah.
Sorry, Fisrut. Can I have some comment for this work?
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Siddharth and Nisal, for your very nice presentation. I just wondering if you have some mapping for the, how to say, like the how severe this pollution about the affecting the health, because you say that this is very severe. And then I just wondering about the red zone or yellow zone and green zone. Do you have this kind of map? So you're going to make the how the prioritizing for the renovation or something, like you need the red zone, it might be removed or the settlement. And then answering your design purpose, I just saw that you want to change, this is something like social inequality and also the environmental issue. Do you make something like the before and after? Because I don't see really the claim that might be when you talk about the CO2, this is before, and then after your design, how much you can claim your work going to be make some different with this kind of severe condition. I just think about this kind of thing. Thank you.
So to answer that one particular question, the before we mapped using our with our two master plan, two region plans, where we show the red zones, and the after. This is one of a kind development, or the idea, because we did different kinds of research possibilities. We looked into research possibilities, and there is not a lot of development that is parallel to an urban system. So what we visualize is the after as much as possible. And that's what we show with the green cover. And we don't disturb the settlements and say we probably move them around. We let them grow naturally on how they've already been growing. And then we just use existing industrial spaces to support the system, because the people's problems couldn't be mapped. It was more of a comic. So we spoke to people, we found the difficulties, and we got the information into comics and wanted to show the problems as much as possible. But the before is the maps and the after is our design. And the green cover is the proof that the possibility of recovering or regenerating this place is possible, but it is not happening at the moment. So along with everything that's along with the regeneration, we also try to make this place more livable, because right now it's very hard for the people to be living there. And one of the main solutions possible is the loss of green cover. And this is something that the people establish with their interviews as well.
And one major cause was also that the soil gets very polluted. That's why the farming cannot take place that it has been used to take place. So farming was a major part of the economy before, which is now less part of the economy because of the pollution. And the red zones we decided based on topography and based on wind speeds and based on how the particles can fly. And we literally located every location where the extraction takes place and where steel is produced. So there is like around the steel mines, everything is very black because of the coal where the steel is produced. So we decided where the focus zones are based on visual sites and calculations based on wind speeds and topography.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Sara. We would love to hear your comments now.
Thank you very much, Siddharth and Niklas, for your presentation. I think it's very nice that you thought about integrating the understanding of governance and how you thought about the circular economy and adaptability. And that's obvious that you did a very good research about all of that. My point, I will point out anyway that the link is a little bit missing between all of them in their general presentation. Mainly, for example, I find that there is a jump between skills that is a bit too fast, and that doesn't let overall understanding of the whole work. And also the link of every research, how we really understand how it integrated. I mean, your discourse is speech is here to understand everything, but the maps should be a bit more expressing all of that. So I will not repeat the other comments that had already done. So I can focus only on this understanding and presentation matter. But generally, I think it's very
Thank
good.
you for your Thank you for your comments.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, team. Moving ahead, our second thesis presentation of day 2 will be delivered by Yasmin, a graduate of Masters in Science of Architectural Engineering program, class of 2023, from the Faculty of Engineering, Cairo, University of Cairo, Egypt. This thesis is titled Urban Restorative Corridors, Enabling Health Resilience Through Green Infrastructure in Global South, Greater Korea Region, Egypt. This work was guided by Heba Allah Assam E. Khalil under Theme Urban Networks. Over to you, Yasmin.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thank you so much for the introduction. So today I'm going to be presenting my Master of Science in Architecture Engineering titled Urban Restorative Corridors, Enabling Health Resilience Through Green Infrastructure in Greater Cairo Region as a City of the Global South, which was discussed in 2023 under the supervision of Professor Dr. Heba Khalil at Cairo University Faculty of Engineering. So first, let me, okay, just the slide. Okay, perfect. So first, let me explain and define urban restorative corridors based on my research work and my thesis. So they are basically, for me, successful and fully functioning nature-based solutions integrated in the built environment and implemented through a list of design elements, which were derived from my literature review, categorized into 6 categories of softscape elements, blue elements, mobility, hardscape, seating and furniture, as well as activities. And these design elements should enable health resilience, whether we're talking about physical health or mental health, and invigorate restoration of environments through a list of design qualities, again derived from the literature review, to be specific 36 design qualities distributed over 5 categories: green, blue, active, pro-social, and safe. So why did I choose to work on restorative corridors? And it was mainly based on the key research drivers and global momentums at the time, which were between 2017 and 2022, and that creating robust and resilient communities is not a luxury anymore, and that the health of the citizen is strongly interwoven with the health of the city, and by extension, the health of the planet. And our cities are bound to create transformational action, not just to restore their environments, but to create a symbiotic relationship with nature. Why the Egyptian context and global Cairo region? Simply because it's an emblematic example of the global South cities spanning a lot of urban challenges, starting from drastic urban development, gray urban development trends, prioritization of traffic mitigation at the expense of green elimination and marginalization, in addition to increasing climate manifestation and mental health illnesses, including anxiety, stress, and depression. So my main research problem was divided into 3 main parts, which is the proliferation of physical and mental health and the urgency of their integration in urban planning, lack of green and blue infrastructure design addressing urban health resilience, and failure of the global south to cater for its dwellers' wellness and resilience needs due to the deficiency in simply contextualizing northern frameworks, policies, and theories. So my main objective was to create a matrix enable the design of these salutogenic and healthy environments, specifically focusing on dense urban scenarios. So my research methodology or my research work was mainly divided through 5 main chapters. Aside from the general overview, the introduction, and the conclusion and future research, I focused on 3 main chapters. First, literature review. Second, a comparative analysis of international case studies. And the third was the empirical local case study in Greater Cairo region. I think it's important to say that a lot of these parts were published in an earlier paper this year. So due to copyrights reason, I won't be able to share them, but I provided the DOI in case anyone is interested to look further. But I'm going to walk you through the whole methodology and talk to you about some of the discussion and main findings from the local case study. So first, with the literature review, it was on health, resilience, and nature restorative capacity. And it was divided onto 5 subsections. First, urban resilience and healthy urban futures, and then natural ecosystem and green infrastructure planning. And the main objective was to identify the main principles, characteristics, and benefits from green infrastructure, but also to study different types of nature-based solutions and choose 2, which I'm going to later on compare in the international case studies, and later on in the local case study in Greater Cairo region. Then I started studying and investigating health, well-being concepts, urbanism, and I applied a special length focusing on mental health resilience and restoration. Furthermore, I studied urban acupuncture intervention approach in order to tackle the dense urban fabric, and frameworks and tools to integrate health and urban planning, which helped specifically with the questionnaires, experts workshop, and interviews design. From the literature review, I managed to get a list of 36 design qualities that compound the literature results on green determinants and health determinants, investigating the gap between mental health resilience and urban natural infrastructure. Moving on to the international case studies, I did a comparative analysis using core diagram tool, investigating 2 nature-based solutions based on 2 different intervention approaches, linear approach and acupuncture approach, respectively represented in green-blue corridors and Miyawaki forest techniques, in order to investigate their restorative capacity, but also the interrelationship between the restorative qualities that I derived earlier. Moving on to the empirical case study, I first started by macro-scale analysis, going through the previous green mapping literature, public health data available, and specifically focusing on the environmental biological stress levels in the city. Of course, due to the lack of data, I moved on to a micro-scale analysis using a mixed approach strategy, using both quantitative and qualitative analysis. So first, I started by mapping all permeable and impermeable surfaces, including green areas and vacant land, identifying their types and working on their restorative capacity through just an investigative research. Moving on, I used the 330-300 rule, which is a northern rule published by the European Environmental Agency in 2022, and it states that a person needs to see at least 3 trees from where he live or work, that there has to be tree coverage in the neighborhood for at least 30%, and that people need to access a green space of 10,000 square meter at 300 meter. And this I'm going to be talking about in just a second. And I also used the polygonal buffer analysis to study the green distribution and coverage at different proximities, whether 300 meters or 700 meters. I'm going to be explaining that in a bit. Furthermore, I worked on questionnaires, ground surveys, and experts workshop in order to get the dweller's perception on whichever I was working on, and also validate and contextualize the matrix and the restorative design qualities that I derive from the literature to see the required variation for its feasibility in a context like Greater Cairo region. And finally, I did interviews with experts on forestry and landscape in order to decide on few plantation guides to work in Greater Cairo region. So, some of the main findings from the local case study in SUC, I managed to put some samples from some of the maps that I did. You will see the green mapping and vacant land mapping, and also the polygonal buffer analysis at 300 meters. And it was clear that from the questionnaires and the experts workshop that there has been a proliferation of both physical and mental illnesses in the area, that the main exercising area was a sports club, which has a restricted membership access. It's not for the public. That physical inactivity was the main behavioral risk affecting not only physical health through increasing non-communicable diseases and obesity, but also heavily affecting mental health. I also found there has been an association between proximity and visiting frequency for green areas, which is kind of obvious. But the interesting thing is that I found that, first of all, people were willing to walk more than just 300 meters, which was stated by the 330 Northern 300 rule, that people are actually willing to walk up to 1 kilometer to access a green space. And that the more that the green types prevailed in an area, the more that people said that they were more frequent to visit green spaces. Furthermore, it was clear that there was a positive association between people responses when they said that they saw more than 3 trees, and that their responses showed the decrease in pollution perception and also health status, again, whether mental or physical. And seeing that the trees had a major effect based on the questionnaire more than the green surface area's impact, I started analyzing these two more thoroughly. And it was clear that trees incidental exposure was much higher than green areas intentional exposure, because people can see trees when they are commuting, when they are walking along the streets, but green areas, they have to actively and consciously choose to access that space. And in the study area, we had only 9 areas that were up to 10,000 square meters, and 8 of them had restricted access, whether fenced, they needed tickets, or they were not even accessible to the public. So with most of the areas, most of the green areas available, or most of the vacant lands available to intervene with, to have green interventions in, were less than 10,000 square meters. Miyawaki forest techniques were just the optimum intervention, optimum solution to maximize the benefits of such small areas. However, Miyawaki forests are not enough to invigorate physical exercise and healthy active travel, which are integral and imperative to restorative qualities. And this is why, even though Miyawaki forests and trees as a softscape design elements are strong enablers of different qualities over the restorative qualities, it was clear for me that with major gray urban development trends and high potential for unused street medians, in addition to the prevalence of green areas smaller than 10,000 square meters, compounding Miyawaki forests with tree-lined avenues and medians present the optimum intervention in a hyperdense urban fabric. Thank you so much. That was my presentation.
Thank you so much, Yasmina. You're right on time.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Would start with Professor George. Would love to get your comments.
Yeah, hi Yasmina. It was good to hear this because there's been something I think all cities have been actually wondering about what to do with our cities, where there is reduced kind of open spaces to
Yeah.
to accommodate within our day-to-day lives. Okay, the kind of jobs that we all do. And so I had this thing, I've been thinking about this when you spoke about it. Like, it is so important to equate or establish or give value to health, both mental and physical health,
Yeah.
versus the real estate value. Okay, real estate value, which is bound to build cities and exponentially grow cities and build it, okay, across the city landscape, but it has its kind of dire effects on health. And I feel we need to develop a certain kind of a calculator or a certain kind of a apparatus to set up this kind of a situation to let our governments and state and policymakers realize how effective urban planning is and how it can change the way we live our daily lives. So I feel that's important, and also bringing in that into that fold, that let us maybe begin to call now in nature as infrastructure. Okay, let us say nature is infrastructure, and we need to capitalize this infrastructure, and all that you spoke about has the necessary tools and the goodness, okay, to build nature as an infrastructure for our cities. My only thing is a question, not only for you but also maybe for us as academicians and researchers and practitioners, that do we have enough tools and equipments to understand this? Okay, if you don't, we have to develop. Okay, and maybe through this particular UDL platform, establish a certain kind of sharing of tools and equipments and tools and strategies. Okay, because I feel sometimes something that, I mean, probably right now I don't have access to map this. Okay, and I think it's a great idea, and we need to work with the cities to understand these things. But maybe we lack certain kind of tools and techniques to understand these things. So I don't know what's your take on that, but yeah, that's what I feel. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor.
Professor Peter, would like to get your comments as well.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yasmina, I really enjoy your presentation. Yeah, it's quite fast. When I was in Egypt, yeah, there is not such kind of green things. Everything's really, really, how to say, like very, very difficult to walk over there. So I just curious because you mentioned about the global south, and you also mentioned about the Miyawaki. I was living in Japan like 4 years. For sure, the mental health in global south and Japan might be much more better in global south. I can make sure that. So this is like this is out of topic, but greenery actually it's not really help. Yeah, in Japan all the thing is green, but it's not really help for the mental health. That's why I'm very curious how you can measure the resilience of this kind of people when they work, especially in the Cairo region. So how can you make sure that when people walk over there, I saw your make the measurement for the CO2. That will be interesting as well. But then because I don't see any linkage between this how to say, like the physical appearance of the design before, and then linkage to the physical and mental health in Cairo region. So perhaps you have something you want to share about the linkage of this CO2 or any other things that you've already make the measurement before.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, sure. Thank you, Professor, for the question. So I did a huge amount of literature in order to be able to link these two, because as Professor George said, the literature is not linking them enough. So what I managed to do is that a green intervention, in order to tackle mental health, it has to tackle 5 different categories. And aside from the green and blue, which is in the natural infrastructure, it has to provide active green spaces, pro-social spaces, and what we call safe spaces. So for example, safe spaces has they have to tackle environmental biological stressors, which are heat pollution, noise pollution, or air pollution, for example. It also these green spaces need to feel safe for the people. So it has to be permeable, it has to be open, it has to be accessible. So this is for example, the safety part. For the active part, they need to invigorate healthy active travel, exercise, or activity. And I think this might be the key part, that just a green space as a green space and that's it on its own is not going to tackle mental health per se. It's just going to reduce the CO2 emissions or make be a good buffer for the noise, but it's not going to tackle mental health. And what I found that activity and active exercise and having green spaces that activate that is very important to affect people's mental health. And what I a little bit did in my thesis, that there's two things, especially for mental health, this is what I focus on. There is an individual restoration and there is a collective restoration, especially tackling children and elderly and people who are living alone, because they are more prone to have mental illnesses, especially when they are living alone. So having these green spaces to have activities. So pro-social category here is very important. And there is a quality called vitality quality. I'm sorry, I couldn't share this because of copyright reasons, but to have the vitality quality is very important, for example, for these specific kind of people. So this is why the Miyawaki on its own is never going to be enough. It's just going to tackle like CO2 emissions, heat, or noise, but it has to be integrated within a bigger network where people can move and do activities and do physical exercise, where their physical health is and mental health is going to be better. Just one last thing, with the questionnaire, it was a very long questionnaire actually, and with the ground surveys. So I gave them all of these questions about what do you think about the green color, how many trees do you see, do you feel anxious or stressed, in so many different ways. And I started compiling and analyzing and seeing the statistical correlation between the different answers and how many people said that and said that, and if there were positive associations between them. So yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to wait for your publication because it's very interesting for the global south. I'm not really sure this green thing going to help. I mean, like, yeah, for the physical, yes. For the mental, I'm still like very, very curious how the resilience because of the green. The physical, yes, there's some many things you can.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, you can measure, but the VO2 or VO2 max, or you can measure everything with the blood. But for the resilience, it's very, very difficult to measure.
100%.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Beda. Professor Sarah, would love to get to your review as well.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Yasmina, for your presentation. I think that you did a very great research and you tried to introduce the GCR pilot into your project. And I wanted to understand if maybe that was my misunderstanding from me, but is it a GCR European pilot that is implemented into the Kira region, which is completely not the same parameter, I guess. I mean, is it, how did you integrated your site into this pilot, which I guess is European? So this is my first question. Also, the green is not the same, the landscape is not the same, the perceptions are not the same. And that brings me to the second question, which is how did you, I mean, this pilot is very objective and has like data, and the data gives some solution, which usually this solution we quite know them, I think, like brings green, bring water, bring safety, bring blah, blah, blah. So what is the innovation into this GCR pilot, and how does it could replace our knowledge that we already have, and how does it handle the human perception that is even for us, I mean, even which is not really palpable, it's not very understandable, it's not no calcul can make it. I hope my question is clear here. So yes, I think yes, this is my two question, and then I wish I could had maybe I would do like my colleague wait your the deliver of your presentation, and maybe we can see some how does it arrive into real designs. How does it you're landing all these studies, all this research? How does it land to the design, urban design, or scenarios, or however? Yeah, and I will do the same. The fast presenting fast is a really. I mean, you have to find find how to say this less amount of information in a more casual way of saying it, because we are. I mean, we have to understand what you're saying, and I think you did all this research. To us, we can understand everything you did. So next time, maybe be careful about not saying a lot of information into 10 minutes, but using 10 minutes to say the information that we need to know. And thank you anyway.
Thank you so much for the questions. Okay, so for the first one, I'm not sure if I got it right, but okay, just just two things. First of all, there are a lot of things that I couldn't put in the presentation because of the copyright issues. I almost didn't participate in the UDL because of these issues and permissions. So that's one thing. The other thing is my research is not about an actual project. So just the pilot case study was to gather data and analyze them and put just, it's not a framework, it's not a PhD, but at the same time, it's just, it's more of a research work than an actual project and doing actual interventions. So that was the thesis approach. So the 330-300 rule is just a theory that I explored in the pilot case study that I had in Greater Cairo region, and I saw and the findings. And in the findings, it was shown that it's never going to be possible. For example, the 30% is never going to be possible. The 300 people are willing to walk more, that they showed positive association at longer distances, and that's it. So that was just that was just the debate. That we need to contextualize more, that sometimes there are theories that are extremely unattainable. So the more that we try to attain them, we never reach them. So having more like, the idea of having more realistic expectations, for example, in a city like Cairo where everything is different. So this is for the first question. For the second question, so the main new thing in the thesis was their sort of matrix and the core diagram and the qualities over the 5 categories, and how each of them tackle mental health and physical health in a certain way. And how did I start comparing the different nature-based solutions, and how actually different nature-based solutions in different projects, they cannot tackle all the 36 qualities. And some greening interventions will never be able to tackle mental health, but mainly focus on physical health, and others will heavily tackle that one. So it was just about that. Yeah, I hope I answered the question. Thank you so much for your question.
Thanks to you.
Thank you so much, Yasmina. Moving ahead, our third presentation of day 2 will be delivered by Dia Khan, a candidate from Bachelor's in Architecture program, class of 2025 at Manipal Academy of Higher Education in Dubai. The thesis is titled Ras Al Khaimah Airport, Framing Transit Through Culture. This work has been carried by Amita Kale under the theme Urban Networks. Over to you, Dia.
Audible? Is my screen visible?
Yes, your screen is visible and you're audible.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to begin by first expressing my gratitude to the Open Design Lab for this wonderful opportunity. It's an honor to share and present my undergraduate thesis. So my thesis was about the Ras Al Khaimah Airport. Airports have always been designed as utilitarian structures. In the past, they are highly functional modes of global connectivity. However, they often remain disconnected from their immediate context, not in terms of physical access, of course, but in terms of cultural, social, and spatial integration. This thesis investigates the potential for airports to evolve into destinations that are not merely gateways to cities, but integral parts of the urban fabric and spaces that serve both the travelers and the local community. For a brief introduction, I completed my undergraduate in Dubai in the UAE, and I chose Ras Al Khaimah, which is another emirate within UAE for my project. While Dubai is the financial capital of the country.
I'm sorry, I don't hear anymore. Is there? Am I the only
Clear,
one?
we cannot hear you.
Yeah, I couldn't hear that part.
Yeah, I don't hear anymore anything.
Would you like to try
Is it my
reconnecting?
fault?
No, no, no.
No,
It's
we cannot hear
All of you.
anything.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Dear, can you try joining from your phone as well if you would like to share audio with that? If you're trying to, you're still not audible.
Maybe in 1 minute, if it doesn't solution, we can go to the next one and come back to her later.
Yeah. All right.
In 2 minutes or one, I don't know.
Yeah. Dear, we're still not able to hear you. We might have to go ahead with the next presentation. We'll keep our presentation towards the end once all are done. All right. But moving ahead, the next presentation for day 2 would be delivered by Ellis, a candidate of Masters in Urban Design Program, class of 2025 at Institute Technology Bandung at Bandung, Indonesia. The thesis is titled as A Data to Design Framework for Urban Perception-Based interventions using machine learning and street-level imaginary in Bandung's historic core. The work was guided by Professor Hero and McCormack under the theme Urban Networks. Over to you, Alice.
Okay, hello.
Yes.
Thank you for the time. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and distinguished juror and all the colleges. My name is Alice. I'm from Bandung Institute of Technology. Today, I will present my thesis titled A Data to Design Framework for Urban Perception, Perception-Based Intervention Using Machine Learning, and Street-Level Imagery with a case study in Bandung, Indonesia. So nowadays, cities are really complex system shaped by urbanization, socioeconomic factors, and also technology. But at their very core, cities are space of perception. How we can visually experience a space, the arrangement of the building, the presence of the tree, the activities within it, and it intrinsically linked with our emotion and ultimately define the livability of the city itself. And the traditional method for perception analysis, the traditional method such as interview or a questionnaire are really valuable, but it limited in scale and objectivity. And when it applied to a large area, maybe such as a historical area like Old Town Bandung that spanning 42 square kilometer, this method are become impractical. So this is where the machine learning provide a new possibilities. Tools such as a model like PlacePools 2.0 that I use and explainable machine learning, Deep Lab version 2 that I use allow the perception to be analyzed at massive scale, and it transforming the imagery into actionable design insight. So therefore, the primary goals of this research is to formulate the design intervention that are directly based on a data-driven analysis of urban perception. So this is achieved through a multiple stage process, from identifying a key visual features to quantifying a perception with the models, PlacePools 2.0 that I use, and understand also the driver of the perception with the models. Another models that I use is Deep Lab version 2. And finally, I formulate and also evaluate the design strategies with evidence-based analysis. So this data to design framework is bridge between data analytic and also the design. The machine that I use, the PlacePools 2.0, can assess a 6 perception such as wealthy, safe, beautiful, lively, boring, and also depressing. So this machine is score the 6 perception into the scale from 1 to the 10. And another machine that I use for the segmentation image can detect, or Deep Lab version 2 can detect more than 43 object classes in the streetscape. And for this thesis purposes, I group them into 6 design relevant categories, such as a building, a water, road, vegetation, sky, and also a sidewalk. And by combining these 2 models, and also I use GIS, we can link where the negative and the positive perception occurs in the area, Bandung, Old Town. So this is my methodology. So we had 2 main stage. For the stage 1 is analysis stage. So I collected more than 50,000 street imagery from Google Street View in all of the Old Town Bandung areas. And then we are processing it in PlacePools machine learning and producing the perception scores. And I also use GIS-based analysis for mapping the perception, where the positive or the negative perception areas, I can mapping it. And also I analyze more deeper using the segmentation result from the another model machine learning that Deep Lab version 2 that I use, that I can identify the specific physical element that were driving these perception scores. And stage 2 design strategy, I overlaid the negative perception maps with human movement data from Google Popular Times. So this can identify the hotspot area, where the area with the high negative perception, but yet in high traffic. So it's mean that they hold potential, but underperform in visual. So this process help we prioritize where the intervention matter most. So this is the process. I'm using more than 30,000 Google Street View image covering from everything, in streetscape from neighborhood street to arterial roads, and collecting it within a 50 meters interval for every point images. And this is my analysis. So my analysis revealed that the clear spatial pattern from positive perception, like wealthy, safe, and beautiful, were highly concentrated in the city center, where the areas are really have received design intervention, maybe from government or something like that. But for the negative perception, like boring and depressing, are dominantly in peripheral area and neglected zones. And this is example from one of positive perception. I use lively here. So we can see the hotspot area there in the city center. We can see it also in along street like Juanda Street and Diponegoro Street. If we break down what the object between or in what in the street, We can see in the diagram here, there is some well-maintained features, and also in that street we can see the historical building and really very abundant vegetation that can make the lively score is really high. And we can also see in the diagram below that flow of the perception in every point in the street for the positive perception is really high than the negative perception here in every location in the street. But on the other hand, for negative perception, I use boring here. We can see a hotspot area is under, maybe for, we can see under flyover or along the Ibrahim Haji corridor. And we can see also the breakdown of the object in the street. They have really massive wall and full pedestrian infrastructure. And it makes the really poor in positive perception. And after quantifying what was perceived, we need to understand which object were influencing these scores. And this slide shows the sample of the segmentation analysis from deep lab. Visually, we can see that the type of streetscape that score poorly versus those one really have a well score, moving from the left to the right in the scale of 1 to 10. We can see the segmentation image. And I also ran a statistical analysis that confirmed the visual finding before. So I used correlation analysis, and the results show that the vegetation, openness of the sky, and well-defined roads, and also the sidewalk of the pavement were really consistent driver of the positive perception. But in the other hand, the high proportion of built areas, especially maybe a monotonous or the blank wall, massive wall, strongly correlated with negative perception, like boring or depressing. And also, this provides quantitative evidence for classic urban design theories that we know before. And for the intervention area, by overlaying the perception data negative one with the traffic intensity, we can identify that the area of Kiara Condong Station and Ibrahim Haji Corridor as a top priority zones. So this is the place are really vital urban connector in Bandung, Indonesia, but score poorly in all positive perception metric. So I applied some design strategy in some places in the corridor of Ibrahim Haji. The targeted intervention include green corridor, public plazas, and active commercial frontage, also pocket park. And then I evaluated again into the machine learning. So I input the applied strategies that I edited from to the image to the machine learning, and the result, the strategies is significantly improved the perception scores. So in conclusion, the studies demonstrate that visual factors like vegetation, sidewalk, sky openness strongly shape perception, but extensive blank building surface conversely create negative impression. Although this thesis also have a limitation, the model still relies on the global training data, but this framework is proof that the machine learning can enable evidence-based human-centered design. So this is my last slide. So this data to design framework offer a tangible bridge between data analytic and a design practice, allowing us to shape the cities that are not only functional, but also emotionally resonant for all their inhabitants. So that's all for me. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Alice, for the wonderful presentation. I would request Professor George to kindly share their views.
Yeah. So hi. Thanks, Alice. I mean, I really like. I mean, to be honest, the fact that our cities throw up these kind of situations, and we have to work with it, and then find these very tactical ways of planning and designing and living. I would say the word tactical because what else is? I mean, we all have cities, and we all have flyovers, and we all have the negative sides of these things, and we don't know what to do with it, and then we want to green it. My only thing is, my question and my thing is that, or maybe I don't know if it was part, but I think you should now think and cover the fact that how these data analytics, okay, can contribute in building experiences. Okay, I feel that in our very functional cities, okay, we have lost the idea of experience. Okay, I would bring back Gordon Cullen. Okay, an urban planner who will always have this thing of drawing experiences through axis and scene. Okay, what people. So I feel that we need to equip another representation technique. Okay, to establish experiences, which is more like few of your photographs were at the eye level of a human being. So I feel that is so necessary to re-equip our things. And also these experiences are not just so. Have you been able to work with that? Was there a way to work with experiences and data uh, somewhere? Were you able to do that, to use data to build experiences?
Thank you, Professor. So that's also my concern with when I running my thesis. So I also included Jacob's theories in my literature review that say that in every serial vision that we see, we can experience a lot of things. So it really hard to embed it into my thesis because this is really technical in some of kind of machine learning technique. But I try to mapping the serial vision that the theory says in this diagram that I show in the screen. So I made it in every single point that I scraping from the Google image. I try to understand how the flow between the point to point, so I can know where is the point that really low in maybe in the likely or in the beautiful, so I can see what kind of maybe experience that person can experience in this street when they kind of maybe walking in the street or something like that. So maybe I hope you hope this answer this question. So I try to answer the theories of Jacob in this diagram. So I try to mapping every point that I scraping from Google in this diagram, so I can see the flow. So I hope that I can imagine the experience in a person.
My only thing is that I feel maybe this is the starting. Okay, this is the beginning. Maybe we need to find more ways of representational techniques, so that need to stir people, and they need to think about their own spaces. So, I'm glad that you brought this out. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Professor. Would request Professor Peter to kindly share her points as well.
Yeah, thank you, Alice, for very nice presentation. As a quantitative person, I really, really love this one. So my head is a lot of figure. So how to make it real happen. But then one thing that make me curious about the negative perception, you told us that building give people mostly not really enjoy. This is only my, because Bandung is the most prestigious consultant architecture in Indonesia, live over there, is very, very questionable. What happened with the building? Is it ugly? Is it this is just my as an architect as well. So this is also give me some, how to say, like quote unquote, how do I have to design in Bandung, because that's very beautiful city. But perhaps I just wondering if you can think about beyond, like this is very urban design, but when you think about next urban, not just urban design, in the building level, you're going to think about the building coverage, and then also the, how to say, like floor area ratio that can help to the government or quality giving the this is how people exactly know, and we just only have 11%. Sorry? Did my
Sorry, Professor, we lost you for 1 minute.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I hope you still can catch my so I'm just wondering about the building because you're really having just one lively, boring and depressing. The boring and depressing it must be building when you told us. So perhaps from this side you can give us the how to say like the imagination of the building, perhaps the overcrowded situation in Bandung or anything else. Okay, thank you. You can answer. You can respond. Alice?
I'm sorry.
Alice?
Okay, can you hear my voice?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bu Beta, for the question. I tried to answer your question as I lost your connection before. So for the first question, that's exactly the finding of my thesis, that Bandung in the core area, we cannot, what is that? In general, we can say, and we, as in a Bandung person, maybe we can say that Bandung is beautiful place or something like that. But statistically or in analytically, in Bandung area, a lot of ugly building than the impressive building, we can say it. So it's kind of analytical that I can say that in just a little bit place we can see a nice building in Bandung, but surrounding it, it's more slum, maybe we can say, than a beautiful place in Bandung. So this framework, or my framework, can show generally in Bandung building more contribute to negative perception than a good perception, because we can say building in Bandung, the nice one is just in some place in the viral place, we can say, but in the periphery area, it's more monotonous building, or maybe a slum area than a good one in Bandung area. So it's kind of statistical things, findings in my thesis, and we need to accept it as a statistical person. So we can say that Bandung still need intervention in the terms of building. So hope that's answer your question, Bu Beta, for the first question. And the second one, I'm not really get your question, but I try to answer it. Maybe for the coverage of the area in Bandung, I also analyze in the first stage of my thesis for the built up and also the non-built up area in Bandung areas. It showed that built up area in Bandung area is really dominant. It's mean that in the core of Bandung, it's more building than others. Maybe it's also impact my analysis for make the result is that the building is contribute more to the negative perception than positive perception. And for the recommendation, of course, I also create 24 design strategies based on this visual perception that can use maybe for government or NGO that involved in these design things to help which part of the cities in visual can use some of specific design strategy in visual things to improve the perception, of course the positive perception, and declining the negative perception. Maybe Bu Beta, I hope this answer your question. I'm not really get the last question of appear.
Yeah, thank you so much, Alice. I also waiting for your publication. It will be very nice writing for your thesis. Thank you.
Thank you, Bebeta.
Thanks a lot, Professor Beta. Over to you, Professor Sarah. I would love to hear your comments as well.
Yes, thank you. Thank you to try to bring an objective approach to something that is typically subjective with the AI. I want to, I think all the subject has been already covered. That's true that I think I'm missing a little bit the human scale. Except here in the rest of the coverage of your presentation, we talk about perception. We talk about many things that are humans at the human scale, but they are not, except with words, they're not really here. We don't, I didn't really, we can't, because you can't also present them, but they could be more present. And for example, in your result, at the page 14, you could, you have this, how you find a solution to every issue. But yeah, we don't really, you could go a bit more deeper in all of this proposed your proposal, like how did you bring the healthy, the not bored, how did you, except we see some bit of green more, we don't really understand how you're making this a better, more livable areas. What are you really bringing? I see that the facade is changing and some trees are added, but yeah, there is, I think you can go deeper in your proposed part than the beginning with the how you where you come from and how did you arrive to here. I think where you come from, the start of your research could be a bit more condensed, and then how you're going to all your ideas, how you're gonna bring them to this proposed comparing to the existing situation. Yeah. Yeah, and then I think I'm wondering to who is this tool useful? Sorry. Is it for governance or is it for urban designer? Who do you imagine that is going to use these tools? Because I don't feel that I need it as an urban designer, but maybe you think some should need it, the NGO like you announced, or the mairie, the municipalities, to every time they do something to understand if it's a bit more livable or not. And this question is really important for you in the rest of your study. Yeah, and yeah, that's all. And really, the human perception that you're bringing into your presentation should be more present. I don't know how. I try to study this subject as well, and it's really difficult actually to bring this really human sensitivities into a presentation that is really usually quite cold, you want or not. But I think photography can help, video as well. Yeah, you have to look for more ideas and share it with us. And thank you again.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. For the human things skill that you say, I try to also make it fair in my presentation, but I address it some of kind of human skills in trying to collect data in really specific view of Google Street View. That I try to make it kind of it is human scale. The image that I took from that I scraped from Google Street View That's one thing. The collecting data, I try to make it kind of more human scale, not just really machine learning scraping things or something like that. And for the you mentioned before, the solution that I propose, that I have 24 design strategies that I propose for the kind of specific visual things in the area. I try to mix it for every my analysis, and I try to make a kind of metrics so I can know what the problem and how to solve it in visual perception to address the problem. And thank you for your suggestion for adding photos and videos. That will be more human kind of things in perception or something like that. Maybe that's all for me, Sarah.
Yeah, I think because the Google Street Map doesn't let you to go into the human scale anyway. I think George suggested to go. I mean, to be in place and do your findings, the smells. What do you smell? The colors. What do you see? What is in the floor? The trash. I mean, all of these indicators are not in the Google Maps. Google Street View, and also I'm wondering how much Google Street View can help, because the coverage in all over the world is not the same, and yeah, of course sometimes streets are missing, sometimes so it's not also you have to reintegrate the Google Street Map information as well, I think.
Maybe I can still have comment for this. So yeah, you're right. What I try to tackle in this thesis is a large scale of it. So if you say that I need to experience it or take a photograph by myself, it's kind of scale down my scale to more micro scale. But when I use Google Street View, the kind of problem that I tackle is the scale of the analysis that I try to solve is more bigger than if I just photograph it myself. Maybe that's my consideration for my thesis. Maybe one thing for the tools that I use is from MIT. It's training based on the human perception, so it's real human training based data. And for the who that can use my my tools is
I'm so sorry, Alice.
yeah.
I'm so sorry. I know
Yeah,
we
it's
all are
okay.
really enjoying the thesis, but then
Yeah.
we are a bit short with time. I would have to kindly request you to please let us move ahead if you do not mind.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank
Thank
you
you so
so
much
much.
for your presentation.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Before
Alice.
we yeah, thank you. Before we move ahead, for the further presenters, I would kindly request you to please mind the time frame of 10 minutes for your presentation. And if you are getting a feedback or a question from the panelists, kindly make sure that you keep the answers brief so that we are able to manage everyone's presentation within the time constraint and everybody gets the equal opportunity. Thank you so much for accepting that request. Moving ahead, our fourth thesis presentation for T2 would be delivered by Luke, a candidate of Bachelor's in Architecture program, class of 2025 at the New York Institute of Technology in New York, USA. The thesis is titled as Elevate, Rethinking Urban Mobility Infrastructure, New York, United States. The work has been guided by Fazana Gandhi under the theme Urban Networks. Over to you, Luke.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Hello, distinguished jurors, fellow presenters, and guests. My name is Luke Stefanchik, and this is Elevate Rethinking Urban Mobility Infrastructure, my thesis that I completed this past academic year at New York Institute of Technology. So this project came about as a way to address the adverse effects of the 20th century urban planning and highway development policies, specifically in New York City. Under urban planner Robert Moses, a network of highways was built which divided neighborhoods and established private automobiles as
Sorry,
primary
Luke. Your voice is a bit feeble. Could you try and come in closer to the mic or?
Okay, can you hear me better?
A bit better.
It's,
Are you?
it's little muffled. It's a muffled
Yeah.
voice.
Yeah.
Can't hear you clearly.
Can you try keeping the microphone closer to your mouth? We cannot hear you, Luke.
Luke, just a suggestion, if you can disconnect all other devices from your Wi-Fi, it might work.
Luke, we'll wait for a few seconds for you if you are able to do it. Luke, we'll keep your presentation towards the last after Priya. So moving ahead, we'll go with the fifth presentation. Our fifth thesis presentation of the day 2 would be delivered by Mohanad Yusuf and Priya Jalan, graduate of MSc in Sustainable Architecture and Landscape Design Program, class of 2023 from Polytechnic Milano, Italy. The thesis is titled Mega to Mini, Transforming the Desert Metropolis of Riyadh into a 10-min city, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. This work has been guided by Professor Paolo Buzzi, sorry for the mispronunciation, under the theme Urban Networks. Over to you, team.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, it is visible and you're audible.
Thank you. So the project is Mega to Mini, transforming the desert metropolis of Riyadh into a 10-minute city. To give you a context, there was an oil boom in 1938 in Riyadh, and that's how the whole country got developed. And Riyadh is the major state in the Saudi Arabia. And here we see that in this population graph, while all the other states have a neutral line, it's only the Riyadh which goes up and still keep on rising. To just give some facts, Riyadh's region size is around 0.4 million kilometers square, and the population is of around 8 million. So the context of the population, urbanization in Saudi Arabia, and also the urban sprawl, we can see a very rapid incline from 1970s to 2016. The data is
I
of the
think
2016, but
we're
we
not
show
seeing the full screen presentation in the slides. It's stuck on the first page. Or is it only me?
Now has
Yeah, you're right. It does not move.
I'll try again because I have been searching. Please give me a moment. Is it better now?
Can you move some slides? Yeah, it's moving, right?
It's
go for
moving?
the full presentation. Yeah, go for the full presentation.
It is on the presentation.
I think you should be sharing the entire screen.
Okay. Is it full screen now? And I'll also move some slides.
Yeah. Now it's happening. Now it's working.
Okay, thank you so much. So I mean, the Riyadh context and the population growth that I was talking about, but in going to the urbanization and demography of it, we have seen this rapid advancement in urbanization in Saudi Arabia, as I was mentioning, which was 83% until 2015, which has been collected by the Stats Department. And it has been projected that it will be 90% up until 2050. And the region's population is 8.6 million, whereas city population is 7 million, which tells us that the major number of population lives in the city. And also there are many expats living in Saudi, which amounts up to 51.7%. And this data is useful because while we were doing this ground survey, we realized that we need a paradigm shift, and everybody is readily available to shift from the cars to the soft mobility if we provide a good infrastructure for that. And same for the Riyadh urban sprawl, as I already mentioned, like we have seen like a 200% urbanization from 1970s to up until 2016, and still the data is continuously increasing. So how to curb all of these uh, challenges, let's say? So even the city has planned some measures. So first of all, they have come up to, there is a vision called City Vision 2030 made by the Riyadh government. And the first one is a polycentric city, and which will de-isolate these centers and make another centers more prominent and add more anchors to it. There is also Green Riyadh and metro projects. Currently, there are 2 metro lines working, which we can see as blue and the yellow, but they will add another 4 more lines for the better connectivity. There is also Sports Boulevard project, which is going through across the main axis in the horizontal level of the kingdom, such that there is a cultural axis, and it also provides as a buffer for the city. So, in our thesis, what we found out was that because the location of Riyadh is such that it is in an Arabian desert, so the summers are really hot. It can sometimes also go up until 50 degrees Celsius, and the major issues of sandstorms, which is high in spring. And because of all of this, it's not advised to be out in the summer for more than 10 minutes. There are other mobility issues that we found because the city has been planned in 1969 by this Toxiadis firm, which was a Greece firm, and they have made the city only heavy reliable on the cars, and such that the road networks has been divided into primary, secondary, and tertiary. So the primary roads always keeps providing these commute for the for the centers to the neighbors and the your commercial street. As we see in the Riyadh street width, so there has been, if we see the comparison, Riyadh has the most amount of infrastructure which has been planned for just roads, which can also be done for something else. And we also found this metro catchment like isochrones, and how if you can even reach the metro as a public infrastructure which has been provided by the government, but even to reach the nearest metro station, it will need like a 10-minute drive. So it's really not accessible. And there were these partial challenges which we found out, as you can see in the map. This is a map of like all of the activities that happen. So majorly residential activities takes place in the north, whereas all the commercial or the entertainment activities are centralized in the south of it, which creates a polarity, and also it creates like a disparity between the tractors and generators, and hence the travel time is increased, and also you will have more traffic and congestion. And these are the monofunctional districts and concentrated anchors, as we see in the 2-kilometer super block, which has been again planned. And we found out that, okay, this is now facing a major challenge. And I will ask my colleague to proceed.
So we can you keep the full screen? Yeah. So we chose a test bed that is strategically located between the existing urban tissue of the city and the development zone that the city has mega projects planned for it at the moment. And if we look at the zoom in on the left side, we start to note some important elements that exist within this test bed, such as the King Abdulaziz Financial District, the King Fahd Road and Alaya Road that span north to south, creating an administrative access, as well as 3 metro lines that connect in this area. But also, if we look at the white line or basically vacant spaces that exist in this area, this is an issue that is available all over the city. And these vacant spaces have a tax by the government that goes up to 10%, which usually ends up being more monofunctional structures that further increase the car dependency. So if we go to the next page, we looked at the service coverage in this area, and even though we're looking at all typologies of services, the catchment of these services are still not available within 10 minutes of walking. And if we look at them individually, the situation gets even worse, as they basically lack the coverage in the entire test bed. If we go to the next page, so we prepared a strategy that is based on 3 main points. First is regenerating the existing urban elements. Second is integrating not only the neighborhoods together, but also to the public transport that is evolving in the city right now, and the addition of pedestrian elements that will encourage people to leave their cars behind and actually move in the city using soft mobility or the public transport. So we focus on 2 zones in this test bed. First is a 2 kilometer by 2 kilometer district, and the second is an area in the administrative axis that I talked about earlier. If we jump into this first zone, here is when we drop the 15-minute concept into a 10-minute concept, because it's really not it's not ideal for people to walk more than 10 minutes within such a hot climate, even for active people. Can you please go to the next page? So if we look at zone 1, basically the Doxialis grid is split into 4 quadrants. And if we take one of these quadrants and dedicate it to mixed use and services, this is a way to basically make services not more than 500 meters away from each resident. As well as creating an axis that has the metro station as a focal point, and in the middle of this axis we have an entrance to the underground leading to the metro, which decreases the visual distance to the metro station. If we go to the next zone, which is between King Fahd and Daulaya Street, this is a more radical approach to the design of this area, which is basically trying to connect the both sides, the east and the west of the city, through not only bridges but places of social interaction, starting from the ring that connects 4th district to Kaft and the metro station near Kaft that has 3 metro lines connected in one station, and other bridges that allows traversal between the east and the west sides of the city. If we go to the next page. And all of these designs, both in the neighborhood and in the axis, would not be possible without reimagining the streets and the hierarchy of streets, because even though they exist right now, they all look similar and they don't allow pedestrians to cross or walk into. So by reimagining the streets into highways,
Sorry for interruption.
primary roads.
10 minutes are over. Please quickly wrap up.
We're almost done. Yes, this is the final page. By reimagining these streets, we can hopefully encourage people to use them and reach the public transport instead of depending on their own private cars. If we go to the next page, what we just presented is just a prototype of what could happen if we start to reimagine what a city like Riyadh could look like. It's not the final result, it's merely a step in a process that has started 10 years ago. And we believe that by following these steps and managing community engagement with new designs, we can finally reach a city that is transformed from mega to mini. Thank you so much for listening, and we welcome your questions and comments.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Would open the comments with Professor Beta.
Okay, thank you. So it's a very, very interesting topic because walking over there will be torturing. It's not just suffering, but will be torturing. I just realized that there is something missing that I'm not really sure that you have the city's strategic plan, perhaps like when the city's plan.
Yeah.
So if you have the, how to say, like if you have the preliminary plan, you know that the city is actually having this strategy, because it looks like when you work in the urban design, we cannot work like utopia, and we work like, yeah, we design it very nicely, but how it can be possible to be happen. So one thing that we talk about 10 minutes, you already map the 5 minutes and 10 minutes, but I'm not really see the how to say, like the public transportation going to do in 5 years later or 10 years later, because I saw in Jeddah is already happening now. They already have some integration. So perhaps, yeah, I just don't see, I'm not really see the linkage of the public transportation here, the city's plan. I guess also the spatial composition before that, actually the settlement is over there, and then you're not really capturing the public infrastructure like school. How about the school? How about the hospital? And how people go there? I'm not really capture the public infrastructure, like yeah, public building like over there. How to reach that? Okay, I guess I just have to comment over there.
Okay,
Thank you for
for
your
the
comment,
comments.
Would go to Professor Sarah for your comments.
Sorry, I thought we will have an answer from.
Yeah, so basically the way the city works right now is that we have a lot of monofunctional districts with residential focused buildings, and the services are available in specific areas. So people usually take their car, go to these services and come back. But even though the public transportation has been growing through the past 10 years, it's about how do we encourage people that this might be an actual valuable like alternative to their private cars. So yeah, maybe we just try to make it brief during this presentation and not include everything.
Because we
Yeah,
have
but you
also
can make sure. Yeah, you have to make sure the city pedestrians level. So because we don't see, because you just mentioned that the street is 16 meter, but how about the pedestrians level?
Yeah.
Okay, should I start? Thank you. I guess it's a really strategic district because of these changes that are happening, and there is an urban need of transformation. I just have a first small comment, which is about the sources. I guess the ones before didn't also put the sources of the documents, but I saw it in yours because I was interested in the source. So the comment comes to you only. That you should not forget. I mean, it was the first plans that are, yeah. Also, I'm wondering about the inclusivity that you're bringing to, because it's car-centered. I mean, yeah, the women, the people that are how do you handle the elderly, all different people that are, I guess, you're gonna use this metro. Who are they, and how do you handle your urban design to answer, to give them the comfort that they need to reach a point to another? and that should comes to your proposal. Yeah, and I'm wondering, how do you know, how could you say that you can improve the quality of life of with this transformation? Do you have an answer? Did you think about that? I mean, you're giving a solution for mobility issue, but after the mobility issue, many parameters comes. And did you bring it to your research, and how could you answer to it? Maybe not now, maybe later, but yeah, this is. But generally, very good presentation. Thank you very much. That's why I don't have so much question, maybe also, because very nice. Thank you again.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Yeah, very valuable. And for answering the first question, yes, we did think about inclusivity, and such that we have been taking all of these white spaces to these activity centers, which can become like a park. It has been shown. We could not mention it here in the slides, but yes, in our publication we have thought about how it will be and how there should be shaded spaces, how there should be mobility hubs or resting zones, or how if we can make it more easier to access to people or also to enjoy it. And for the second comment, we did actually a ground survey, because our whole idea is that there has to be a shift in paradigm, like people have to be willing to switch from a car to a public transport. So when we were even like talking to people or having these surveys, conducting all of these ground data researches, we did find out that people are eager to, and because of the traffic and the congestion, and you have to travel every day for so long and so far, it does affect them. So we are hoping that by doing this, and if we give them everything like in their near vicinity, it will also improve the quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Professor George for your comments.
Yeah, so just in continuation to that thought, I feel this is my, I feel that if we continue with this kind of a format of thinking, it might, what don't you think this might just exponentially create more monofunctional, monofunctional kind of districts, or I would say, zones in this particular urban format, because I feel that monofunctional is very lucrative, okay, for the business, for real estate. Really, it's really so. That's why I feel that maybe this might just unnecessarily, exponentially add to that monofunctional kind of ways of building our cities. So, which you all are saying that we need to undo that. So I have this. This is my feeling, because I see that happening across, be it Bombay or, because I see that how that continues to happen. So I'm just a thought. Okay, it is not that one needs to try and test and then supposed to look at it like that. And I totally buy completely about how what Sarah and Beta spoke about, because I feel the humanness is at lost in this thing, because I don't know how they would feature. Maybe there is more to that which you'll have touched upon. I'm just bringing back, so I don't want this to be like a chindogu. Chindogu is a Japanese art form that Kenji Kawakami made it in a way to work with situations. Okay, very funny situations, and then it's very embarrassing also. So you also look at it. I think it's a reminder, the cities that we built and the cities that we design, we continue to probably sometimes extend what the very concerns that we are trying to overcome or override these particular concerns. So I feel very important for us to establish that. So I'll bring the situational city. The situational city talks about the derive. So how about a new form, okay, of looking at connecting these our urban networks, okay, through these new ideas of derive and movement, of people moving based on certain kind of movement that they desire to have in a city like Riyadh, okay, because it is completely such a gridded city. but you give people the power. Okay, maybe it's something that we have to develop as an apparatus, as a method of design. Okay, where people will move and based on the way they would. So it might be a large kind of a mapping exercise that one could entail with. I think I'm just thinking because it's a very important thing that what you have brought about, because many of our cities' landscapes are manufactured landscapes. Riyadh is one, Netherlands is like that. Okay, many of our cities in Bombay also we have a large section which is manufactured out of water or out of other land. So it's interesting how then we equip and we continue a certain kind of existing livelihood and patterns which are already, intrinsic qualities and characteristics of that place. So yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. It's quite an interesting point. Yes, we mainly focused on the differences between what is existing and what the city is planning, because the city, again, with their developments, they're planning a city that is more connected. People are walking everywhere. There is no space for cars and all of that, and it's completely segregated from what is existing right now. So it's quite a good point to have this large scale analysis of the whole situation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you so much for the comments, panelists. Moving ahead, our next presentation will be delivered by Pavel, a candidate of Bachelor's of Architecture program, class of 2025 at People's Friendship University in Russia, in Moscow. The thesis is titled Architecture Solution for Adaptive Settlements in a Coastal Area, Hydropolis, Blagoveshchik, Russia. The work has been guided by Ega Oliver, under the theme urban management. Over to you, Pavel.
Hello, dear participants. Yes. I'm Pavel Panshin. Yes, I'm here. I can start?
Yes, you can.
I'm excited to present my thesis, Hydropolis Architecture Solutions for Adaptive Settlements in Coastal Areas, set in Blagoveshchensk, Russia. This project uses hydroarchitecture to create cities that thrive with water and nature, addressing the challenges of Anthropocene. Let's dive in. Second slide. Can you move on the next slide? Yes, thanks. The Anthropocene, defined by Paul Crutzen and Eugene Stomer in 2000 years, marks humanity's profound impact on Earth, starting with the 1984 steam engine that sparked urbanization. Key milestones like urbanization, deforestation, and climate change have led to today's challenges, such as frequent flooding in a coastal city. In Blagoveshchensk, on the Amur River, floods threaten homes and infrastructure, and a critical Anthropocene problem. My thesis addresses this. How can we design cities that adapt to water dynamics rather than resist them? This is urgent because rising water levels demand proactive and sustainable solutions to protect communities while preserving local identity. First, in new approach to urban resilience. Please, the next slide. Yes. Hydropolis is a linear adaptive city rooted in hydroarchitecture, which weaves water into urban design for sustainability and resilience. It's one branch of Anthropocene, a philosophy of actively shaping planetary system to harmonize human and ecological needs while celebrating local culture. Unlike BIG's Oceanic City, which targets oceanic environments, Hydropolis focuses on river systems like the Amur, addressing flood-prone areas with modular, scalable design inspired by architecture like Metabolisys, like Kenzetange and Arata Sasaka, who blend nature and architecture in Japan. Благовещенsk, please, the next slide. Благовещенsk on the Amur River faces severe flood risks. A mere 50 centimeters rise above current maximum water levels could submerge the city. And Anthropocene reality. Since 1889, Благовещенsk has sprawled northward, unlike Haiham in China, which starting in only 1993 grew densely despite similar populations. These construction urban models highlights the need for Gigapolis, which reimagines Благовещенsk flood-prone areas as adaptive urban zones. Please, next slide. This photo tells a story in 1969. Благовещенsk waterfront thrived while Haihes Island was empty. By 2019, Благовещенsk barely changed, except for a stolen lamppost. Haihe meanwhile became a high-rise hub, and Gigapolis proposes a linear city along Благовещенsk coast from west to east, transforming flood-prone zones into resilient water-adapted urban system. Please, the next slide. Hydropolis, guided by Anthropoza, adapts in two phases. In phase one, at normal water levels, the city supports natural drainage, restoring transpiration. In phase two, during floods, water flows into the city, enabling new mobility, like boats for hydronauts, residents living in harmony with nature. This dual-state design ensures resilience and symbolizes with the Amur River. Please, the next slide. Here you can see isometry of Hydropolis view. A red multi-level magistral connections 16 functionality cells from housing to education. A certain dome in central dome ensures the city, while floating pontoons along the shore ensure flood resilience. Fields on the above side support food security, blending urban and rural system and sustainable framework. Please, the next slide. This plan details Hydropolis layout. The 16 cells and sized for accessibility, which pathways and water channels, ensuring mobility in both phases. Residential, commercial, and public spaces connect seamlessly with pontoons, enabling access during floods, balancing function and adaptability. Please, the next slide. This cross section shows hydrology's layout design. Water challenge below support drawing in phase one, mobility in phase two. Elevated structure and pontoons keep the city functional during the floods, embodying Hydropolis core principles. Please, the next slide.
Pavel, sorry for interrupting. We have completed the 10 minutes. We'll quickly request you to wrap up.
Yes, sure. Only 4 slides. Yeah. We can skip this slide. Yes. It's a fragment of magistral. The magistral is a hydropolis backbone. This cross section shows its adaptivity to water levels. The isometrics view highlights a park on top for recreation and monorail for transport, and entirely below, ensuring connectivity and residential across both phases. Please, the next slide. The central dome, inspired by Buckminster Fuller, geologist shells, is lightweight and robust. Its foundation uses calculations by Vladimir Trabush for design of Moscow Ostankins Tower, one of the world's tallest structure in the world. Please, the next slide. This is a residential line inspired by Moshe Sept, Habitat 67, and it's located to both sides on the city. Please, the next slide. This is a picture life in Gigapolises inside the vibrant dam and cultural heart in the fields, sustainability, agriculture. Please, the next slide. And here you can see water flow for working with the fish, and also city with flood. The second picture. Yes. And the next slide. And here my calculations, which I use in my project. Thanks a lot. I'm ready for your questions.
Yeah, thank you so much. We'll start off with Professor Sarah to take your comments.
Thank you for your presentation and your bold and visionary project that is integrating ecology, technology, and I just worrying about the scale of the project and the fact that is completely new project. I mean, it's a new city project, which I understand that some some countries are still doing it, but is it possible to have the same ideas into transformations area that are struggling with this flood problem? They are struggling, and I mean, do we really need a new city when some city have issues of flooding?
I don't hear you right now.
Transformed.
I don't hear last part your question. Sorry. Can you repeat, please?
Which part did you listen?
Last part.
Never mind. I'm wondering if do we really need a new city? I mean, there is some city that exists that have flood issue and that that need transformation according to that. Your ideas and your vision is really bold, and it's really interesting. I really liked how the infrastructure solution, the buildings solution inspired by Mod Society, the graphics as well are super cool. But yeah, my main concern is why a new city when some cities exist and need transformation. Because there is people that are living there and there is a real issue that is there. And also, yeah, the master plan, not the master plan, but the zoning plan is also questionable. You presented this monofunctional zoning, school, I don't know, agora. I mean, this is I think you should think about that again. We have studies that show that this doesn't work. You can try to inspire yourself by existing cities. I mean, in Black Orange, in this area that you're working on, how does people live and how can you apply it in your city? What culture are you bringing? I mean, this new city, it's somewhere, so you have an identity that should be there. I don't want to be long. Let me know if I'm too long. The culture, the climate, the politics are not existing. You're proposing a monofunctional city in a new area that maybe doesn't need it all. So, but I mean, this is really the hydropolis is super interesting. But the context and the area you choose is questionable, and yeah, that's all. But thank you very much, and I really love the graphics.
Thanks. I think we can use magistral in real cities because it's just approach new opportunity, like just with used wood structure in the city with ecological transport, and also we use factory for waste in the center because right now we have a lot of example where we use some like this building in the center and it's not impact on nature, and we can use power from this building. And also in Russia, we have a lot of mono cities, which was created first of all around and near some factory or plant. And right now it's also have some problem way, but some cities developed really great. Yes, thanks. But it's of course like concept story. Yes, and I use a new area for free space and for my speculations. Yes, in this case, but I think we can use hydro texture and anthroposa in real cities, but it depends on currently city. Yeah, when we take, for example, maybe Moscow or some, I don't know, Tokyo. Yeah, we use just principle, but use new forms for solutions. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Be careful, Vishruth is going to tell you to be faster in your answers.
Yes, thank you, Pavel.
Thank you very much.
Just as we are getting a bit tight on time, I would request Professor Beta and Professor George to please just share their reviews, and we would not be taking more questions for this presentation. So apologies for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, we'll start with Professor George, if you want to share something about the presentation.
Yeah, I'm in complete agreement with what Sarah just said. Okay, and those things. But Pavel, two things for me. I think just like what Corbusier planned for a radiant city, a future city, I'm seeing this in that light. Okay, I'm seeing we are in troubled waters, and this kind of a speculative kind of understanding of our future of our cities is very important, and thank you for bringing this. And my other thing that I want to talk about is that this thesis also helps in establishing or introspecting our current urban practices and our current city development kind of the way we are going, but introspect. So yeah, this thesis questions the current practices. So in that light, I'm saying my only thing with the thing is that I felt you should have also probably, or now you have the time to bring in more technologically driven engineer-driven kind of representational techniques. Making it more realistic, okay, to understand how the bottom from the ground, from the soil, from the water to the sky, how the building becomes an integrated kind of a thing that sits in that. It becomes a beacon of life and light and future, you know. So if we can have more kind of those representative techniques, which you can, I feel. So yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot for that.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Professor. Professor Beta?
Yeah, just a small input for you because I guess you're an undergraduate. Congratulations for your bachelor thesis. So because in architecture undergraduate, you not really make the research. So it looks like very big idea. My suggestion is please be careful when you have the concept and then you put very specific idea. You need to realize that you have to answer it because between your writing and your presentation is not really connected. So when you talk about the how social cohesion, how about the hydrotecture and anthropos can be elaborate, somehow it's not answering here. So when you write something, you need to be very careful. Otherwise, you just say like this is only hydropolis. That's it. How about the hydropolis concept, something like that. Don't make something like very big idea, but then you cannot answer it. Just my input. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Moving ahead, I would have to be a bit like a school teacher now. The moment you all complete your 10 minutes, I'll request you to stop presenting that there itself. Our next presenter would be Yuzu Zhao and Yingzi He, graduates of Masters in Architecture and Urban Design program, class of 2022 from Harvard University graduate, School of Design in New York, USA. The thesis is titled Airport Urban Districts for a New Age, Node plus flow-oriented design solutions. This work has been guided by Professor John Busquets under the theme Urban Networks. Over to you, team. Yes, we are able to see your screen.
Okay. Hello, everyone. We are Ijo and Inju. So our project, Airport Urban District for New Age, will be rethinking the airports with dynamic capacity and high accessibility as exploring efficient intermodal transportation nodes as new frontier to develop the future. So it takes theoretical studies and case analysis as base and propose a multi-model framework for Zhengzhou Airport so it could be served as integrated urban districts rather than isolated transit terminals. The research part examines 36 airports worldwide to understand development patterns and relationship with the urban form around. The research focuses on 3 metrics: terminal design, runway orientation, and landside development, demonstrating how these 3 elements are highly interrelated and reciprocal. To begin with, types of overall airport development classified by distinct spatial patterns, whether they are going in linear, attached to the defined, or clustered independently. The runway system is a key predefined component of an airport layout. Section 2.0 classified the arrangement that either directs activities on both sides or establish a rigid defined spatial boundary. Section 2.1 incorporates the landside layer and examines how, together with the airside, it generates diverse configurations, distinct spatial forms, and the resulting surrounding urban blocks. Lastly, the research zoom in and trace all terminals and their city connectivities. ranging from a single building form to multi-duplicated modular layouts, along with hybrid forms. The terminal organization shapes circulation and influence border development significantly. We also take Amsterdam Schiphol Airport as a key case study in advancing landside development through the introduction of a central transit node, facilitating transfer between airport and local trains, and redefine how airports can effectively integrate with urban networks. This approach enhances mobility and support mixed-use development along the corridor, including the Zugdis business district, which is one of Europe's notable CBDs, transferring the area into both the transit hub and the destination. Building on those insights, the thesis proposed a design strategy for our Zhengzhou site.
Yizhou for the presentation of our researches and the case studies. Now my part will guide you through the project side as well as our design strategy and outcome. So let's look at the diagram on the left from the top to bottom. Our site is in the airport district of Zhengzhou International Airport. It's a relatively large airport serving almost 19 million passengers per year and holds strong influence both domestically and internationally. As for the high-speed train, Zhengzhou occupies a very important position in the national railway network in China. It's one of the major intersection points in the central China. Compared to the models where the airport and the train station are within walking distance, the Zhengzhou represents a different strategy. The two hubs are over 5 kilometers apart and they function more as complementary infrastructures. We can refer situation to the Amsterdam's cases as Yizhou mentioned before, from which the airport is about 18 kilometers from the central station. So the key takeaway of the case study is if we set up a strong node at the center of the flows, it can drive surrounding developments. We adopt these node-driven, flow-oriented approaches as the foundation for our site design. And then let's move to the middle diagram. By analyzing what kinds of flows each hub brings and what programs those flows requires, we identify the need of a mix of functions. This leads us to define our four major clusters within the first node. They are convention, headquarters, innovation center, and the living center. And the diagram on the right shows how we organize the flows. So it consists of three layers. And the first one, a direct monorail and the metro link between the airport and high-speed train station hub. The second one, an inner loop monorail connecting those four clusters. The third one, a regular rail network for local circulation inside the node and also to respond to the site surroundings. Next page, please. So here's the overview of our design for the first stage node. The four clusters, convention, center, headquarters, innovation, and the living, are connected by the inner loop monorail, and together they embrace a central gray space. The loop form not only strengthens the circulation, but also creates opportunities for the interaction among the clusters. The mature runs open areas to the center green allow full access to the nature. Semi-outdoor plaza act as a gathering spaces, linking transit with public life. And let's further zoom into our four centers. The convention center and the headquarters are connected by a urban park, creating space for public activities. The monorail station itself is designed as an interactive public art experience. In the headquarters cluster, we introduce rooftop pedestrian walkways and a linear park along the monorail structure, blending the office life with green public spaces. And the innovation cluster features multiple campus-style buildings sharing a central public green with double-height spaces to encourage collaboration. The living cluster provides housing for employees alongside community facilities such as school and cultural centers. This is the section show the May Transit Hub as the most accessible point in the development. Here, travelers can transfer between the metro connecting monorail and the inner loop monorail, while also accessing adjacent programs. So to conclude, our design is not just about solving infrastructure gaps, it's also about creating a framework where coordinating the transport infrastructure can force economic activity, urban vitality, and sustainable destructions. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you so much, team, for wrapping up within time. We'll start with Professor George. Any comments?
So just that, I mean, it's quite interesting that I really like your diagrams and how they really helped in capitalizing the various kinds of forms of movements, flowcharts. All of these things really matter. It changes the way cities work within the larger ideas of how these new airport urban districts. I think they are called what? They are called something. What are they called? They're called central social districts or something like that. Yeah. So I feel the interface between these new districts, the districts and the older settlements or the environment. Okay, the interfaces, the how does district meet nature, how it meets other cities or an urban village. Those interfaces are going to be very challenging because these are large infrastructure, and then to a large airport infrastructure, there is a birth of this new kind of districts, and the kind of set of people or the set of communities that are going to get attracted in these districts are going to be very different. They're going to be people who are globally moving and doing business, whereas you also have the local communities. And so I always find it very challenging, and I know this is going to be another form of development that we will see in the coming years. We are already witnessing it in many countries already. Yeah, thank you for that. And really, I enjoyed the diagrams. I really enjoyed the very kind of systematic way of working. Thank you for that.
Thank you so much, Professor. We'll go to Professor Sarah for your comments.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. It's very interesting how you did this comparative research between all this airport and how you integrated the economy, livability and mobility into one space. I have a first concern about the presentation itself. It's very small, the diagrams, so I needed to zoom, so it's fine for me, but this is something that you should care about. If it's too small, make it darker. So you have one or the other. I mean, the big one that are light, it's fine, but the small one, when they're light, we don't see nothing. Otherwise, I'm just wondering how the airports usually, that tend to become monofunctional, business-oriented. And how do you avoid that with your proposal that is bringing actually a social layer to the project? So how do you avoid that it's just not gonna become business-oriented? This is, yeah. And yeah, that's, I think it's fine then. Yeah, and how do you balance as well topics of economy, mobility, livability, all these topics, how is one is gonna be more than the other? Or, I mean, this neighborhood, for who is it gonna be? So when you know for who is gonna be, how do you handle the balance of the different topics into the city? And I think, and thank you.
So I can start. I think that's a very good question. And initially, like the whole idea of the project is actually to, instead of consider it as a hub, you can also start to think how that area could be like a destination. I think we started with setting the convention center as the anchor of the development because even in all the existing airport projects, the convention center next to the the land side of it is usually like a very you can see it in multiple cities, in multiple development models, and I think that's our starting point. And definitely if we consider the convention center and how it's gonna bring up the first of all would be the hospitality industry around it. And from there, we're thinking about how it could really turn into a destination instead of some place that people come and join the convention and they left. So that's where we bring in the headquarters, as well as if we bring in headquarters and develop it as like a new HQ area, maybe people within the employees and also the related industry will kind of stay in there instead of flow with the people and just like the traffic. I think that's our starting point, but that's definitely something that we should be considering in long-term planning in terms of how the balance would be, like what percentage of each program would be located in those areas.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Professor Beta for your review.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. In line with Professor Sarah, unfortunately, I barely cannot read. Even like Zoom, they're going like not really clear. So your figure is too small, and then all the thing that we cannot read clearly. So that makes me wondering. Yeah, because I traveling to China many times. Zhengzhou, perhaps I pronounce it not correct. This is my suggestion. You need to make the, how to say, like, which part of the route that going to make the hub from here, because in my perception, this is in the east part, so it will be mostly will be to go to the west area. I mean, like US or Russia or something, because this is in the east part of China. So it's quite difficult to imagine how much the people going to move from which route to another route. So I mean, like the hub. So when you talk about this hub, yeah, because it's too small, when we compare with Amsterdam, people going to be like very easily that from the west to go to east, usually using the airplane, they're going to be like stop in Amsterdam or something like Dubai, going to be like in Asia country. In this part, which area that you're going to make people move over here, that you need how many people accommodate to this area. So it's not really clear in your presentation. Only that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, team, for your presentation. We'll go ahead with our next presentation, which would be delivered by Adriana, a graduate of Bachelor's in Architecture program from class of 2022 from Pontificia Universidad Católica del Perú in Lima, Peru. The thesis has been titled as Transversal Care, Networking of Community Spaces for Active and Healthy Aging in Lima, Peru. The work was guided by Luis Rivero under the theme Urban Networks. Over to you, Adriana.
Hi, everybody. Thank you. Thanks for the introduction. Well, it's an honor to end my
Adriana, we are not able to hear you.
share with you her story.
We are not able to hear you. Just to confirm, is this a network issue with my end, or panelists are also not able to hear her?
I can see that. Oh,
Has
yeah,
60
we cannot see that.
What happened?
Yes, Adriana, we can hear you now, but we cannot see your presentation. Yes,
Can
we can
you
see the
now?
slide now. Yeah, yes.
Okay. Well, as I was saying, this is the story about Doña Rosa. She experienced difficulties moving around and carrying out her daily activities due to the non-inclusive relationship with public space. Her home, located on the hillsides and only accessible by stairways, increases the limitation of her autonomous mobility over long distances. Despite this, she must adapt because living with her grandchildren means she continues to play the role of head of household. Unfortunately, Lima has 60% of this older adult population living in similar conditions, unattended and unable to pursue a dignified quality of life. But how has the city itself influenced the dependence, insecurity, and progressive loneliness of older adults? In the city of Lima, the aging process results in different profiles, shaped by economic, physical, and social factors, which weaken the possibility of healthy and active aging. This situation becomes especially critical in the district of San Juan de Lurigancho, when compared with the total population density of other districts. Added to this area, it is low socioeconomic level and the lack of care infrastructure. As the most populated district of Lima, it has more than 1 million inhabitants, of which 13% are older adults. The occupation of the district developed over time through informal neighborhoods, where self-management fostered a strong sense of community life. In this way, the neighborhoods became the main context of socialization. And today, 32% of older adults age here in order to maintain their social relationship with their surroundings. But how does the current urban space of San Juan de Lurigancho limit the active and healthy development of older adults? In terms of accessibility, their only available infrastructure is stairways. In the hillside areas, this limits their routes, reducing their everyday space and leisure time to what is closest to their homes. Moreover, throughout the entire district, the existing institutional care infrastructure consists in only 2 senior centers, which function as public recreational facilities. This limited infrastructure can instead be recognized as an opportunity to decentralize institutional care into a potential network of community spaces that are closer, more accessible, and safer. Likewise, the invisibility of this age group and their everyday dynamic is reinforced by the exclusionary characteristic of public space. Sport fields are the main meeting point in these neighborhoods, yet do not provide environmental comfort, which leads to the abandonment or underuse. However, productive activities take place not only in public space, but also at the boundary between the public and the private, where the flexibility of housing thresholds enables scenarios of care, such as a community kitchens or technical productive workshops. This represents an opportunity to make these roles visible and to strengthen them through the application of knowledge and lived experience. This highlights how the notion of care has been reduced to institutional buildings, stripping the neighborhood and the city of their capacity to act as an agent of care as an opportunities for the development of diverse inhabitants. For all of these reasons, it is necessary to redefine neighborhoods by applying a concept of intersectional care, thus granting older adults greater agency. The project is committed for the subversion of private care towards community-based care. In this way, through build space, it promotes a modular architecture that is easy to construct, adaptable to public space, and supported by the local economy for community construction. So how can the everyday roles of older adults be reclaimed and integrated to ensure healthy and active aging in San Juan de Lurigancho? The neighborhood of Arriba Peru is considered as a representative model to consolidate interdependent care scenarios under 3 urban actions. The first one, rehabilitation of inaccessible hillside paths, then the reconfiguration of under-reused public spaces, and the activation of adapted housing threshold. Together, these actions consolidate a network of community care spaces where people can move safely while also experience diverse scenarios that encourage intergenerational encounters and reaffirm older adults as active subjects capable of shaping the city. In this first scenario, the inaccessible paths are rehabilitated across 1 hectare of the existing inner school garden through a sequence of safe ramps and resting areas within the new neighborhood's landscape. This way, Mr. Carlos, with his knowledge of gardening, finds once again space to share and teach the children from us. In the second scenario, older adults find in everyday activities the opportunity for intergenerational encounters with a neighborhood. This takes place through the reconfiguration of under-reused public space, where inclusivity is promoted by new playful and motor sub-scenarios such as amphitheater for artists of cultural performance of the community, water fountains as a continuation of the natural landscape, a motor exercise area that stimulates health through movement, and a service model to provide immediate attention to the lack of assistance with the public space. However, in order to move comfortably, it is necessary to transform the pavement. Through this, the city gives back autonomy and participation by providing a more adequate relationship with the ground. Since aging involves a series of changes in mobility that affects physical particularities, such as stability, slower pace, and shorter steps, areas with greater friction, higher regularity, and a minimal number of joints are required. Continuing along the central path of the park, an intermediate-scale architectural device is configured, transforming the space. To make the construction of the models feasible, metal elements, materials already present in the neighborhood are used. This also seeks to shift their current perception from privatization towards collective appropriation. Its modular structure allows for programs such as market stalls for the sale of garden produce, designated seating areas, and sanitary facilities. In this third scenario, the social ties between the neighborhood and older adults are strengthened in this more active urban node of the park. The synergy of activities from the existing senior center is expanded through the community construction and management to transform public space, giving rise to the creation of a catalyst model for cultural activities and community service. In this way, Mr. Sergio can desk with someone in the dance class, while Mrs. Rosa takes part in the vaccination campaign, together forming a safe gathering between 2 different spaces, creating filters of resting areas and activities within the park. Moreover, for the architectural configuration of the model and its intergenerational emphasis, the anthropometric of older adults is taken into account. This allows spaces to be synthesized into group reading areas, healthy campaigns, and gardening activities. In the fourth scenario, older adults are reclaimed as productive subjects. Along the newly treated streets, the thresholds of houses are activated as nodes in that network, taking advantage of their capacity to host different community dynamics that contribute to the neighborhood. At this stage, Doña Julia, a retired teacher, has the opportunity to strengthen her economic independence with her sewing workshop, extending from the threshold of her home into the busy streets, providing a service to the neighbors. The insertion of this buyer program into the homes is linked to the proposed street typologies where the size of the models corresponds to different patterns of pedestrians flow. This provides alternative spaces for new community uses such as dining halls, carpentry workshops, and textile workshops. In this way, the sense of belonging of residents like Mr. Carlos or Mrs. Rosa is reinforced through workshops that extend the limits of the domestic sphere to the benefit of the collective. Thus, the network of care space managed collectively is proposed with a replical character. alongside the definition of ground and public space in urban contexts of our territory that suffers from habitability deficits. By decentralizing the institutional building of generational care into a catalog of community models, the project offers immediate response that adapt to needs in public and semi-public spaces, enabling older adults to be recognized as full citizens through their knowledge and everyday practice. In this way, the city of Lima could move from being a city that excludes its older adults to becoming a territory of shared care and intergenerational opportunities, in dignified conditions that promote autonomy, solidarity, and social participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Adriana, for such a beautiful presentation. We'll go ahead with panelist comments, starting with Professor George.
Diana, thank you so much for this presentation. It really moved me, I think, because I feel that we seldom talk about these things. You were very sensitive and took great care in proposing something in that landscape. It was almost like a surgery that you do, okay, without disturbing everything. You do very local surgeries. It reminds me of the SMLXL thing that was experimented by Stephen Hall and the likes of, where small projects, small surgeries are done, and that is enough. It creates a ripple effect. I also like the fact that you even the floor on which you walk, okay, how that affects the entire system. So you took great deal of care to look at different scales. So congratulations to that. I don't have anything as a question. It reminds me of schooling systems and teaching components, be it cognitive, physical, social, emotional, spiritual, are different aspects of teaching methods that different teaching schools employ within their teaching curriculum. And that I feel can be the next step. And the second thing, it would be amazing that if this can be converted into an app, an application, which then allows people while walking. I'm a senior citizen. While walking, the app tells me, oh, there's a new fountain on the left. Okay, or you take 2 steps on the right, and you could find a park here with kids here. Okay, so that would be your next step, maybe. But congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. We'll go to Professor Peter.
Yeah, thank you. Adriana, congratulations. It's very nice presentation for undergraduate student for your bachelor thesis. So I just wondering the behavior in, I don't know, perhaps it's quite different with Asian, because it's somehow you don't mention what is the time and also the place, not just time, what the activities. So like in Asia, in China, people going to dance together, or they having sport together. It's going to be like making the mental health much more stable, and also they can have some activity together. I'm not really seeing in your presentation. And also because you are in architecture, this is also our concern for the elderly, about the material, about this design technique or structure in detail, because yeah, you make the figure, you make the structure, but it's not really clear enough. I'm trying to enlarge it, but not really see how about the slope, and how about the design, much more convenience for the elderly. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. We'll go to Professor Sarah for your comments.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Adriana. This is very beautiful work, and I really enjoyed how you presented with the storytelling. And this is very valuable. The graphics are nice. The details that has been already mentioned are very nice as well. I just want to go further. Actually, I don't necessarily have question, maybe about sustainability of the slopes that you're changing, but I think this is not really relevant here. But maybe more about how to you could go further with creating a toolbox of this proposed scenarios. How you can transform from this different scenario that you created, you could actually make it as a toolbox that could be applied after in different neighborhoods. And of course, this toolbox should be parametered according to the situation, specific, contextualized, you know. And then also I would like to go further and go into the habitat and housing. How do you handle this elderly? How they could have no, facilitated access to their housing, and how the housing can transform as well to make it more comfortable for them. And caring, I think there is this, we know that kids and elder people are not very, they can disturb they're not going to the same, they don't have the same energy. So kids go fast and the elder people go slower. And sometimes older people can fall because of a kid that just crossed the road. So these little details, this is really social. So, but I guess with the program that I just mentioned, the program can help to have these different areas of one and the other, and the meeting point, or yeah. So this is about next steps, but I'm not expecting an answer. And thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Moving ahead, we'll have Ankita joining us for a student of Bachelor's of Architecture program, class of 2025 at APJ School of Architecture and Planning, Noida, India. The thesis is titled From Forgotten to Found, a case of Padatun Lane, Madhya, India. This work has been guided by Varish Vijay Panchal under the theme Urban Renewal. Over to you, Ankita.
Yes, sir. Yes. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. So this topic is about a street named Padatun Lane, Madurai. It's all start with a story and a trip to Madurai. As while touring this city, as I found a very narrow street filled with large textile shops. But
Sorry,
as I
Ankita.
moved,
Sorry
yes,
for
sir.
interrupting. It's not on the presentation mode yet.
Yes,
Your
sir.
slide. No, we are seeing the smaller version. If you want to make it full screen. Sakshi would request you to kindly please mute as well.
I'm sorry. So, can you
Yes.
please repeat?
Ankita, I was mentioning that your slides are not on presentation view right now.
Yes, sir. These are on presentation.
I'm sorry.
Vishnu,
Sakshi,
can you,
would you please?
yeah.
Can I
Yes.
stop and re-present again?
Yeah, try that. Try that.
Yes, sir. Is it visible?
Still not in the presentation view, but then it's totally all right. If you're fine to go ahead with that, please go ahead.
Ankita, are you sharing your entire screen? I think you're only sharing your one window. Share your entire screen. It will happen.
Yeah.
I think let's go like this. Let's
Yeah,
go ahead.
let's go with this. Yeah.
Okay. So can I move forward?
Yes.
So I start again. So it's all started with a small trip to Madurai. So while exploring the city, I found a very narrow street. Sorry, with
Yeah, we can see the full screen now. This is better.
Ankita, you're on mute. Sorry. Ankita, now we can see the full screen, but then you're on mute right now.
yes, okay.
Yeah, all good now. Yes, please proceed. Yeah.
Okay. So it's all started with a small trip to Madurai. By exploring the city, I found a very narrow street in Madurai, hustled with a very large textile shop. But as I moved further in the street, I found 10 granite giant pillars standing in the middle of the street. And that made me wonder why and how they are still here. But while thinking all of that, I noticed one thing as how they are treated by the people and on the streets as only a supporting member for their shops fronts and their hoarding members. That vanishes all the history of it behind all this encroachment. So after that, I started. Okay. So after that, I just started my research on Madurai. As Madurai is the third largest city in Tamil Nadu and one of the oldest continuously inhabited city in the world. Madurai is itself called as a city of culture, filled with different gastronomic delights, trade and commerce, and a large cultural hub. Mm, which fostering different kind of classical arts and Carnatic music, Bharatanatyam, and Tamil literature also. After that, uh, so Pathifong Lane, the street is also called as a 10 pillar street, and it's a long 4-meter wide street with 120-meter uh, long length, which was once part of a Hirumalai Nayakar Mahal in Madurai, with as serving as a facade of the Mahal. These pillars having 12-meter height and a 1.2-meter dia. The story, there are a lot of folk story behind these pillars, as these pillars once used as a to tie animals and soldiers were sit upon it during the war. But after the palace complex was deserted, silk weavers from Saurashtra settled here. Gradually, commercialization increased and the street filled with textile shops. Next slide.
Ankita, you can continue.
Can't see the presentation slide actually. Can I present?
Ankita, you can continue from this slide now.
Yes, yes. Okay. So the documentation of those, I've done the documentation on 2 levels. First one was on precinct level and then street level. In precinct level, I have taken 2 connecting points, Meenakshi Temple and Thirumalai Canal, which connect the street, in which I have done the very mapping high restriction marks and the tourist movement. As we can see that in tourist movement, the palace and the temple is connected with a major node, which is connecting towards the street. And after that, there's a mode of transportation and commercial typologies. There in Madurai, there are different type of commercial activities happening in every street, which differ every street, and every street has its own character. After that, I have started my documentation on street level. So the document on the street level, I've done the documentation on building height, building use, and the building condition. As we can see that there are only 10% of good condition structures are there in the street, and after that they are mostly are in average condition and the abandoned condition structure. As this activity have been showing the how the activities around 6 from morning to night have been differing in the street, and the intensity of the people inside the street are very lower than the intensity of people on the major nodes. So this is the existing structure plan, which shows the existing condition of the street, how the building structures are just near to the very near to the pillars, as it has only 20 centimeter distance from the pillars. And these are the elevations, existing elevations of the street, in which brown, the marked one was the abandoned structure, and the sections showing how the street varied from one point to another point, and the proposed structure plan was to create an experience for parties on land that integrates its heritage and enhances present from ignorance. As to the major proposal was to connect these streets with the palace and the major nodes, in which I had incorporated the main gateway points at the start and end of the street. The major proposal was to retain the commercialization of the street and its identity of the street, in which retail and workshop areas were proposed, and there is a central courtyard in which exhibition center were proposed, and after that there is a tourist center, a theater club were incorporated in the street, which will be connected to the major node of the street. And there were some local vernacular architecture were incorporated in the street, so this is the master plan, in which as we enter in the street, we can see the sitting state and the major gateway point. After that, there's some sitting spaces and some activity zone happening. And the main proposal was the residential plus retail and workshop spaces.
and there's a one library and gathering space space. After that, there's a exhibition space and a theater, which will reconnect the cultural identity of the space, and a tourist center at the last, which will help people to buy a ticket, and then, as they can just buy a ticket and move towards the palace. And these were the flow plans
Ankita, we
in
have
which
completed the 10 minutes. Sorry for interruption. Please quickly wrap up the slides.
yes, sir. These were the elevation. The elevation is the proposed facade of the street, which shows how the street incorporated the celebration spaces, and the sitting spaces are proposed there, as there is a Padurai is incorporated in Tamil. There is a Padurai, the sitting spaces which were lost by the ages. So there's a central courtyard has been proposed, which will incorporated for exhibitions and performance, and which celebrates community and culture. So the main outcome of the street is how the walkability has been improved, how the connectivity has been improved, as the walkability has been prioritized pedestrian pathways and continuous movement networks, and the connectivity has been improved by providing a connecting bridge on upper levels, which will increase the visual and physical connection across the lane, and enhance its gateway points, which will engage people towards the street. And also the main focus was to create a engaging street in which we have incorporated the sitting spaces and the contact spaces in the streets. And there's a
Sorry,
statistic.
Divya. Yeah, we'll have to pause you now. Sorry. Would open the forum for any comments or suggestions from the panelists, starting off with Professor George.
Yeah, just a quick one. Yes, many of our cities are in this stage and situation, and there are new kind of contemporary ways of living that come into our urban villages, and then suddenly they override many of these things. I'm not very sure. Will this lead to gentrification? Will it lead to people moving out? Okay. Will it be affordable, and then for whom it will be? Because many of these kind of things are perspectives that we bring as architects, as agencies, of future development and things. But it really might affect their things, the way they live currently. And are they affordable? Are some question you don't have to answer, because there is no definite answer to these things. But just my comment, because it's something that probably we also struggle as practitioners. Just that. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Professor Beta.
Yeah, thank you, Fishrut, for the time. So, perhaps for your presentation, just my suggestion, you need to make it very simple, and because it's very challenging. The audience is not from from many countries. So your pathway. So when you present something, make it very short, and then because it's only 10 minutes, this is very technical. You have you have 11 slides. It means like you only have 1 minute for one slide. If after that you cannot explain it well. So I don't have any comment for this presentation. Thank you, Fishrut.
Thank you, Professor. Professor Sarah.
Yes, thank you, Akta. Work. Indeed, I had some difficulties to understand, maybe because of my my different culture. However, I can jump on this gentrification issue, that maybe you should think about how you can include the people that are already working there and what they are doing, and trying to know each one what he's doing, what is his work, and how to integrate all of this into your work. I think this is really important to make it sustainable and contextualized to your the area of your concern. I understand that you, I mean, we see that these remains are a bit not enhanced, and it's important to enhance them. Maybe some technical information about conservation should be integrated in your study as well. I guess heritage works has been done, and what they reveal. Maybe I didn't see it well, but yes, and I think yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Ankita, and thank you, professors. We'll move ahead to the second last presentation of the day. We apologize for the extended time. We would try and quickly wrap up this first session as soon as possible. Our next presenter would be Dia Khan, a candidate for a Bachelor's in Architecture from Manipal Academy of Higher Education, working on Russell Khama Airport, framing transit through culture. And the guide is Amita Kale under the Urban Networks. Over to you.
Good evening. I'm sorry for the issue before. I hope I'm audible and visible currently.
Yes, perfect.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. I would like to begin by first expressing my gratitude to the Urban Design Lab for this wonderful opportunity. Airports have always been designed as utilitarian structures in the past, highly functional nodes of global connectivity. However, they often remain disconnected from their immediate context, not in terms of physical access, of course, but in terms of cultural, social, and spatial integration. This thesis investigates the potential for airports to evolve into destinations that are not merely gateways to cities, but integral parts of the urban fabric, spaces that serve both the travelers and the local community. Yeah. For a brief introduction, I completed my undergraduate in Dubai in the UAE, and I chose Ras Al Khaimah, which is just another emirate within the UAE, for my project. While Dubai is the financial capital of the country, Ras Al Khaimah has a rich heritage and is emerging as a growing tourist destination. With the rise of tourism, Ras Al Khaimah has seen parallel growth in its hospitality and real estate sectors, reflecting the emirate's vision of not only attracting visitors, but also accommodating a growing resident population. Positioned as a world-class destination, Ras Al Khaimah is focusing on leisure and adventure tourism. When we talk about an airport, its location within the city becomes critically important because it determines how well it connects to its existing open networks, influencing accessibility for passengers and impacting the city's growth. To explore this, I did a small analysis of the distance of the current airport and from the city center and key tourist destinations to assess the potential for a new airport. Unlike larger cities where airports are dominated by scale and speed, Ras Al Khaimah presents the opportunity to design an airport that is more human-scaled, culturally embedded, and community-oriented. My aim was to envision an airport that welcomes everyone, a place that goes beyond transit to become a destination in itself. Airports today are no longer just functional spaces for arrival and departure. They have evolved into multifaceted urban gateways that shape the first and last impression of a city or a region. As the most immediate point of contact for visitors and a key node for residents, the design and programming of an airport can powerfully reflect and reinforce local identity and aspirations. The airport aims to offer a culturally immersive and contextually rooted experience, creating a memorable first impression that distinguishes Ras Al Khaimah from other emirates. Visitors are greeted not just by commercial concessions or transit signage, but by spaces that showcase local art, performance, heritage, and architecture, conveying that this is a city with a story, a soul, and a community proud of its roots. Furthermore, this integration benefits residents by making this airport a civic destination, not just a point of departure. It encourages the airport to function as a public space, accessible even to those who are not flying, where locals can attend performances, participate in exhibitions, or simply gather in a space that reflects their culture and future. Rather than relocating Ras Al Khaimah's airport, the site was selected adjacent to the existing facility. The current runway was retained and integrated into the proposal with an addition of a new parallel taxiway. A SWOT analysis was conducted to understand the challenges and opportunities of a new airport that would be built. With cultural integration and expression being my focus, I came up with the idea of a living tapestry. Just as a tapestry is created by weaving together many different threads into a unified composition, this project draws inspiration from that idea, bringing together a variety of cultural elements unique to Ras Al Khaimah into a single architectural expression. And I have called it a living tapestry because it's not something that is static. It changes with the seasons and spaces. It remains active, evolving, and responsive. It is a tapestry that is never fully finished. It grows and adapts with the rhythms of Ras Al Khaimah's people and tradition, offering a constantly evolving reflection of identity. This shows the design process. I tried out different layouts to figure out a balance between security, being a key aspect since it's an airport, and cultural representation being the focus of my thesis. The form development started out with an axis towards a place with rich heritage within Ras Al Khaimah. It's called Al Jazeera Al Hamra. And the runway as a second axis, I aligned the spaces along these axes and added emphasis on both the aviation and cultural spaces, with the central portion acting as a bridge between the two. I then tweaked the form to represent the terrain of Ras Al Khaimah for it to blend with the backdrop instead of standing out. Here you can see the master plan showing the build form along with the site context. On the right, I have the exploded view of the airport showing the different levels, each with a balance of culture and aviation. Ras Al Khaimah itself posed few design opportunities. First, Ras Al Khaimah lacks public infrastructure for community space. For events like UAE National Day and the Eid festivities, most of the residents of Ras Al Khaimah currently go to neighboring emirates like Dubai, Sharjah, Ajman. Ras Al Khaimah lacks a place for cultural integration. Second, the competition from other emirates. As the UAE's population continues to grow, increasing competition among major aviation hubs has led to rising flying costs. Ras Al Khaimah Airport offers an alternative by catering to low-cost carriers, attracting budget-conscious travelers and expanding its appeal. This shows the departure level plan along with some visuals for the terminal entry and the central courtyard. The layout encourages cultural exchange. On the left of the check-in hall is the exhibition allowing the passengers to experience culture from the first step into the airport. The red lines on the plan show a typical passenger journey. Next, I have the mezzanine level plan. This level is what actually connects to the aircrafts. So passengers from the departure level come down to this level to board their flight, and arriving passengers experience the arrival corridor lined up with cultural display before going down to the arrival level. Next up is the arrival level plan, acting as an exit point for passengers. This level incorporates spaces for the local community as well, with an open-to-all exhibition space, a performance area, themed restaurants, and an outdoor area for different purposes. It emphasizes on cultural exchange between arriving passengers and the local community. I used locally sourced materials like limestone for internal walls and terracotta for external facades. These materials reflect the region's heritage and climate while reducing environmental impact and providing natural thermal benefits. The graphic shows the different cultural spaces embedded within the airport. It emphasizes the role of the airport as a cultural anchor and not just a transit facility. Using the cultural heritage as an active force and not just a backdrop, this is an approach that gives the local community an iconic space to celebrate their culture. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sia, for making with the time. We'll go to Professor Bitter for your comments.
Yeah, thank you, Vishnu. Congratulations, Dia, for your very nice. This is thesis, right? Or not undergraduate? Yeah. Oh, undergraduate.
Undergrad.
Yeah, for your undergraduate thesis. Okay, so I just wondering what kind of the culture you want to present, because I'm not really see. You just mentioned the tapestry, but I'm not really see the design, or when we, it's not really clear. Your design and the other airport just nearly same. When you say that, is it about the decorative, or is it about the philosophy, or is it about the building system? I don't know what kind of the culture that you want to present to the audience. Yeah, only that. Thank you.
So I'll just quickly answer that. It's to do with the programming of the airport. Not every airport is typically designed this way. A typical airport just has transit facilities and spaces for departure and arrival, catering only to the passengers. But designing an airport with spatial aspects like an exhibition space, a performance area, it invites the passengers to have a look, while at the same time acts as a civic destination for the local community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Professor Sara for your comments. You're on mute, Professor.
Thank you, Dia, for your work. Indeed, I was expecting as well the cultural that comes into your presentation, not only in the analysis of the concept that you want to bring in, but in the solution, the result, and the project itself. That's maybe we see it. I mean, maybe it's in the program, but I think we can go deeper with the architecture or the program itself more developed or whatever. Also, there is a big topic that is not, I didn't see it, it's the security of the airport that is not, there is no security issue, and I think an airport is a very important subject that they have to handle with. So there is the security, but also the flow of the people, the public, the private, I mean the people, these different kind of who is gonna use this airport, and how do you handle this organization of these different people? The person that is just gonna land and go out, the person that's gonna land and take another airplane, the person that is gonna come to visit the cultural that you're offering. Yeah, and indeed, with this cultural that is missing, we don't see how it's rooted to the area. So I think it's important that you bring it back. And thank you.
Thank you. Just a small comment. It was a task to balance security with the cultural spaces because, like I said, airports are only meant for passengers. So I sat down with an expert within this field who guided me through the process. And it was a long process. I couldn't show all of it within this, but the security aspect was kept in mind while doing the programming. So yeah, I think that's that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dia. We'll go to Professor George for your comments.
Yeah, I have similar comments, so I'm not going to expand much. Just that I have realized we need to realize that airports are not just city infrastructure anymore. They have become border infrastructures between countries, between states, within the border, within the country. Okay, they are larger than what they are, and they are able to consolidate a lot of things underneath that particular thing. So I feel the scope of it is larger as it affects local kind of context. So we should remember that how these large infrastructures they affect. Okay, yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor, and thank you, Dia. We'll move towards the last presentation of the day. Over to you, Luke, if you're ready. Just a quick brief. He's doing bachelor's in architecture, class of 2025 at New York Institute of Technology. Thesis title is Elevate Rethinking Urban Mobility Infrastructure, New York, United States, and the work has been guided by Farzana Gandhi. Luke, we are not able to hear you. You're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. Is it all right?
Yeah,
Okay.
your audio is perfect. You can try presenting now.
Okay. Okay. Hello? You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Perfect.
Thank you. I apologize for the audio issues. Hello, distinguished jurors, fellow presenters, and guests. My name is Luke Stefanchik, and this is Elevate, Rethinking Urban Mobility Infrastructure, my thesis that I completed this past academic year at New York Institute of Technology. So this project came about as a way to address the adverse effects of mid-20th century urban planning and highway development policies, specifically in New York City. Under urban planner Robert Moses, a network of highways was built, which divided neighborhoods and established private automobiles as the primary mode of transportation in and around the city. Communities along these corridors are disproportionately low income and non-white and suffer from air and noise pollution. With this thesis, I wanted to rethink existing transit corridors as ways to move people and goods efficiently and sustainably while also transforming them from dividers to connectors. One of the neighborhoods negatively affected by highways is Astoria, which is located in the New York City borough of Queens. While this community is very diverse and has a thriving performing arts scene, it lacks public transit and also recreation. The site, which is highlighted in teal on the map, is situated at the intersection of the decrepit Hellgate Rail Bridge, as seen on the picture on the top right, with the Brooklyn Queens Expressway, or BQE, which is at the bottom right. 25% of adults within a half-mile radius of this site commute to work via car, and 40% of Astoria residents are not within walking distance of a park. So right now, two different projects, the Metro North Penn Station Access Project and the MTA Interborough Express Light Rail Project, plan to make use of this same railway, which is currently only used by regional rail and freight trains. So merging these existing projects and their funding creates an opportunity to develop this new typology of transit hub. So the main objectives I wished to address with this project were to encourage the use of public transit, reduce highway traffic noise and pollution, and foster an environment for community gathering in a neighborhood which is lacking in public space. The complexity of this project and the site, which encompasses 8.9 acres total, or 3.6 hectares, required a multifaceted approach to achieve these goals. So the sectional nature of the site allows for a layering of program across several levels. Below grade, the existing highway will be redesigned to allow for new bus rapid transit, or BRT, lanes, and decked over to create a park. The BRT will provide a faster connection between Manhattan and the nearby LaGuardia Airport. A section of the deteriorating bridge will be demolished and rebuilt with modern, lightweight materials to establish a new intermodal transit hub, which is seen at the center of this section, with regional, commuter, and light rail, which can see as many as 5,000 passengers a day. Surrounding the hub are the new park, along with new housing and other community spaces. The park will contain, among other spaces, a marketplace for local vendors, a playground, a soccer field, and a meditation garden. So the hub, the central hub, will be a new form of transit center. In addition to stations for the bus rapid transit below grade and the trains above grade, the space between at ground level will house studios for local artisans to create and sell their work on site. These will be prefabricated modular pieces slid into a steel framework. The studios will serve as an alternative to the typical chain retail experience found at other transit hubs. And the open framework brings in natural light and ventilation underneath the bridge while allowing visitors to immerse themselves in the infrastructure of the space. So upon arriving at the train station, visitors descend through the studio spaces via a series of ramps with sweeping views of the park below. And once at ground level, there's easy access to the marketplace and recreation spaces in the park, as well as viewing areas and ventilation shafts for the highway, access to bicycle lanes and local bus lines at street level, and easy transfers to the bus rapid transit below grade. So each studio will have solar glazing to harness sunlight from either the east or west and generate their own electricity, as well as hanging vegetation to clean and cool the air from any heavy machinery or train exhaust. Retrofitted shipping containers serve as shops and restrooms in the park for flexibility, cost effectiveness, and to pay homage to the freight railway above. And each will be fully self-sufficient with their own solar panels, micro wind turbines, and rainwater collection cisterns. The new, sorry, hold on one second. Yeah, the new bridge will have an A-shaped steel suspension structure in contrast to the heavy superstructure of the original bridge. Solar canopies and piezoelectric tiles will be utilized on the platforms to harvest energy from both the sun and from the vibration of footsteps and passing trains. This energy will be converted to electricity and stored in a battery bank for use on site or as a backup for the city's power grid. Viridial trusses above the highway support the deck park, which contains additional piezoelectric tiles as well as rain gardens to filter stormwater. So these rain gardens and other biodiversity zones throughout the park will introduce native flora and fauna and help regulate the climate. Evergreen trees at the northwest corner of the park will block winter winds, while deciduous trees and flowers will provide shade in the summertime and attract native birds, squirrels, and insects. So in conclusion, this project will increase the use of public transit in Astoria, thus reducing traffic on the roads and highways. The park and its many community-oriented spaces will also help bridge the divide created by the highway and create an environment where people will want to spend time regardless of whether or not they are catching a train or a bus. So special thanks to my thesis guide, Professor Farzana Gandhi, for her guidance throughout this project. Thank you also to the Urban Design Lab for this incredible opportunity, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you so much, Luke. We'll open the floor for the comments. Professor Bitter.
Yeah, thank you so much. Look, congratulations for your bachelor degree presentation. So this is very interesting because it's not very easy to elevate the city, especially. But you mentioned something like some of the concept for the renewable energy. I'm just wondering if you can make some elaboration for your concept to very specific way, because you say like they're going to be like harvest the electricity, and there will be like they're going to be like much more for the something like infrastructure will be very very interesting for the city to know how it work. And then also when you talk about the elevate, I'm not really sure in New York have some problem with the underground. So perhaps you also mention about the lightweight. Yeah, because it is nearby the beach. What happened with the corrosion and something like the humidity will be like having the having the problem with the corrosion. So just that my consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Professor George, your comments?
Yeah, so Luke, I just had one thing. I mean, I thought within thesis projects and ideas that have this imaginations for the future. Okay, how how there should be a certain kind of engineering of this drawing. The drawing should reach a level. I mean, now of engineering systems. Okay, because when you want to you want to look at solar energy, you also want to bring in a certain kind of off the grid kind of practice of energies. of both in consumption and production. So I think the drawings should now be made very specifically for the thesis that you are developing. So you have to tailor make your drawings so that they can answer and suggest, and also, there are new, probably even give out new kind of ways of seeing, okay, how these things can be built. Otherwise, in our conventional forms of practice. So I think that edge you should be able to bring, and probably you have time now. You should keep adding and build this thesis furthermore with all these kind of things. That has been my thing. Otherwise, I enjoyed listening to this new idea, the new way of looking at acids.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Professor Sara, any reviews?
Thank you very much, Luke. That was very, it was interesting to see how your proposal is addressing a specific community and changing transportation infrastructure into a new landscape. I would had like to see how you taking care about the feasibility according to the phases into your project, how you can imagine how from where it's gonna start and how many years you can imagine to arrive to the final result that you wish having. And yeah, this phasing is important, I think, for us, a huge structure like that. Also considering the governance that are there, and I mean, I don't know if yeah, who are the actors that are in this area, and who you should with who you should talk to create such a project. And finally, I think I would have been interested in understanding a bit more Queen's community and how you decided about the program. I know you quickly mentioned the art scene, I guess, but maybe going a bit deeper just with a flash like this to understand why you choose this program. I mean, the program has to address to a specific, is addressing to a specific community, and we want to see the link between your analysis and the result. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Thanks a lot, Manalis. And thanks a lot, Luke. But last but not the least, thanks a lot for your presentation. As we are inching towards the end of this session one, I would like to extend my gratitude to all the participants for sharing the insightful theses pertaining to themes of urban landscape and urban management. At this juncture, I would like to welcome our esteemed panelists, Professor Beta Paramita, Professor Fatima Sara, Professor George Jacobs, to initiate the panel discussion and share their views about today's presentations. I would request Professor George to start with.
Yeah, so I was, so across this today's presentation, I was thinking about how ideas with how our cities are probably built and how we think about it for the future. It really consolidates a lot of things in terms of the way we live and the way our practices, and how these practices do they really change, and do they really are affected? Because from small things, from infrastructure for garbage disposal to water supply, all of these things need a lot of energy. And so I've been thinking about how our cities consume so much energy, and these energies are produced elsewhere. Like now, as I said, in Bombay, yeah, it's 14 million people, and to run the city, you have to bring energy. Like electricity is uh, produced by 4 to 6 other centers where they are producing energy uh, through hydroelectric energies, and it is being transported into the city. And how then urban planning and urban design does not think maybe about these energies, and I think it's such an important aspect to think about the consumption production of energies. The other thing I was thinking about this whole urban networking, the whole idea of this session. The urban networks actually is packaged differently in our contemporary ways of living. It exists, it used to exist, it continues to exist, it keeps, I would say, evolving. And in that evolution, how sometimes with our educated kind of minds as urban designers and planners and architects, we sometimes override current local practices. That I feel we should be more aware and empathize and sensitize our methods to be able to work with it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Deeply resonant with that, Professor. I would give it to Professor Beta. I would love to hear from you as well.
Thank you. It's very interesting to connect all of here together that we can learn from many perspectives from US, from Russia, and also another Asia country. It will be very challenging that we have so many problems in urban area. But then when we talk about the solution, we cannot just like this is utopia. We have to down earth, and then we have to know exactly who is we going to serve our project. So I work as an architect and also as an urban designer in Indonesia, and also mostly in US. I work with them. It's quite difficult to have some just one's perspective, but we need to learn each other. If something like in India can be as a lesson learned in Indonesia, and also from Indonesia can be as lesson learned in Egypt as well. So how to present our idea, I saw today the most challenging thing that because we not really understand the situation all around the world. But then when we want to sell our idea, people going to buy our idea, we need to exactly describe clearly that we want this our city become as an investment for the future. So this is not just like a dream, but we need to it will be okay as a utopian, but we need to make sure that it will be come true. Just only so that. Thank you.
Definitely, and all of these theses are actually stepping stone towards that future, and I would say. Thank you so much. Professor Sarah would love to hear from you as well.
Yes, thank you very much for everyone that presented today all the work. I won't be long. I think it's very important. I could see that through all these projects, it's important to be able and to think about questioning every step that you can choose to make. And for example, when you use mainly when you use tools like GSR, Pilot, or AI, using it is interesting, I assume, but what is more important is how you use it, how you make it contextualized, how you can improve it to your neighborhood or city. And this is not like a tool that you're going to take and apply, but a tool that you have to re-question. And then I think the visionary projects that could have been presented, I have in mind Metropolis, important as well to know how to implement it after. I mean, the idea and the vision is good, and then how can you to go further is how you can implement it in a specific area that has issues. Finally, I will finish with the ones that had a presentation which is more sensitive, grounded, and creative projects that are around the caring and yes, very specific to a neighborhood. I think the opposite should be you can try to think about the opposite, the other way, how to make it a tool for other projects that you can work on in a different neighborhood and keep it sensitive as it is, but you can, not repeat it, but make it useful for other urbanists and architects and get inspired by that. Yeah, and thank you all.
Thank you so much, Professor. Thanks a lot for sharing your time and your reviews for all our amazing students who are actually aspiring to become the future leaders. Just to sum it up for you all, if you vision for something, it becomes a reality only when you thrive and bring your culture, diversity, and the perspective of bringing a change into the society, and that innovation starts from you. So thanks a lot for session number one. We would be taking a 10 minutes break, and we would join back in next 10 minutes for the next session. Thanks a lot for everyone for your time. Thank you so much, panelists.
Yeah, thank you,
Thank you.
Vishru. Thank you, Professor Josh and Sarah. Nice to meet you
Yeah.
here.
Thank you.
Thank
Nice
you.
to meet
Thanks a
you.
lot, everyone.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you also. Bye bye.
Bye.
Good evening and a warm welcome to the UDL Thesis seminar. I'm Shubham Tapadia, your moderator for the session, and it is a privilege to guide today's discussions. I'm an architect and infrastructure professional with expertise in policy planning and project management within the infrastructure and urban development sectors. A graduate from Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, with a background in architecture from Ayojan School of Architecture, Jaipur, I integrate design thinking with technological applications to address complex urban challenges. Currently, I serve as an assistant professor at Ayojan School of Architecture and Design, Jaipur. This evening, we turn our focus to the theme of urban renewal. Urban renewal encompasses a broad spectrum of strategies aimed at rejuvenating urban spaces. It extends beyond the preservation of historic structures to include the revitalization of neglected and abandoned areas through thoughtful redesign and adaptive reuse. At its core, urban renewal is about creating cities that are dynamic, inclusive, and resilient, whether the old and the new coexist meaningfully. The thesis in this session present diverse explorations from transforming industrial sites into sustainable hubs to reimagining forgotten cultural treasures to revitalizing public spaces with new relevance for contemporary society. Each project highlights how renewal is not merely about physical change, but about sustaining heritage, fostering identity, and envisioning the future of our urban environments. We are joined by the distinguished panel of experts whose insights will enrich our discussion. So I warmly welcome Professor Evan Shah, Professor Amita Sinha, and Professor Gulya Sethi, who was also part of participation panel, but unfortunately, due to some emergency, she is unable to join in the presentation. So as we proceed with the presentations, I encourage you all to engage deeply with the ideas being shared. Without any further delay, let us begin session 2 on urban renewal. With that, I invite our first presenter. So our first thesis presentation for the session will be delivered by Carmela Zizania, a candidate of master's degree in building engineering architecture program class of 2025 at the University of Naples Federico II in Naples, Italy. The thesis is titled Urban Regeneration as a Quality Standard, Castel di Maro di Stabia, Italy. This work was guided by Professors Rosa Anela Rauca and Carmen Gaida under the theme Urban Renewal.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carmela Zizzania, and I'd like to start by thanking you for being here today. The title of my thesis is Urban Regeneration as a Quality Standard. The main goal of this thesis is to study how the evolving idea of urban standards, meaning the rules that define the amount of public spaces and services in a city, can be a useful tool in the early stages of a regeneration project. In this case, for a former industrial area in Castellammare di Stabia, which is a city in southern Italy. The aim is to make sure the project truly meets the needs of surrounding urban area based on a data-driven analysis. So instead of judging urban quality only by the number of available services, the research also focuses on broader aspects such as efficiency, spatial distribution, and accessibility. To do this, it uses the quality indicator model, that is a method already used in urban studies to monitor the well-being of city populations. So this approach makes it possible to combine quantitative standards with a deeper and qualitative assessment of the area. First of all, it is necessary to introduce the concept of urban standards, because in the Italian planning system, this refers to a set of technical parameters established in 1968, which define the minimum amount of public spaces and services that must be provided for each inhabitants. So moving from a quantitative approach to a qualitative approach means shifting the focus from how much spaces and services are provided to how well they contribute to urban life. The quality of urban life is a complex concept that can be seen as the intersection between two elements. The quality of life, that is the overall well-being of individuals, and the urban quality, which refers to the livability and benefits offered by the city itself. So, urban quality of life consider accessibility to services, safety, and opportunity for social interaction. And to define the indicators of urban quality of life, it is necessary to introduce the theoretical approach that underpins urban studies, that is, the holistic and systemic vision of the city. According to this perspective, the city can be understood as a system composed of interrelated subsystems, which cannot be analyzed in isolation without considering their connections. The main subsystems are socioanthropic, functional, and physical, and for each subsystem, specific indicators have been identified, and their contribution to urban quality has been classified as either positive or negative. Some indicators, however, may assume both positive and negative contribution depending on the case. For example, for the socioanthropic subsystem, democratic indices such as aging index or the structural dependency in Castellammare di Stabia play a key role. In fact, in some areas, these values exceed 200%, which indicates a negative contribution because there is an increasing pressure on social and economic resources. Or, for example, air quality is considered negative only when pollution level exceeds a certain value. This map shows the overall urban quality index, which is calculated as the sum of the synthetic indices. This map highlights generally low quality levels across the city of Castellammare di Stabia and especially in the study area. The site falls within parcel number 19, which is classified as very poor quality and is composed of two former industrial sites that today are in state of abandon. Together, these two sites cover 74,000 square meters and are located parallel to the coastline on one side and to the railway tracks on the other side. Focusing on the site-specific analysis, the assessment of deficiencies was not limited to the quantity value of the parcel number 19, but was extended to a buffer zone defined by 50 minutes walking distance. The results highlight that within the physical subsystem there is lack of green spaces and permeable surfaces. Within the functional subsystem, the area is almost entirely deprived of essential services or cultural facilities. And as regards the terms of mobility, accessibility to the site is limited by the presence of railway on one side, and also the usability and the relationship with the waterfront are restricted because there is an abandoned area, but also there are a few available entrances, and to enter the port is required an authorization. The foundation of the design choices lies obviously in the need to remove physical barriers and deficiencies. Since both demolition and conservations are feasible within the sites, interventions were selected according to the state of preservation of the existing buildings. In terms of accessibility, some regional mobility plans include that the railway line will be converted into a tramway. So starting from the future lines of pedestrian routes that are planned to intersect the site's main axis, it was observed that there is a modularity with distances of 20 and 16 meters. So this rhythm provides a guiding framework for the spatial distribution and all the structure within the site. To achieve greater architectural dynamism and stronger integration, it is more effective to vary the aids of the buildings. So placing the taller volumes along the northern and western edges to the site will help minimize the shallowing of the courtyards and of the surrounding public spaces. The functional program of the project directly addresses the deficiencies. Less than half of the site will be built, leaving generous space for green areas. There will be residential buildings that will include both standard housings and social housings to promote inclusion and diversity. Ground floor will accommodate commercial activities and services, while green roofs will provide environmental comfort and also expand accessible green surfaces. The library will be conceived not only as a place of reading, but also as a dynamic environment for co-working, events, and so on, and also will fill the gap in cultural and community spaces within the entire city. The entire site is structured around pedestrian and cycling paths, creating a new relationship between the site and the waterfront, and also will ensure a new safety, livability, and strong connection within the urban space. Open spaces will include the area for children, relaxation, sports, and also a flexible space, which is the water square, which is a urban square designed to integrate the stormwater management with public use. Because this square will collect rainwater during heavy precipitation events, so will reduce the pressure on the sewer system. Based on the proposed functional and technological solution, this project achieves some results at city level. In fact, regarding the efficiencies, there is a marked improvement in cultural spaces, but only a slight mitigation in green areas and parking. Also, thanks to urban reforestation, green roofs, and solar panels, there has been a substantial reduction in CO2 emissions. And finally, it was possible to recalculate the potential residential capacity of the site. Using this data, it was possible to recalculate all the indicators for the study area. And so, considering only generic ground floor functions and new potential residential population, so without going into further details, the overall improvement occurs primarily in the physical subsystems. So it goes from very poor to mediocre, increasing in two classes of quality. If we assume optimal scenarios for the socioanthropic and functional subsystem, such as a young population, strong cultural integration, and a high level of education, the overall index rises to good, so it is the second highest quality class. Despite the good results achieved, several limitations should be acknowledged because, first of all, urban quality is a multidimensional concept, which makes it difficult to capture all its aspects. Also, data availability is very limited, and additionally to this, the analysis can be considered a little static without accounting that the city itself is a dynamic system. But the main objective of this thesis is to demonstrate the proposed method can effectively support the decision-making processes of urban generation projects. So the future development could expand the applicability of this method, for example, calibrating indicators with some experts or extending the analysis to surrounding areas. In this way, the method can serve as a tool to guide planning and decision in many and diverse urban contexts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carmela. It was a lovely presentation. May I please invite Amita ma'am to provide her views? Amita ma'am. May I request Vivensen to please proceed?
Yes, sure. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much, Carmela, for sharing your thesis project, and congratulations on being selected. So thank you. I really appreciate the kind of clarity of your presentation in terms of your methodology and the kind of setup that you took us through. I also really appreciate the kind of quantification and the quantitative kind of data workflow that you presented through and kind of framed your project in that way. I think it's that kind of setup was very useful and powerful for kind of setting up your project, and also as a way to ID your site selection, the context, and also, you're talking about lack of green spaces, essential services, and accessibility that led to your proposal. And so I think that was very clear. I also appreciate the kind of post-occupancy kind of evaluation that you took us through a little bit, right? And I think it's students, it's easy for us to often say your project is going to do something, but then it's another to actually kind of invest in the data and like kind of projective data that would show that your project actually does some sort of change. And you went through that process of kind of projecting what kind of impact the project would have on the metrics that you set up in the very beginning. And so I think I really appreciate that workflow as well. I think if there are a few things that I would comment on with regards to let's say the design intervention itself, I think if you could strengthen perhaps, as you think about moving forward in your career and with this project for possibly think about, I think, the link between the issues that you set up and then the project itself. I feel like there was a little bit of a jump in which you suddenly proposed housing, you proposed hotel, you proposed a series of kind of performative spaces and social spaces. And I think those are all, very clear answers to the questions you set up, but I think maybe a little bit more robust narrative about what those programs are doing for the specific local community, like the specific needs that they're bringing up, or even like the existing kind of lived experience of the residences. So it's not so, let's say, broadly generic, but a little more cited. A couple other things, let's say, that you could think about. I think, the kind of transformation of the old and the new is interesting. I think the phasing of it was clear and interesting, but it's a little bit less clear to me, at least from an image like this, for example, like what is old and what is new. I can kind of guess based off of that diagram that you showed. But when you show the sections, for example, it looks, for example, like, my guess is there's a combination of old portions of the warehouses structures that are kept and other programs that are introduced and floor plates that are introduced, but it's less clear in the drawings. And so if you can kind of continue to make that distinction, but also it's not just a visual or like a visual post-production kind of comment, but also a design comment, meaning how do you take what's old and build upon that's old, and how does that inform what the new things that are coming in from a kind of spatial perspective, and even a almost like structural and kind of technical perspective too. And I think if you can continue to build on that in both the kind of design organization and spatial organization and also post-production, that would make the project even clearer. Another, I think, strength or a way to strengthen the project would be to also think a little bit about, let's say, the phasing of the site. I think you present it in a way in which it all comes at once, or it's in a kind of final state. But with a kind of urban management project like this, obviously would have to be done, I think, over time and through phases, and also, the possibility of having to remediate the site. I'm not sure if it's a brownfield or not, but the idea that, some sort of renovation or remediation of even the land itself, all the way to the structures, all the way to the post-occupancy evaluation and occupation of the structures, and also the phasing of the site through the kind of linear segments of it, right? Do the public spaces come first as amenity for then the kind of higher developments or the higher density developments of housing, and then does a hotel come last, or does it get flipped, right? And I think the phasing is really critical to think about in projects like this, because often, the public benefits of a project like this sometimes can be kind of implemented in the last phase, and the public doesn't get to enjoy the benefits until, and by then, sometimes in real world projects, these projects run out of funding, right? So then, everybody has agreed on the plan, but by phase 3, when it's time to build the water park, right, the funding has run out, or things are different. So how do we as designers and urban designers kind of ensure the public good kind of comes first in the phasing process sometimes, and how does that work with, of course, capital development that has to happen to produce a project like this, which usually comes from the construction of like, real estate, like housing or the hotel or tourism through the hotel. But I think overall as an idea, it's a really strong one. I think the site selection it's very clear that there's a need here. And then the setup of the methodology was very, very much appreciated. So I think that's a great framework for you to continue thinking about projects like this in the future.
Thank you for your
Thank you so
insightful
much,
comments.
sir. It was really insightful. Thank you so much, Carmela. Due to some network glitch, Amita ma'am is not there. We'll proceed with the next presentation. A quick reminder to all the participants to complete their presentations within a frame of 10 minutes. So our next thesis presentation will be delivered by Madhumita Ramrejan, a graduate of the MSc Architecture and Urban Design program, class of 2024 from Politecnico di Milano in Milan, Italy. The thesis is titled Mending Mylapore, Tapestry of a Temple Town in South India, Chennai, India. This work was guided by Professor Alicia Tognan under the theme Urban Renewal. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Shubham. I'm just going to share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Shubham, for the introduction. I'd like to introduce myself as Madhumita Ramrejan. I have a master's in architecture and urban design from Politecnico di Milano. So I'm very happy to present my thesis titled Mending Mylapore, the Tapestry of a Temple Town in South India. So starting with the location of the site, it is located in the south of India, in the city of Chennai, which is the capital of the southern state of Tamil Nadu. It is one of the 4 metropolitan major cities in India. And the site is located in the neighborhood of Mylapore, which is a central location in Chennai. And the structure of the project is 4-fold. So we start off with the introduction, move on to the site journal, and then talk about the comprehensive urban strategies and then the design interventions. So, and if you see the main theme of the thesis is the idea of urban memory and how the intangible and tangible heritage contributes towards the present society and like the architecture that exists already in the city. And how the layer of urbanization adds on top of it, and it causes like fading practices, congestion and depleting architecture, and what is the tool that we would use to mend the city, that is mending Mylapore, which is the topic. So first talking about the morphological evolution of the city of Chennai and how important Mylapore is there. So it used to exist as a temple town like back in ancient times, right at the center, as you see here. And over time, with gentrification and developments that took place with respect to like roadways, railways, and everything, you just see that they're all layers that added on top of each other, and it's become currently the central business district in city of Chennai. So we're talking about the temple here called the Kapalishwara temple, a temple tank that is used for religious purposes. And if you see currently, all that you see in gray around here is completely commercialized neighborhood, which is what you see today, which existed as a temple town in the past. So talking about the urban identity, first we talk about the street character. We have 3 typology of streets. Type A being the primary street, which is this street, which is used for the major transit. Then we have the second typology of streets known as the Mada streets, which are the peripheral streets of the temple, which are the circumference of the area. And the third typology of streets known as the temple streets, and these are the streets lining the temple, the access to the temple, as well as the temple tank itself. So this have a more religious character, and the Mada streets have a more commercial character. So in talking about the actual memory, we have the idea of religion and heritage coming into the picture with respect to architecture and public spaces, and the highlighting components being the temple itself. And there is also the temple chariot that is taken on these peripheral Mada streets around during the festival times. Then we have the temple tank, which is used for religious purposes, and the paditurai or the ghats. So the temple ghats are the steps leading to the temple tank, which also become a very important social space for people to gather. And apart from this, we have the social cultural activities like the auditoriums that host dance and music, or which is indigenous to the state of Tamil Nadu. And we have the farmers markets, which are hawkers that set up informal shops on the streets, as well as the shopping retail streets, which are informal retail shops. Now, moving on to the site journal. So here we talk about the major issues. So I've documented a couple of streets around the precinct and with hand-drawn plans. And here I try to analyze the exact nature of how the street is at this point. And from this, the analysis shows that the major issues that you see in all the streets put together, which is a general problem everywhere in India, is we have issues with respect to mobility in terms of haphazard parking, which takes up the majority of the streetway. And second, we have interrupted sidewalks, which makes it very inconvenient for the pedestrians because you have either shops coming onto the streets or like parking that extends into the sidewalks, etc. So talking about the first Mada street, that is called the North Mada street on this area. So the primary issue that we see here are these retail kiosks. So if you see this wall, it lines the water tank which comes on this side. So if a person actually walks on the street, he has absolutely no idea that there is a tank that actually exists here because of the existence of this chain of shops. They're informal in nature and they take up a lot of the street space, and they do not give any visible or physical access to the water tank. And number two, the temple streets, if you see, this entire area, as you see, is extremely congested because this is the main temple gate entry that's called the Gopuram. And if you see, there is no proper pedestrian path that actually leads here. It's extremely congested. So that is an issue for the devotees who come to the temple. And second is the nature of this street. So this is the street lining the tank. So the side is where the water tank is. And here you see the existence of a typology of residences known as the Agraharam houses, which used to be used by the temple priests in the past, who used to be working in the temples. So more about that in the next slides. Just a couple of elevations to understand how the street actually is. So this is the temple street that you see. This is a permanent structure, which is for the temple chariot that already exists there. We see that there is a variation in the architectural style because of the urbanization. Some of the traditional vernacular style of architecture exists, but you also have some modern buildings, tall structures coming into the picture. So the character is kind of lost there. And then we come to the second typology of street here lining the tank, which is where you actually see the Agraharam houses. So you see the vernacular style, but unfortunately they're really poorly maintained, and the government has proposed for them to be demolished. And the third typology that we see in the commercial is the high-rise buildings, which are pretty much very incoherent in terms of architecture. So talking about the Agraharam house, so the vernacular style of house, so what is very prominent about that is the traditional sloping roof that you see there, and the entrance threshold, which is known as the thinnai. So that is also a space where people actually sit down and gather. So it becomes like a pause point on the streets for people to sit and like chit chat. And also the third typology is the courtyard. So all of these houses, the livable spaces wrap around a central courtyard. So if you see what actually happened to these houses with respect to urbanization is that they existed with a backyard initially first, and then when there was need for more houses coming in, the backyard started converting themselves into further houses. And when the Agraharam became too big for one family to maintain it, a partition wall was created in the middle, and which would partition the courtyard into two. And then when the ownership kind of shifted, the other house used to just get converted, which is why today you see some houses that still exist and some that have completely changed. So now talking about the comprehensive urban strategy. So what am I actually going to do here? So they are twofold. So first, we're going to talk about the temple tank and the community. And second, the heritage and the cultural value. So primarily, we talk about the motto being reviving the temple tank as a breathable lung in the dense urban fabric. So in this case, what I'm looking at is, see, we have the chaotic shops and there's no access to the water tank. And there is no space for using this as a cultural space of gathering like how it was used in the past. So the proposal I'm providing here, the first one is called Medite, which is actually a sort of podium at multiple points along the tank, which are used for cultural activities in the backdrop of this religious setting. So these, yeah, any kind of cultural activities is what is going to be performed there. And number two is known as the Angadi, which is known as the recreational hub street. So that the existing inorganized shops that you see here are now organized in a structured format into a recreational hub that is going to be the Angadi. Then in terms of the heritage and cultural value, the proposal here is to educate and restore the cultural identity of Mylapore. And the other idea is to create pedestrianization on some of the important streets and parking regulation. So pedestrianization predominantly being on the temple streets is what I'm focusing on. And parking regulations in general to provide additional parking in the new proposed metro stations, as well as creating paid parking lots so that people would be promoted to use public transportation more. So talking about this cultural identity idea, so we see that the neighborhood of Mylapore lacks character despite the temple being a UNESCO heritage site. And we see that there is no clear path for pedestrian access, and the traditional houses are in extremely poor condition and proposed to be demolished. So the first idea is to create something called the Mitham, which becomes a cultural hub to educate the people with indigenous art forms. And like it also becomes a way to generate income for the government. And the other idea is called the Renewal, which is called the Weavers Hub. And this promotes traditional weaving typologies, techniques, which are prevalent in the state of Tamil Nadu. So just an overview of the entire master plan. The orange areas is what you see as the pedestrianized pathways now. And the dotted line that you see here is the new heritage trail that is created, linking all of the proposals together. So first one being the Angadi. So you see all of these modular recreational hub shops that now face the tank instead of the road, with some pause points where people can actually enter into the space. And then we have some of these which are the Medai, and that becomes like platforms for cultural activities to take place. And as one passes through this entire area here, then you move to the Mitham, which is the cultural hub. And then as you go further, you have the Knoll on the other side. So the first proposal being Medai, that is the platforms that we're talking about. So on a regular day, if you see, this is the North Mada Street and the
a
other
quick
side.
reminder regarding time.
Just two more minutes and done. So on a regular day, you see it's used as a viewing point and a yoga platform. And on the day of a religious festival, as you see the temple chariot, it's used for dance performances or to use up on Diwali days to light up lamps. Or on the rainy days, it's used when the water in the tank itself is used for a float festival. You have visitors gathering here for it as well. So this is the design for the modular kiosks. So I've given a solar panel roof for it, like a tensile roof structure and like a floor structure. And the different types of ways in which you use it is with respect to convertible moving retail shops, with respect to carts and public infrastructure like toilets as well. And for hawkers too, they can just put down their shops right like informally. And the idea of the cultural hub being Mitham. So I start off with, there are existing trees in the site that is being retained, and 4 spaces get formed with access to the temple and the tank. And those spaces being like the gathering hub, which is made a little bigger here and here. And then we have the dance platform as well as the workshop area, which both open into the courtyard for like activities. And some sections to understand how they work. The architectural typology remains to be very similar to the Agraharam, so that we have a connection to the roots. So yeah, this is the connection to how the courtyard and everything. And finally, the Renewal proposal is something where, you have, again, the courtyard is retained, and we have the spaces for both handloom as well as workshop space and all of that happening here. In section, as you see here, we have a workshop on top, and then here is like a visitor center and a courtyard to integrate everything. So yeah, thank you. And I'd like to thank UDL for giving me the opportunity to present my thesis.
Thank you so much, Madhumita. It was a lovely presentation. May I please request Professor Amita to provide her views? Professor Amita? May I please proceed with Professor Ivan?
Yes, sure. Thank you, Madhumita, for sharing your work with us, your thesis. Congratulations on this excellent thesis and your excellent presentation, and for being selected. I really appreciate many things about this project. I think the kind of grounding of the project in a real lived experiential way, both in terms of the post-production, your like beautiful hand drawings, but also in the way you kind of analyze and critique the site issues and even just spatially uncover them through these beautiful drawings. I learned a lot, like, you know, not having visited this site, I kind of get a very real lived sense of it through your like excellent kind of documentation and your narrative taking us through that. And I think that's a very hard thing to do in not only 10 minutes, but even, you know, in a different context or with people who maybe aren't familiar with the site. So I think that really must be commended. I also really appreciate the kind of sensitivity to the varied kind of scales of the site and the kind of issues that you're grappling with, you know, from mobility and access to kind of a historical lens to the kind of performative aspects to the social aspects. I think it's very powerful. I think there are two things that made me kind of, there's two larger, let's say, things that I was thinking of while you're presenting. And I think, you know, you make a very strong case for your interventions, your kind of like acupunctural design strategies, but also the kind of management strategy that you're trying to introduce in this project. And I think those are all very actually quite successful, both in terms of the programming, as well as in terms of the kind of like the nuanced way in which you're landing your intervention, your quote unquote interventions into the project. I think what would even push it further, and I know this probably goes even beyond the scope of, you know, a traditional thesis, but you're talking a lot about how the street sections, the kind of use rights around the streets and around the edges of the temple tank, and even the kind of pedestrian pathways that link between, how they could be kind of reorganized to really kind of make the temple tank and the houses much more kind of symbiotic with the existing historic city. I think there are things that maybe, like, as you go forward, when you think about your work, how are there possibly like other, let's say, management strategies, even beyond, let's say, the physical spatial? And I can only say this because you've done such a great job with kind of outlining the spatial transformation and the spatial organization, but are there even like non-spatial policy related, management related, like, let's say, like a handbook or some sort of like organizational tool that would allow this to be used in the way or play out in the way that you're outlining in your visualizations? Things like even thinking about what kind of guardian institutions or existing kind of community-based organizations may shepherd or steward some of these spaces and even organize the use of the space, because without these things, of course, even the best intentions of a design can sometimes be misused, or let's say not even followed in some cases, right? Or there are kind of rules and regulations that could accompany your design, like whether that's public policy or things like this, that kind of strengthen the design to be even stronger. I do really appreciate the seasonality aspects that you brought in some of the drawings, and I would say that you could push that even further. I'm really I know you briefly mentioned, different times of the year in terms of festival time versus summertime. I'm really curious how the use changes, and I'm sure you've thought about this, but like obviously when the water levels are very vastly different, right? How can a strategy come into place that actually takes advantage of like flooding times that versus like when it's like dry, when there's a dry season. In that way, I actually think that, and maybe this is another project per se, but I think that if you were to push this further, think also about how possibly landscape strategies could really integrate into your design. I think you talked a lot about, and you focused a lot about on the kind of social temporal occupation of the edges. And you talked a little bit about tree cover and tree canopies, but the whole project made me think about maybe more the performative aspects of, let's say, like water. I know people, like you said, bathe in the temple tank, use it to wash clothes. Maybe at certain points it becomes even like drinking water. I'm not sure that I don't have the knowledge to tell you if that is the case. I'm sure you know, but are there other, let's say, performative programs beyond social uses, which you've successfully demonstrated, that you could fold into the project, so it becomes a kind of maybe even it becomes, there's like water filtration and far from, instead of it being, let's say, a more kind of techno engineering project, maybe there are landscape strategies that begin to naturally filter water, or other kind of bioremediation strategies that can be integrated and soften the edge of the kind of the built structure of this temple tank, and the steps, so the ghats. It's maybe another project, but I think that has a lot of exciting potential to push it even further. Yeah, I think that's it for me, but I really appreciate the post-production, the graphics are beautiful, and the narrative. So really congratulations on a very successful thesis, and yeah.
Thank you so much for your comments. I really appreciate it. And just to mention, I think I totally agree to the comments that you gave me. Just that I think I was restricted because my degree was actually an urban design degree, so I couldn't really move into too much of policy making and landscape as much as I would want it. But I think it's definitely something that I would love to take up if I can proceed with this in the future at some point. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think those comments are actually only coming because you did such a great job on the quote unquote like spatial architectural urban component of it. And I think like I would love to see a project like this become a reality. And if it ever does, those are the aspects that would push it even further. Right.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Great job.
Thank you so much, Professor Ivan. Thank you so much, Madhumita. Our next thesis presentation will be delivered by Mishra Patel, a candidate of Bachelor of Architecture program, class of 2025, at the School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal, India. The thesis is titled Revitalization of Poles of Ahmedabad, a Holistic Development Paradigm in Heritage Tourism, Ahmedabad, India. This work was guided by Professor Poonam Khan under the theme Urban Renewal. Over to you, Mishra. Mishra, you're not audible.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry for the disturbance. Good evening. My name is Mishra, and I would like to thank for the opportunity to present my undergraduate thesis in this seminar. My thesis is titled Revitalization of Poles of Ahmedabad, a holistic development paradigm in heritage tourism. So Ahmedabad is a city in the western portion of India, and it attained its heritage city status under UNESCO in 2017. This particular city got its heritage status majorly because of the walled portion of the old city, which lies in the heart of the city itself along the river Sabarmati. Now, the founding stone of this city was known to be have led by Ahmad Shah as the Badr Fort, which was built in the center of this particular city, and the city eventually developed radially around it. Now, if you can see in the land use map, most of the light gray portions, which were the commercial centers, and the darker gray ones, which were the industrial and social centers, were developed around this particular central region of the city, because since the fort was here, the major trade and commerce happened around this particular city. And because of that, all the major structures and social gathering spaces were built around this, leaving the rest of the walled city being majorly or at certain places only residential. In present day, if you see all the heritage tourism development strategies and policies are being executed only around major central core of the city and not the fringe areas, which has led the fringe areas being more neglected and under-maintained. My thesis will focus on one of such fringe area, which is known as Shahpur, near the northern edge of the walled city. So this particular thesis will focus on these three parcels of land, which two of them being, one being the public garden, which is currently unutilized. The other being a site which is under SRFD development plan, which is Sabarmati Riverfront Development Plan, which has been dedicated to a cultural or knowledge institution. And the third being the precinct, which is inside the wall city or the original old heritage city of Ahmedabad. So these three will be the major aspects of or the concentration of this particular thesis. In terms of the older city, the idea would be to make this portion of area more lively, as majority of activities have died out with time and urbanization. And in order to do so for this particular region, now Ahmedabad's old city is characterized with very specific, very densely packed housing units known as POR. And the major issue when you go into a port is navigation. These ports are so densely packed and they have very narrow streets that navigating through this becomes a very huge challenge. So if I want something to be developed in here and people to visit it and develop heritage tourism in such an area, one thing that I would want to focus on would be navigational cues, so that it becomes easy for the visitors to navigate through. The locals obviously have a much better knowledge, but the purpose of understanding navigational cues would be for the visitors. And the parcel of land will focus on a development of a small community hub, which will also cater to the arts and craft community of this particular area and help them have a better economy and upliftment of their community and crafts. And also invite tourists to understand those local crafts. And this particular parcel of land that connects these two pieces of interventions would be basically acting as a visual connection, so that it's easier to establish a connection between these two particular areas. Now, in order to do any intervention in old city, I first try to understand the wayfinding cues in the heritage city. I chose a patch in the central portion of the old walled city because it's most active. So, and also it is currently most developed. So if I can understand the cues and the issues here, I can do a similar or even a better sort of work in the fringe area. So this study basically focuses on identifying certain cues, certain factors, certain elements or spaces that hold importance to locals as well as tourists in terms of what they see first when they're passing through, and what keeps them more intrigued, and some things that they can retain while traveling. and also trace it back in terms of navigating themselves through the space. So this study focused on identifying such elements. At first, I tried to identify elements using Kevin Lynch's image of city, but eventually I survey which focused on a visual preference survey of the users as to what they prefer and not just what is there according to what we perceive according to the theories. So when I did this survey, there came out certain factors like the micro scale architectural features such as chabutra, which is known as a bird feeder, or mainly the chalks, which are the open spaces among these densely packed neighborhoods, or the facades, the pole gates. Now, each of these pole has their individual gates, which also act as a very iconic entrance and also a queue that can help you to guide yourself through the space, or the door frames for that matter. Any important building or haveli or house can have a very interesting carved door frame that can also be kept in your memory and help you to guide yourself through the space. Now, when I studied this particular elements, 5 major elements that came into like importance according to both tourists and locals were chalks, which is community open spaces, chabutra, which is a bird feeder, facade materials and colors, the uniqueness of each house, then pole gate and door frames. Now, using these elements, I did the conditional analysis of my neighborhood where I'm doing my thesis. Into understanding how all these elements are assembled in that particular space and what is the condition of these particular elements versus the condition of the elements in the central region of this particular old city, and how these need to be developed or, restored so that you can have a certain community development like it used to be before, and also how these spaces, the tourism efforts that have been done in the center of the city can be decentralized and shifted to the fringe area as well. Now, after studying these particular elements, I got certain elements which were stationed at some places in the city. And when you connect these areas, you get a very comprehensive walk. So the idea was to identify these elements, have a route that is accessible and that connects all these elements, and have a certain idea of a heritage walk in this particular neighborhood, so that there's an element of advertisement that can gather people here and mark some importance in this particular area, as well as also highlight certain UNESCO graded structures which are present in this area, which are some 22 structures under grade 1, 2A, 2B, and 3. So there are 2 major routes that were identified during this study, one was residential, which highlighted all the social activities and daily routines and the residential magnificent structures and carvings, of architectural elements. And the other was the commercial route, which had the market spaces of this particular route and area, and also had certain festivities that would be seasonal and can be seen during this along this route. Now, along these routes, since I already identified the elements and the particular route, I chose 3 major elements that can be redesigned in terms of having a unique or a common dialogue along the entire walk. 3 of them being Chabudra, the bird feeder, Otlo, or basically the porch, and the corner that surrounds every house, and the chalk being the community space, which is usually has a temple or just an open space, which acts as a breather among the densely packed units. Now, the idea was to develop these elements in such a way that it not only encourages the locals to manage them, because management and maintenance being one of the major issues of such things, but also take pride in construction. So these basic interventions were a replication of the existing heritage structures, which would be constructed using local materials and local techniques, using clay and some waste PVC. That was already a lot of generation along the fringe areas because of the very common urbanization right along the opposite side of the city. So using those waste and the locally sourced craft, these three of interventions are designed. The bird feeder is basically a replication of Chabutra, which acts as, of course, bird feeding station. But it also acts as a micro cooling, passive cooling device. The other is facade wall and porch, which acts as a community space and as well as a marker, a visual marker, so that it can also guide you through the space. And the third is the what do you call this? The stalls, basically, or a lot of vendors stand in the chalks as well, selling their arts and crafts. So these stalls are basically also acting as water collection systems and local cooling systems, and having some space for the vendors to sell their crafts. So all these are built in a single material so that they can have a single language during the entire walk, so that you can connect the dots and navigate yourself according. So this is the basic layout of one such pour. So this is a chalk, three chalks that connect four entrances of four different poles. And these are the different interventions that are lined along this space. So if the idea was to have one intervention leading to the other.
Meshwa, kind reminder.
Sure. Just 2 minutes. So having each intervention connecting to the other was the major idea of this. The second being the connectivity between the cultural hub and the old city. There used to be a public garden which was defunct. So the idea was to remove the access road, which was not in the master plan, and connect that to the existing public school, and have a garden that also serves as a place for the students, and also a visual connection between the two sites. Now, on the cultural or the community hub side, the design of the community hub was focused to not overpower the already existing structures in the old city, but also use the similar construction materials so as to have a familiarity with both the spaces. So entire community hub was developed underground to have more green spaces, which were lacking in the old city, and also serve as a contrast to the other side of the river, which has more modernized structures. The underground structure had certain art galleries, workshops, and kids spaces, and other like performing areas, which were constructed using the impression of a step well, and using the similar material like bricks and limestone plaster as used in the old world city. These are some of the sections that you can see of the spaces that would be underground. Majorly structures were human scale, just like the pole units. That is the very characteristics of the old city. So this was to just keep in mind that similarity between those two. And these are for the site planning of the city, and this site was also later to be connected according to the SRFD development plan to the riverfront. So this is just a speculative riverfront that would have been developed in future. So this site can also be further connected to riverfront, having a whole connectivity of layers from the old city to semi-modernized to the entire concretized riverfront. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Meshwa. Due to a network outrage at the campus of IIT BHU, Professor Amita is unable to reconnect. May I please request Professor Evan to proceed with the views?
Yep, sure. Thank you, Meshwa, for your presentation, and congratulations on a great thesis and for being selected. So I really appreciate where you started with this project in terms of not only the topic, but also kind of your entryway into leading us into this. And I think the idea of like thinking about and categorizing and studying the quote unquote what you call cues, or the, let's say, like wayfinding elements of kind of urban experience, I think is really valuable. It's something that we often don't get to think about as urban designers who are often tasked with large scale master plans, or even architects that, maybe think about wayfinding inside their building, but like, the kind of wayfinding aspect of a district or zone or area between these kind of interstitial spaces, especially in historic fabric in which, a lot of this is not even categorized. I think that in itself is it's a wonderful kind of perspective to bring to a project in general, and also to think about as we, as a lesson for taking forward in future projects. And I think that for me is like one of the strongest parts of the project. The kind of contextualization, the images you brought up, the narrative you weaved, and the kind of IDing of these quote unquote cues. I think for me, I think about like, how can we take this project or like that aspect of the project and kind of expand it to bring value to even other areas of the city, or even other cities, or even other cultures, right, that have very different kind of quote unquote cues. I think you've already started doing this, right, and it seems to be very systematic about categorizing these in Excel. But if you can even, let's say, produce, I'm giving you suggestions for moving forward beyond, the excellent thesis you already produced, but thinking about how like putting together, let's say a manual or a catalog or an inventory, or even like taxonomizing some of these cues, like, even in a future book or something, or some sort of publication that starts to allow not just this area, but other areas and other cities and other cultures to input or use this way of looking at interspatial spaces and, the walkability of streets. I think that would be the next step. I think there's a lot of potential for like broadening even the impact of the way you're looking at these things to a wider audience. Possibly, and now I'm going to go back to the project you presented, possibly because of time, maybe, but I think there is a little bit of a disconnect, for me at least, between the community hub portion of the project and the like the pedestrian kind of revitalization with these smaller little interventions. I think they're, not only are they physically seems to be disconnected, I know you're reconnecting them, but I wonder if conceptually there is a little more of a symbiotic connection between them. I'm sure you've thought about it, but maybe it wasn't presented as such, in which, like, how does this community hub, community center, which, it was unclear to me if that was like a fully kind of brand new project from ground up, or if it's a kind of revitalization or urban kind of adaptive reuse project, but some sort of scale jump between that large campus plan and even the riverfront to the kind of tactility of the kind of street, cues. That to me could be strengthened, and obviously they could work together to even further promote the kind of revitalization of these fringe areas which you're talking about. So I would think about, I think that. I mean, clearly the community hub portion, is very like architecturally resolved and visually kind of post-produced, and I think that part is very successful. I'm just thinking about, how can the two act at different scales to promote this revitalization that you set as a goal in the beginning. But overall, I think especially that kind of analysis in the beginning, it provides so much value, and I think, it's a very successful way to see a site and then to start to intervene in the site. And so I want to really commend you for that.
Thank you so much. Just a small comment. The project of the community hub was zero ground and two construction, the whole construction projects. And in terms of connectivity, I forgot to mention about certain pedestrian aspect that were also a part of the community hub, like the festival ground and some other things because of the time constraint. But yes, I have thought about it, and of course there's much to add to it, so I will look into that for sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think maybe, I mean, even not even having to have you presented, but maybe it's also a scalar thing. There maybe could be a scalar connection between the two, right? Like you talk really about these tactical interventions that you would insert, those three within the kind of walkability network. And then you talk about this major kind of, ground zero community, almost campus, it seems, right? I wonder if there are medium scale interventions, at the building scale, but in between the zones, or even thinking about the wider network and the central hub, is there a middle scale that can link them in the design itself, possibly? Yeah.
Right.
But great
Thank you
job.
so much, Professor. Thank you so much, Mishra. Our next thesis presentation will be delivered by Nilakshi Singh, a candidate of Bachelor of Architecture program, class of 2025 at the APJ School of Architecture and Planning in Noida, India. The thesis is titled Vadhavan Fishing Harbour, Integrating Marine Infrastructure with Coastal Tourism, Maharashtra, India. This work was guided by Professor Deepashri Chaudhary under the theme of Urban Renewal. Over to you, Nilakshi.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, just a second. Okay, so good evening, everyone. So, Vadhavan is a small village in Palghar district of Maharashtra. It is basically known for its cultural heritage and rich biodiversity. In 2024, the government of India proposed a deep sea port at Vadhavan, a project that has been discussed in since 1990s, but due to strong protests by the local communities, its development was delayed. The port site basically lies around 2.5 kilometers from the coastline and 1.2 kilometers from the village, and nearly the mega borrow pit of the port is 64 kilometers from the coastline. The aim of the study is to understand its sensitive context and explore how marine infrastructure can be integrated with tourism as well as with the port structure. Wait just a second. So the ship movements, as you can see from the right side and top one, the ship movements in the proposed port area could seriously affect the coastline and the marine species inside. So around 8 to 10% of the district's mangroves lie here, along with nearly 20 to 30% of the Konkan coastline. The region almost contributes 65 to 70% of Maharashtra's total fish catch, and about 5 to 10% of international export are linked to this village, and as well as 10 to 15% of rare species found globally, making it highly sensitive ecological zone. So this slide generally traces the evolution of Vadhavan from 1850 to 2025, highlighting the cultural as well as social and environmental shifts. In this, you can see the urban sprawl map as well as the loss of suru tree forest. So suru trees are basically the type of mangrove trees which are available on the coast, and the changes in coastline over the time showing the development pressure in the area. This slide involves about the existing condition of the site, which includes the main road and all the communities which are settled in the spine of this road, as well as right hand side, you can also see the typology of houses, which are generally consist of mangrove roofs and all the sustainable structures. This involves the documentation. So the main road works as the spine of the village, bringing the vehicles from outside and carrying fish for the transport. In the second one, you can see the green patch on the site, which shows the suru trees and the rare plant species. So there are only two main forests which exist in the site currently.
The central part of the village is mainly agricultural based according to their income sources, while the higher income groups, which combine both of agriculture with fishing, built form also shows that newer and the good condition of houses are along the main road of the site, which are currently newly made or renovated continuously. The averaged aged houses face the coast, and the oldest structure are at the village center. This is the master plan I came across. So mainly the upper zone basically consists of harbor management to create water breakage as a sea wall between the port and the harbor to protect the marine life here, as well as near to the port area to increase the trade internationally. The lower zone consists of the tourism sector, which would help in generating employment and connectivity with the village. This is the detailed zonal plan. So zone 1 basically consists of admin and harbor management, as well as the sorting area, fish catch area, fueling, dry dock, and all those things. Zone 2 consists of basically tourist related activities like lighthouse, landmark, storage units, fishing piers for the engagement of the tourist. So basically my point of putting tourism sector in this is just because to create employment so that the people of the this village as well as the other villages which are connected through this should get the opportunity to be able to serve the people here as well as themselves for their lifestyle. As well as I have put in the artificial contour. You can see number 24th. It's an artificial contour which will work as a theater ground. This community is been living here since 200 years. So when there were natural terrains and due to that there were artificial contours. Currently right now there are no contours. So I've created this just to showcase people about their cultural heritage. Now this is ecological sensitivity plan. So I have preserved all the respective forests which were available. You can see from the one it is marked with the green in the first image, as well as the use of mangrove tiles and for the roofing of the structures. I have also protected the lotus farming, which is done in 6th point lower, you can see, just because lotus, it's in a very large scale in this size in all those blue area, which is marked in the central line like a spine. So there, in that particular area, there are a lot of lotus farming, which also helps, which act as a natural biofilters for the area. So lower you can see there are two zones which are marked, sensitive and non-sensitive zones. So my main reason of giving the harbor sector in the upper zone was just because the yellow line which is marked like light green, it's basically the sensitive zone of the area. This is the plan of the fish market which has been created. So it's not just a fish market, but it will also showcase the people about the heritage while creating a sustainable market. It also provides spaces for fish display, stalls and admin and cultural history, along with fishing pier and waiting areas. The design uses traditionally coastal architecture and also promotes eco-friendly practices here. This is the cultural cultural zone, which is connected to the artificial contour, which I was talking about. So it consists of all those murals and art exhibitions and all those music room and traditional fusion, which this community basically had. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Nilakshi, for the wonderful presentation.
Thank
May I
you.
please request Professor Event to proceed the views.
Sure. Thank you, Nilakshi. So I think this is a very interesting site area and kind of site selection and topic. Congratulations also for being selected and thank you for your presentation. I have a few really quick questions actually, or just one main question, which is how much of the site zone that you presented is that existing versus what are the new interventions? For me, that was a little bit unclear. I understand the floor plans you showed were, I guess, new proposed, but the larger urban master plan, what is
So the whole urban
versus,
plan is, so the whole urban plan has been created by me. The site was actually barren. It currently does not have anything else. Just the settlements were there in the central spine.
Okay, maybe you can show your screen and just show that image and we can talk over that image. I think that could be made a little more clear because you talk about the importance of like existing kind of like, let's say, local economy and fishing and things like this, right? And then you're talking about now, I think what your project is doing is introducing the like tourism aspect, the cultural aspect, and then trying to link that to the more localized economy to basically provide a template for growing the economy, right? And I think that kind of expanding on that very nuanced and complicated relationship between how you can transform a localized economy into now a kind of like tourism and culture-based one it's very it can be contentious, and I think also, but I think you make an argument for why it's needed. So I think having that shown in one, I think things like thinking about phasing, for example, I mentioned this before, but thinking about how you transform a massive site like this over time, but also in terms of just like building that into the narrative, right? Because the last thing I'm sure you want is to have like new tourism-based economy that actually displaces people, the existing fishing economies or existing villages or existing people that live here, right? Instead, you want to kind of find a way for them to kind of transmute into new jobs or a new role and things like this, right? So I think that part of the
So I was saying like there is a need of creating employment in this site basically because the people are being protesting that a new port will be constructed which is transshipment. So obviously it will be very huge. So they will get replaced or they will get shifted somewhere else. So so to ensure them that there is no such kind of activity will be happening with them. So the government has also been thought about this kind of project, but they have not came across with anything like specific. As well as in India, there are several ports, like big and small as well. So but the communities who were living like for hundred of years nearby, they didn't got any opportunity of working in that port or working somewhere else. Eventually, they were just shifted from the site. So that was my concern. Yeah.
Right. No, I think that's clear. And what I'm suggesting is that you should, I think, build into your plan through phasing, through zoning, through maybe other kind of management techniques or mechanisms, an ability for you to address that issue, which, right now I understand that's your goal. And I think it's definitely a commendable one, but to make sure that the project that you're presenting is not doing the opposite of what your goal is, which is not necessarily, it's not that it's doing that, right? But I think you could present even stronger, the mechanisms to make that happen. Because if I were to see this plan from the kind of overall without hearing that narrative, that might be a kind of maybe of a concern is like, okay, all these new things are coming in, how do we actually absorb existing fabric, not only the urban fabric, but existing kind of uses in community, even though, of course, I know you're proposing that. I think another, I also appreciate I think you talked a little bit about like the kind of ecological, environmental aspect, the biodiversity aspect. I would say that has even more possibility and to push forward even more so, right? I think, the thing that you worked on a lot certainly is the architectural pieces, right? You've developed them in floor plans and things, but I think the landscape piece of this, the urban landscape part could be pushed even further. I think you didn't necessarily talk about coastal flooding or flooding in general water, but being a water adjacent site, I think it's critical. And then to think about how even like we could soften edges or think about even seasonality, right? Different water levels or different times of year when there are different migration patterns for different animals and things like this, right? How do we make a project like this not just a collection of buildings that come in for economy, which is of course important, and you're definitely addressing that part of your project. But then because a lot of this is new, right? How do we make sure we're not impacting non-humans on the site, or the impact on like kind of environmental forces, water being probably the most primary one right now in this area, in that way, because when we talk about tourism, we talk about economy, we talk about like fishing, they're actually quite extractive processes, of course, right?
Exactly.
Right. So how do we build into the mechanism in the design, right? I would love to see like larger transect sections or landscape sections that really start to dissolve edges or boundaries and even, you know, the relationship of the architecture, which we saw very clearly in plan, but in section to the ground, to the water, to the birds flying above, and then to the other animals, for example, right? So that kind of symbiotic, and to the fish, right? That kind of symbiotic relationship in section, I think it would be the next step for me to push this project forward. But I think your ambition is very clear. Your ambition is a very strong one, and I think you're pulling up some important issues. I would just think about these even wider issues, right, that your project brings up as you move forward. But good job.
Thank you so much. I'll keep that in mind further. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you, Nilakshi. Our next thesis presentation will be delivered by Pavitra Swaminathan, a graduate of MSc Architecture and Urban Design program, class of 2024 from Politecnico di Milano in Milan, Italy. The thesis is titled Castel Grumello, Preservation and Reuse, Sondrio, Italy. This work was guided by Professor Oterio Maria under the theme Urban Renewal. Over to you, Pavitra.
Hi. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes. I would like to thank UDL for this opportunity to present my thesis in front of the esteemed panel members and also my very talented colleagues from all over the world. So my master thesis is about Castel Grumello and its preservation and reuse. Castel Grumello is located in the province of Sondrio in the northern part of Italy in the Valtellina Valley. Valtellina Valley in the south of the infamous Bernina Peak. In the section as you can see, it is located on top of a small hill on about 465-meter altitude above the sea level, and it is surrounded by vineyards. It was built in the year of 1326 by the Corrado de Piro family, masonry castle structure that was located. The existing site plan as it shows on the screen, the main entry is from the east of the castle on the eastern side. One important key thing about this castle, it's a rare example of a twin castle structure with the residential quarter in the west and the military quarter in the east. The current main entry is on the eastern part of the castle, where we can see on the image on top also. And the service entry is located opposite to the ruins of Church Saint Rocco that is there. And earlier preservation attempt, like it was partially restored in the year of, completed in the year of 1997 by architect Stefano Pirenzoni. But despite due to the improvements, etc., the current state of the castle is very poor in terms of accessibility, like we can see from the pictures, and it makes the access to elderly and children and everybody in the city like difficult as such, mainly also due to the altitude. And it is also currently in a dilapidated state since the last preservation was done more than 25 years ago. So the castle is also part of two major urban networks across the Valtellina Valley. So the entire castle is located almost in the middle of the Valtellina Valley, along with the series of castle structures, which are all most of them in dilapidated state currently due to the conquest of the Grisons, who demolished most of the castles. But another key important urban network is the castle is part of the Valtellina Wine Trial and Strada del Vino, which is the wine network of the entire Valtellina Valley. So much so that, so much fame that there is a DOCG wine, which is the highest quality of wine, which takes its name after the castle. Now the documentation itself of the castle was a challenging process. We had used a combination of mobile phone and drone technology to capture this entire castle. So the site plan was done through an automated flight plan using a Mavic and a Parrot drone by generating the orthophoto in Agisoft Metashape and then tracing them on AutoCAD. And each of the walls were documented using mobile phones by taking series of pictures and then combining elevation, ortho elevation, and then tracing them on AutoCAD. And also the entire 3D model was made from the elaborate point cloud that was generated using the drone technology and through software such as Cloud Compare and Rhinoceros, etc. This entire castle was documented. Coming to the preservation, mostly the material analysis of the castle was majorly stone masonry with lime-based mortars and lime-based aggregates that were built with a mix of irregular and regular pattern bricks. And most of the damages that were found was dust, erosion, and certain level of biological colonization, the growth of plants, and even certain parts of the castles had fire damage, and there were also these missing parts of the castle which was due to the damage of the castle in those days, and the stones of the castle structures were taken by the villagers to rebuild their homes, etc. So these were this. So a detailed analysis of this was done, and the potential causes were identified, and intervention was proposed accordingly. Now the entire castle is proposed to be reused as an open-air wine museum, with the main entry being opposite to the castle or Church of Saint Rocco, where bike parking is also proposed. And the eastern part of the castle, which is the military quarter, will be housing the reserve rest area and the AV multipurpose hall. And the center part being the pavilions, which expose the entire wine history related to the castle, with the arena and a play area for kids. And eventually the residential part of the castle on the west will propose a wine shop and a bar-like area where there would be wine and snacks and everything that would be sold, accompanied by a picnic area. More with accessibility within the Castle Grumello is achieved through a series of walkways and elevators that are provided. The elevator is provided on the rear of the castle, access through the road behind the restaurant. With also ancillary spaces such as seating and panoramic viewpoints. There is also potential of future expansion and then build through the watchtower like a peak viewpoint. This entire 3D image showcases the relationship between the terrain, the castle, and the proposal itself. The most important point kept in mind while designing this proposal is the historic importance of the castle, and the intervention done has to respect its the castle itself and its larger context and location. And the intervention has been done in a very minimal way to impact the castle and the terrain in the least way possible. Now the entire walkway is designed using fiberglass reinforced polymer panels, which are being fiberglass reinforced polymers. They have a very long longevity, durability, nearly 100 years. And they also seamlessly can curve into this entire stretch of the walkway that can be formed. They are also perforated panels with holes, keeping in mind the weather changes and the snow conditions that would potentially it would have to face, and very easy to maintain also. It is supported every 1.8 meters by MS box sections attached to the ground, the rocky terrain. The elevator itself is stands amidst the vineyards. So the entire concept for the elevators were taken from the vineyards itself, how the wine grows around a strip. So this was translated by using cotton steel panels in Rhinoceros using Grasshopper software to mimic the the elevation facade of the panels, like as if a vine grows around it. And the entire elevator spans about 15 meters in height with a level difference of nearly 12 meters and a 10-meter bridge that connects it to the castle. There are also these pavilions that are designed, which showcase the entire history of the castle and its relation with the wine production, etc. And this entire pavilion are an extension of the pathway made using the same materials. And there's a continuation of the design language from the elevator using cotton steel to support the elevations and the roof, and the exhibit panels as well, which can be seen. The relationship can be seen through this section that has been done with respect to the castle and the scale of the operations. Now, these pavilions have also been designed in the place where there were archaeological excavations of rooms that were found. So in memory, these pavilions also exhibit the potential presence of the room in earlier times in terms of the volume. And then when we come to the eastern part of the castle, on the top level, there is a reserved rest area, which otherwise would be open to all during the time of Valtellina wine trial, which happens about for a week every year. At that time would be reserved for the participants of that trial. And the basement part having a multipurpose room, which would be used for an audiovisual engagement for the visitors of the museum. And the eastern part of the castle, which is a residential area, it will house a wine tasting area along with a shop where people can shop for the wine and artifacts related to this entire open air wine museum. Now, in conclusion, the entire aim of this thesis was to address, put the castle back into its as an active urban network in terms of its castle network and in terms of its wine network by addressing the issues of accessibility, its current preservation status, as well as providing a viable use for this castle in order to attract the visitors to the castle. And it has been done in the most mindful way with minimal impact and any damage to the castle as much as possible. And this is the entire video of the proposal itself. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pavitra, for the lovely presentation. May I please request Professor Even to proceed with the suggestions?
Thank you, Pavitra. Congratulations on your project, your thesis, your presentation, and for being selected. So very interesting. I think I haven't seen a project that kind of focuses on the kind of transformation of a castle before. I think one question I have is you mentioned, the tourism aspect of this is clear. The wine kind of production aspect, is that currently happening? Are you proposing that happens in the site? I understand the vineyards are like these kind of linear lines that you show on this plan right here. But are you incorporating production related programming or facilities in your project or not?
So there is already production happening all around the castle, and it's in fact
exterior?
One of the most, immediate
Okay, so not
exterior.
within the project itself.
No, not within the project
see.
itself,
Okay.
because
Good
the
to know.
vineyards are private ownership. So they're
Got
already
it.
owned. And it is, in fact, the highest quality of wines. It has the DOCG denomination that is provided by the government of Italy, which is one of the highest quality wines that is already produced. So the entire valley is currently very active with wine production.
Got it. Okay, that's good to know. So yeah, I think I have a comment on that. But before I get to that, I think some great I want to commend you on the really interesting, I think part of the value of this thesis is just the kind of documentation techniques and kind of methodology and process and kind of archival type of process you went through. I think it's really interesting. I'm assuming that you went there on site with your phone and with the drone and kind of spent a lot of time just photographing and capturing and modeling and redrawing this castle, right? Probably because a lot of that documentation doesn't exist. I think that it in itself is a very useful and important kind of step to kind of provide new knowledge, right, is the documentation and archiving of that. And I think even just thinking about that process in itself, how can you even, as you move forward in your postgraduate career, take that and apply it as a methodology for other researchers to use on their sites, right? I understand probably a lot of this was manual, of course, but if you, as much as, and I saw Grasshopper there, but as much as you can kind of start to categorize that, that itself is a valuable tool, and then to be as a replicable tool. And I think it's really amazing to see this whole thing captured in 3D. I actually really appreciate the animations at the end, because they really actually unpack the project, I think, even more so than the drawings. Sometimes, usually, I think that's sometimes the opposite, is the drawings are more clear than the video, but in this case, the video made very clear, I think, the intervention. So I think that is a really, I think, powerful part of a thesis like this, and even to the point where you're looking at the material composition, to the different aging of it through fires, through kind of now like being overtaken by vines and other things, right? To the project intervention itself, I think, I mean, you certainly accomplished what you set out to do. And I think the project in and of itself, as a kind of, bringing more awareness to this castle, kind of bringing the kind of touristic aspects, introducing some kind of light touch, gallery related, cultural related, and maybe some assembly related program. I think, I have no comments negative in that at all. I'm just wondering if, to push this project even further, like I see this as a very feasible project, right? I think there's a lot of sensitivity. I also want to commend you on the kind of technical resolution of those drawings and the way you've thought about constructing and the materiality. I'm just wondering, and I think it's appropriate place for me to say this because you've already completed a successful project. The relationship between the tourism aspect and the production aspect of the wine, of the context beyond, I think could make for an even, I know it's almost the next project or a different project, but could make for an even more interesting project. And to where you really push the boundaries between defining what is like a kind of cultural adaptive reuse and a cultural and an adaptive reuse project that actually incorporates like industry or new industry or production or things like that as it relates to like cultural kind of touristic visitor kind of experience, right? Because right now those things seem to be still tangential, not tangentially, but like, like clearly the visitors are seeing the vineyards and they're learning about the castle, right? And the context of the whole area around the castle is it's a working vineyard farm slash, like production related facilities. But I'm curious, like if we can sit in that space a little more, and if we can absorb that kind of critique of, the impact that, and it's both positive and negative, right? I think you present it in a very positive light, but of course, a lot of these production or agricultural related economies actually do in certain, what is the relationship of that to historical structures and to land, right? Farming in general, while important to economy, is also very extractive to the land, to soil, to animals, to maybe even existing structures. And I'm actually really quite curious. I'm sure in the case of this castle, they've found a symbiotic relationship, right? But if your thesis were to like even entangle that like friction a bit more, I think that would make for even a really interesting kind of thing to absorb. So I would think a little bit about, I think that, and I think, even thinking about, I assume there's a lot of historical designations already on this castle, but the parts of it that excited me the most were the parts in which you actually started inserting program within the existing walls, right? And, I'm sure you've thought about how new structural foundations and light touch, structural things have to come in to be able to hold new things in an old structure, right? And what becomes old and what becomes new. So I would say that, again, this is, I don't know how appropriate this is in a context like this, but even going forward, even more to look at like, to what extent can we reoccupy these structures with new program, and to what extent does that start to erode from what came before? And what are we celebrating versus preserving versus transforming, right? I think a lot of this right now is and that's neither bad or good. It's just where you decided to land. A lot of this is, I think, preserving and celebrating what's old. The transformation part, you know, that's what got me actually even more excited, is like, how do we start to think about transforming? And certainly the new walkway in between and the pavilions do that, but like the transformation of the split two structures themselves, I think could really be even more interesting, quite interesting as well to push forward. And that kind of maybe even goes hand in hand a little bit with, like, you know, possibly even integrating, I don't know, production related spaces, not that it's appropriate for this site, but in general, right, production related spaces in kind of cultural historic heritage structures. You know, so it's not, it's even more so than just a visitor coming and looking, right? But maybe the adaptation itself beyond tourism provides even more kind of industrial economy possibly. So anyways, great job. I think I've enjoyed thinking about this project based off of what you presented.
Thank you. Thank you so much also for commending me. I have to thank my guide, majorly Professor Oteri Annunziata Maria, and special thanks to Professor Luigi Barazzetti for guiding me with the entire documentation process of the castle, setting up a GNSS station, doing the entire drone capture, which is quite laborious. But also thank you so much for your insight, because it has opened a lot of doors in my mind to think ahead as to how to go about this process, think in larger terms with respect to the tourism. And thank you for this opportunity.
Great job.
Thank you so much, Professor, for the amazing insights. Thank you so much for it. Our next thesis presentation will be delivered by Srinit Ramesh, a candidate of MA in Landscape Architecture program, class of 2025 at Hochschule Elhelt, University of Applied Sciences in Bernburg, Germany. The thesis is titled Grow with Flow, Coastal Resilience in Scheveningen, the Netherlands. The work was guided by Professor Nicole Ulrich and Professor Bart Dijik under the theme Urban Renewal. Srinit, you are not audible. Okay, we'll proceed with the next presenter. Our next thesis presentation will be delivered by Stuti Agarwal, a candidate of Bachelor of Architecture program, class of 2025 at the APJ School of Architecture and Planning in Noida, India. The thesis is titled Topeshwarnath Temple, Bareilly, a precinct beyond worship, Bareilly. This work was guided by Professor Varish Panchal under the theme Urban Renewal. Over to you, Stuti.
Hey, am I audible?
Yes.
Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Stuti Agarwal, and today I'll be
Stuti, it is requested to take it into full screen mode.
Is it full screen now?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I'm Stuti Agarwal, and I'll be presenting my thesis on urban renewal to Peshwanath Temple, Bareilly, a precinct beyond worship. This project explores how temple precincts, which have historically been cultural and social anchors, can be revived to serve communities in contemporary time. So, temples in India have been more than religious structures. They are vibrant community spaces where people gather, celebrate, and sustain livelihoods. From artisans to performers, and to local vendors, and even the families, they spend their time in the temple precincts. They preserve traditions through festivals, music, crafts, while also providing quiet spaces for reflection. However, with time, temple precincts have become underutilized and fragmented. Despite their immense potential for community and cultural revival, they have been left out of the community as the community speaks. So my thesis concerned about reviving these temples as a public sphere in present days. The site I have chosen is Dupeshwarnath Temple, Bareilly. This temple, this is one of the ancient Shiv temple in the city, and it's a part of a Nath Corridor Yatra. It is located in the lush green cantonment area, and it offers high ecological richness and accessibility, but it remains underutilized. Though the temple has a strong cultural importance, its surrounding peasant lacks vibrancy, except during the festivals. So with vacant lands, neglected access points, and limited amenities, the site misses opportunity to serve as a year-round social cultural hub. The temple is this is the existing scenario, which will show you, which shows that the spaces are vacant and not being utilized by the community as a public sphere, which used to be a part of a public sphere before. So the temple, the so the temple has a main cultural spine in front of it, which leads to the temple. The street in front of the temple has many cultural and festival nodes. These are the important nodes highlighted. They are the gold market, the Shiv temple. All these nodes get activated during the occasions. Through surveys and stakeholder discussion, I identified the key challenges. The key challenges were the spaces are underutilized, lack of amenities, congestion and informal parking during peak hours, limited connectivity, and fragmented access points. The activities are concentrated during only festivals, which leaves the site dormant otherwise. These are the structure plan of the existing and proposed. So the existing shows that there is a primary node where the public transport drops the people, and then they move through the cultural spine to the temple. So the cultural spine leading to the temple has nodes which may get activated, which are used by the local people only, and they use it as a vacant space to hold different functions. Whereas what I propose in the proposed structure plan was to create a waypoint to meaning, which means that to enhance the journey. I proposed that all these nodes leading to the temple can be redefined so that they may have a different purpose. They may serve as a arrival plaza, then the other node may serve as a rest and pause area. The other node may serve as event plaza, and the last node leading to the immediate to the temple can be a pilgrim's court. Which will these nodes will be acting as a functional and cultural points during festival time. They will handle they will handle the crowd during peak hours, and on a normal day at the same time these can be used by the community for daily life activities. For example, in the peak hour it may be used as a functional or a stage for performances, but on a normal day the area in front of the stage can be utilized as a sitting space by the community. The street in the front of the temple was it was an 8-meter wide street which was used as a pedestrian, vehicular movement, and street vending all at the same stretch. Whereas what I propose is that on the peak hour, it can be utilized as a street, it can be used as pedestrian only, and on the everyday purpose, it can be used as vehicular and pedestrian. This is how I detailed the nodes and activated the public spaces by providing them functions which may which may be serving both purposes, the peak hours and the daily community life. These are designed with placemaking so that people who are the visitors during the peak hours may experience differently, and on a normal day it can be experienced differently by the local people in the surrounding. Here are the visual outcomes and the achieved keywords. I tried to maintain the authenticity and identity of the temple while proposing activities for the community and increasing the engagement in the precinct. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stuti, for the wonderful presentation. And now request Professor Ivan provide valuable suggestions.
Yes, thank you, Stuti. Congratulations, and thank you for your presentation. Would you mind showing the last page that you just showed? Yeah, okay, I see. And can you talk a little bit more? Actually, this is one where you actually, I think, probably are under the 10 minutes, but I actually would love to hear you just talk a little bit more about maybe what you did to the temple itself. I understand that you kind of unpacked this kind of cultural spine and drew out the kind of multiple activities that would typically happen within a kind of temple experience, but along the street. But did you actually intervene within the temple kind of compound or gated compound itself?
Yes, within the temple, what I did was I divided the zones for the local community for the.
Is that the floor plan you could you show that again? Sorry, the one maybe before this. Trying to study. Yeah, is it this? Not really. No. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So I enhanced the overall experience. This project is a part of a proposed corridor in the city. So
Right, that I understand.
Has a vision of enhancing tourism. So I considered both the tourist and the local community. For the tourist, I designed and have given the functions which will be catering the peak hours. And for the local community, I have done placemaking so that they may have places along the street which they are currently using, and also enhance the precinct so that the activities taking place on the nodes may get shifted to the precinct. The precinct already has a lots of space but underutilized. So what I did, the activities which were happening on the nodes and congestion and causing congestion to the street will be shifted to the precinct.
Yeah, this is clear. This part is very clear. Did you do anything within that orange zone at the bottom right? Because that's where the temple is, right?
Yeah, I don't have the detailed plan of the precinct in this presentation, but what I did is I did the zoning where I cater 3 types of routes, which was the tourist, which will the tourist will visit in certain festivals or the certain time period. Then I catered the zoning with local people who are attached to the temple and use the precinct on daily basis. And third were the visitors that might visit along the year to some purposes, the rituals that happen in that precinct. And then proposed a multi-purpose hall in an open space, which will be utilized for the functions holding on the nodes. I proposed the shaded areas and canopies, not the canopies of any tensile structure, but the canopies, not the canopies, but the trees that provide shade in the sitting area, so that to maintain the authenticity of the temple. There are already trees with platforms around the pond, so I increased the number of trees with platforms to provide the shading area and people to sit and relax, and for the pilgrims to wait. So it may act as multifunctional zone for the different types of user groups.
Okay, so I think it would be really useful, I think, to see what you actually did within the temple zone and all the things you're describing in drawings or in renderings, which maybe we saw a little bit at that rendering slide. But big picture, I think it's interesting that like you're trying to basically take what is typically often, these gated, or like kind of closed compounds, historical landmarks, historical sites, temples that kind of abut the urban fabric in ways that are maybe less integrated than we want them to be. And so you're trying to like use, like basically like pull out the various related functions that would lead a tourist or a kind of a local to visit that site, and you're trying to use it to catalyze like larger urban corridor development or interventions leading up to it. And I think that's a really interesting strategy. I think that's an important one that maybe a lot of like cultural monuments or landmarks or institutions don't do at all and could think about. And I think, you're looking at the street section or looking at some of these interventions. So I think as an idea, it's a strong one. I wonder if, you could maybe look a little more in depth at the kind of impact of some of these interventions, both in the street section, but also in the like spatial organization. I understand this slide quite perfectly. I understand the kind of sections kind of loosely, but I think if you get down to like the perspective of it, if you get down to even the like each of these like, red dots or orange sites, if you can really dive, maybe you did, but you didn't show it, but really dive into like, what does it mean to introduce and like pull this procession across the spine in the scale of like the kind of urban condition, particularly I think in sections, and to kind of even fold in a richer narrative and a more detailed narrative of what happens along the path along the way. I know you've kind of listed them here in this plan, right? But I don't yet really have that kind of experiential sense of what that would be and how the experience of visiting a temple in this way would be different than what it used to be, right? I can kind of imagine it, but I can't really spatially imagine it or see it. So I think that's one thing that you can continue pushing on. And then the second is, of course, I think that the interventions within the temple itself, you obviously talked about revitalizing it. You're saying it's sometimes some of it is kind of fallen into disrepair. So of course, I think it's critical to show drawings, plans, perspectives, sections of those interventions. Maybe you can go to the rendering page, the second to last page. And I know you described some of these interventions. I see that as a part, but yeah, I can see them kind of here, right? But to be able to see what's old, what's new, how does like introducing like new pavilions or programs, or you talked about, roof coverings or platforms, like how does that start to revitalize an old temple, and what is transformed from old and new? I mean, that's obviously a theme of this entire session. I think with each project, there's this kind of, question of heritage versus transformation versus like, what are we preserving what's old versus are we celebrating what's old versus the new interventions that come, does it kind of completely transform into something new that's referencing the old, but it's now actually something completely new or something in between, right? I think the kind of rendering of this all in one style makes it less clear, whether we're reconstructing or whether, how light touch or heavy touch these interventions are. I think not that there's a right or wrong answer, but I think there's a positionality that needs to be taken, and it may be appropriate in different contexts, right? And it's hard for me to tell what might be appropriate in this context, right? Based off of, I think, the images that you're showing. So I think even just sitting in that space of like forming that kind of critique of like what is worth preserving versus what is worth actually reconstructing or introducing new, I think would be a important and I think a richer way to tell the story of the project. But I do think this idea of like pulling out the internal processes of visiting in a temple as a revitalization strategy for a corridor leading up to it, and even thinking beyond as a way for a lot of cultural institutions and monuments and landmarks to do such a strategy, I think is a very interesting one. So thank you very much for presenting that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you so much, Stuti. Our next thesis presentation will be delivered by Srinivas Ramesh, a candidate of MA in Landscape Architecture program, class of 2025 at Hochschule and Helft University of Applied Sciences in Bernburg, Germany. The thesis is titled Grow with Flow, Coastal Resilience in Scheveningen, the Netherlands. This work was guided by Professor Nicole and Professor Bartijek under the theme Urban Renewal.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're audible now.
But can you please give me the presenter option? It's not available here. Can you please give me the presenter option, please?
Yeah, I request the admin to please provide her with the access to present.
I'm not able to. Yeah, can I present, please?
Yeah, Shaneth, the admin is
Yeah.
presenting and you can proceed with it.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Sriniti Ramesh, and good evening to all here. So my thesis is named as Grow with the Flow, which is coastal resilience in Scheveningen, which is in Hague, Den Haag, Netherlands. And yeah, can you please go to the next slide, please? There's an I would like to share an emotional bond. So why there's a thesis? Why did I start taking coastal resilience as my thesis? Is master thesis is because I have grown in Pondicherry, which is also the southern part of the India, which is also a coast. I have been brought up in that place, so I know how exactly when there is a natural hit when the coast faces and how it affects the lives of the urban culture. I could see the similar difference between the coast of Pondicherry and the coast of the Netherlands. So that's why I have taken this as a thesis bond as personal. And yeah, and then I took my thesis would be like, how can the coast grow with the flow with using nature-based solutions as a strategy instead of hard solutions. So yeah, can you please go to the next slide, please? So there is a problem here in this bigger picture. So this is the coast of Scheveningen, where in the left side you see it's a quite dune area, and then the right side is the urban area, where you see it's very close to the sea, and there is a proximity that when there is a when there is a high possibility when the coast is getting eroded, the sea comes inwards. So dunes are protecting as a frontline barrier, and as well as the sand. So the sand is like the golden line of the coast, which is like a soldier, which is protecting against the wind erosion and the flood that is going to happen. So Scheveningen is marked as a weak spot in 2050 along the Dutch coast. Can you please go to the next slide, please? Yes, this thesis is outlined as first identifying the problems, such as what are the coastal vulnerabilities and the flood, urbanization, and the ecological importance that we have in the coast, and the coastal erosion and sea level rise. So my research question is, how can nature-based solutions, building with nature, protects the coast in the Scheveningen using nature-based solutions that will also promote the ecological, biological, and recreational factors, because Scheveningen is a touristic spot in the Randstad region, and it has to be since it's a touristic economic contributor to the whole of the Netherlands, one of the most economic contributor to the whole of the Netherlands. It's important to protect that coast from the sea, because once it gets hit, and then the economic value gets lower and the recreational value gets lower. So that's why I took this as a major spot in my thesis. Can you please go to the next slide, please? So this is a side context to give you a context of where is Scheveningen. It's in the Den Haag of the Netherlands, and so this is the coast where you have a spire. We have a pier in the front, and there's a boulevard. and there's a dot means village and haven means harbor. So there are three different scenarios that is happening in the coast, and the pier, Scheveningen pier and Kurhaus are the most important cultural historical context of the whole of the whole of the Scheveningen, because Scheveningen was once a fishing city and fishing harbor where they used to where there are a lot of people who villages depend upon the fishing as a main occupational activity, and now and then later developed as a, and then later Kurhaus developed as a major important hotel, and where now it's been as a major iconic landmark in the entire of Scheveningen coast. So next slide, please. So this is a Randstad region. Why do we think that? Sorry, can we please go to this place? Yes. So in the regional vision of Delftland, there is an importance on maintaining and enhancing this uniqueness of the coastal towns. Scheveningen is considered as very special and unique features because it has an urban side resort along the coast, which has many recreational opportunities such as a Kurhaus and the pier and the boulevard. So unlike the other resorts, which are like Katwijk and Noordwijk, where there are very enclosed and isolated in dunes, Scheveningen is actually more connected to the Randstad, which is one of the more economic contributor. Also, it's known as the city by the sea. Can we please go to the next? So there are three. Let's talk about the principles that I'm developing into this course. So given I'm just going to give you a one-liner, which is like there is, instead of going for since my thesis is aiming towards nature-based solutions and building with nature, I'm using these principles of soft solutions instead of hard solutions. So there is a paradigm shift with hard solutions and soft solutions in the Netherlands, and now the whole of the coast is being renovated with soft solutions, or an adaptive strategy with hard and the soft. So this is how one of my principles is innovative sediment management, which involves these three strategies, such as mega nourishment along the coast, which is like a large scale of sand nourishment where it's deployed in a single location along the coast, and then it naturally distributes the sand along the coastline with the help of wind and waves attenuation. Though this method actually supports coastal management by providing long-term protection and expansion of beaches and new habitats. So this nourishment also offers an expanded space for recreation and water sports. So it also allows development of dunes and vegetation, and hence enhance the nature value. While about the nature island, it's about deploying a large amount of sand inside the shore, where fine materials can also be used as substrate for hard infrastructure. So the new islands helps to form new biodiversity over the course of years. Example, local vegetation will form like maram grass over the years, and then piney species started to thrive in these areas, and also where the sea animals can have a resting space in this nature island, also reduces the wave attenuation. The breakwaters, one of the most exciting factor that we come to the beach is to see the breakwaters. So when there is a lot of erosion happening, then there is a lot of missing in the breakwaters. So that's why I created this nature island or barrier island. And about the sand sea bedding, it's about how do you topograph the sand in under the shore, and it also helps in helps in depositing the sediments, also deposition, which is highly feasible in steps like manner, which is also reduces the force of wave attenuation, also increase the natural sediment flows. Therefore, this helps to maintain the underwater topography, which helps the shoreline, maintain the shoreline, and support the. Switch to the next. There's also sorry, before that. Sorry, there's another slide before that. Yes, ecological enhancement and habitat recreation, where this is like there are two principles, such as seagrass meadows, which actually consists of underwater grass plant habitat that has dense underwater habitats, which actually plays a crucial role in trapping the sediments, which is all, but also reducing the portion erosion, providing more potential to form seagrass meadows, improves the water quality by filtering the harmful pollutants, and also create more of marine habitats. While about the coral reefs, artificial coral reefs, since coral reefs are not possible in the Netherlands because of the cold region, so artificial coral reefs are coming as a or as an alternative. So it fulfills such as important function and human intervention, where there is no longer therefore this is a man-made structures that mimic the natural reefs. These are very valuable for the tool of ecosystem protection and for marine life. They're majorly use of eco materials such as eco concrete, which has pH very optimum for natural seawater, and this also creates a lot of habitats such as algae and promotes more biodiversity for the fishes and their growth. Can you please switch to the next, please? And the other principle is shoreline stabilization and erosion control. These are being done by eco-trapping and foreshore nourishment. Eco-trapping is through fences, where you actually deploy some fences in the front, and where they actually get trapped. This helps to trap the sand that is blown out by the heavy winds. This not only just traps the sand but also helps in the dune growth, such as the baby dunes, gray dunes, and then this also helps to combat the erosion. So the significant use of the lagoon, which acts as a buffer where children can use as a play area, and also these it's also used as a barrier for buffers against storms and highways. So they absorb wave energy and reduce the impact on the hinterland. So they also serve as a popular recreational spot as swimming or bird watching. And then the foreshore nourishment is expansion, nothing but the expansion of foreshore in not just deploy but just expand it with the help of embryonic dunes that is being formed. Can we please switch to the next? So can we please play this an experiment? So this is an experiment that I conducted using multiple scenarios before coming to my proposal. So the first video, when you see it, is when we have just deployed some nature islands. So when there's a predominant wind direction is being blown, so what happens in the northwest direction, as years and times we pass by, nature itself transforms this whole of the sand and forms a full of a beach. So there is a full beach will be formed over a period of time. So nature takes its play, but we need a constant possible. But instead of hard solutions, soft solutions, when we deploy more soft solutions, this is one of the methods that can be helpful in forming the full beach and the foreshore expansion. Can we please go to the next slide, please? So in this is a phase 1. So this is in 2025, where there is a nature island which has been formed in the first part, and then there is a lagoon that has been established, and then there is a foreshore expansion that has been happened. So the right side of the part is the old boulevard, and the left side of the part is the new boulevard, where you have this beach bars between, and then you have a foreshore expansion with the lagoon. Can you go to the next slide, please? So this is the next slide where there is a dock. So after construction of the phase 1, and this will be in 2050, which is into after construction of the phase 1, after getting more economical value, there will be more nature islands that will be present. And towards the right side of the beach shore, you see a large, which is the old boulevard, which has a lot of beach bars in a cluster fashion, and also a dock where their kayak boats can rest. And there is a bird watching tower in one of these islands. And towards the left hand side, where there's a more dune path, new dune path that will be formed, and along with the dunes, so that they can hike around the dune path for ecological knowledge. And then there is fencing, sand sea bedding and fencing in the one of this in the towards the left side of the area. So wherever there is a high dynamic zone with the wind, I have created more nature islands, and there is less recreational spots. And whenever there is a lower dynamics of the wind and the wind and the wave attenuation, I have created more recreational spots. So that's why towards the right side and the old boulevard, you can see more of recreational activity, whereas towards the left side, it's been significantly reduced. Can you please switch to the next slide, please? So this is the next slide where you see in the image where there is a lot of where there's you see a significant amount in the significant change in the islands, where we can actually see the shape being distorted with the help of, so that it's an identity saying that the beach is getting formed over the period of time, which is in 2075, and there are new dunes that has been developed in one of these islands. Can you please switch to the next slide? So this is a fully formed beach where in the sorry, can you go to the phase 4? This is in phase 4. This is what I imagined in 2100 with the help of the sand experiment. So this kind of came to, not exactly this happened in the sand experiment, that's kind of related, that we can predict this kind of beach could be formed. So where you see towards the right side of the boulevard, we have a large island, nature island with the newly formed dunes, whereas and with the small lagoons in the between, with additional lagoons with help of dunes, and also the place where we have sand trapping, there is also more dunes, baby dunes being formed, and this kind of creates a high recreational activity and low recreational zone. So this will become a fully formed beach in 2100. Therefore we can combat the weak spot in Netherlands, weak spot in Scheveningen, which will become nature, which will actually become a we can actually be resilient towards the upcoming climate change. Can we go to the next slide, please? So these are the biodiversity that will exist in this area, where we can actually see how much they can thrive. Presently, they might be thriving very few species, but when there are a lot more of nature islands and a lot more of dunes and embroidered dunes and gray dunes and baby dunes being formed with lagoons, there will be a lot more marine life that will be formed. Not just because we have to give importance to the touristic aspect, but also the ecological and biodiversity aspect has to be also in a certain optimum level that to have to maintain, because nature should be we shouldn't work against nature, we should work with nature. So these biodiversity will help us to combat the resilient combat the flood erosion, and also give a space for them to thrive in this area. So where these nature islands can also be used as a, where the sea whales can also gray seals can also use as these resting area, or this also you can use more of recreational activities here. Can you please go to the next slide, please? Yeah, so I'm grateful for Lavos Urbanism and Professor Nicole Urick and from Hochschule and Hult. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. May I please request Professor Ivan proceed with the suggestions?
Yes, thank you, Shunit, for your presentation and your project and your selection. I really, I think, appreciate especially the kind of initial, let's say, taxonomy of study that you did with nature-based solutions, with, of course, very urgent and contemporary kind of attitude toward using natural systems to kind of buffer against rising sea levels and coastal flooding and things like this. So I think that, especially in that first portion, there was a lot of attention and kind of detail paid to categorizing the variety of possible, landform and water form kind of resilient strategies that I think, of course, if you ask any landscape architect today, is certainly what we all advocate for today. I think the testings that you did on the actual model, those were fantastic. I would love to see that, because they really actually put into practice at a much smaller scale, like those prototypes, right, of the theories that we learn in books and things like this, and then from academics and scientists, right? You're actually testing that. So I would love to actually even see you do tests of those models on your actual project intervention at, of course, a smaller scale, because short of, I think I made a comment, like I think on the first project or earlier project where, how do we do, let's say, post-occupancy evaluation of a building or of an larger urban system? I think, the same kind of question, I think, and it's really important to bring that to even landscape urban kind of projects as well, because it's easy, of course, in the computer to draw, okay, this is the way the sand kind of dune formation will occur over phases. And again, I really appreciate that you were looking at this over phases. I think it's the first project that really looks at things that like a change over time, both in terms of construction, but maybe even afterwards. But short of testing, right, all I can do is, you know, make an assumption about whether that would be the case, right? And of course that applies to every project, but particularly in this project. And I know your projections were based off of that test you did, but I would love to see even more models or tests based off of, you know, because you have the setup, right? You've set it up, that kind of model in a way. So I would love to see that, because that would only further, I think, prove your point, right? And reinforce the point you're making. I'm so surprised to not see sections. I saw axons, right? And I saw sections through axons, but your intervention is absolutely, more than anything, a sectional project. I mean, you know, useful to see the plans, but even the plans, I think, to have contour lines, right? It'll bring it past that level of like, okay, an abstract idea that we kind of sketch out in Rhino, or, you know, you draw, and to really bring it down to the technical things to make it believable to me, right? And to anybody who you're pitching this project to, sections certainly, but even in the plan, like contour lines that really explain, you know, that you're really nuanced about, you know, the kind of grading, the topography, the water flow, things like this, right? Same thing, I would say, like there's an initial kind of like acknowledgement of like biodiversity, but I think it's even more so than just putting pictures of animals on, you know, your project, but like through the section or through other diagrams, like what is the relationship between like the biodiversity systems that your project would kind of encourage, but also the systems that possibly would be needed to manage and maintain a space like this, right? I think your project is presented a bit like abstract in that way, or at least utopian in that way, in which like, okay, like all the animals are going to flourish, the sand is it's going to grow or change, evolve in this way, but does it need other like maintenance or even human relationship strategies, right, to maintain that space, right? Like when we think about you know, the age that we're in, which is the Anthropocene, right? Natural systems never really exist as natural systems anymore, and humans, of course, you know, ever since, you know, humans kind of occupied the earth, there we have some sort of like often extractive relationship with natural systems, and it's never that nature is never just nature anymore, right? So like even in an ambition, which is to like let natural systems kind of do a lot of the resilience strategies to protect the neighborhood you're trying to protect beyond, like does it need additional human-based management strategies to maintain, to kind of foster, to, I don't know, like even when we're talking about biodiversity, like, you know, or flora and fauna, right? Like invasive species to be cleared out, or other type of strategies that are actually needed, so that it could make this project a lot more, I think, realistic and grounded, and less like kind of utopic or abstract in that way. So, and it just brings it more to like the reality of like a real condition. So I think that could be, I think, useful as some things to push it forward. But I think the ambition of the project is certainly there, and it's certainly commendable, like the attitude the project has towards using natural systems as a strategy for kind of coastal resiliency. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. To your questions, it's actually, we need monitoring then and there. I would thank you for all of your comments. Yeah, we need monitoring for all then and there. So there is where this, there is a graph that I have to show, I showed in my reports, where it's like there is a human intervention to a certain level, where after phase 3 and phase 4, there is a lot of nature intervention more taking place. But initially we need human intervention to keep monitoring, keep building this nature-based islands, and keep monitor how much of sand being driven. And then when after the phase 3, when all the islands have been constructed, nature would come in the place and take its role to the maximum. I would also, that's where nature takes its part, and that's where grow with the flow begins in the phase 3. But thank you.
Great.
Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you, Shanit. So our next thesis presentation will be delivered by Steliani Kalumera Contagiani, a candidate of Master of Urban Design Program, class of 2025 at the University of California, Berkeley. The thesis is titled Embarcadero Center Effect, Stitching Downtown San Francisco through the Transformation of Embarcadero Center's Lower Level, San Francisco, US. This work was guided by Professor Stephen and Professor Edward under the theme Urban Renewal.
Great, thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
And can you all see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Great, so hi everyone, nice to meet you all. And yeah, it's really great to see everyone's presentations. So my name is Stella, short for Steliani, Condogliani, and today I'll present my master thesis completed for the Masters of Urban Design at UC Berkeley in San Francisco, focusing on downtown revitalization. So the project is about the redevelopment of the shopping center in the Embarcadero Center in downtown San Francisco. The shopping center, as you see highlighted in the green dotted line on the screen, is located on the lower three levels of this large complex, which spans across 4 blocks. This, however, as the title already gives away, is not just a story about adaptive reuse, but also a proof of concept for how one single intervention can have a wider impact. And in this case, that is downtown revitalization. So downtowns across the US are struggling, and San Francisco in particular has been hit really hard. So office vacancies, retail decline, reduced foot traffic, and climate risks are all shaping its future. And instead of talking about fragmented fixes, under the vision for a more connected city, study and then also designed the Embarcadero Center across all scales, district, neighborhood, as well as local scale. So the key takeaway here is that nothing works or should work in isolation. So studying the current pedestrian flows was really essential to identify the flaws and strengths of the design of the Embarcadero lower levels, but also to find urban opportunities in the surroundings. So what was very clear from the walkability index I developed was that the Embarcadero Center's design, being built in 1971, represented an older context that required a more introverted approach to the surroundings, whereas today there is a need for a more extroverted one. The high vacancy rates within the shopping mall, the upcoming redevelopment of the plaza next door, the future rise of the waterfront for sea level rise and earthquake resilience, the popular landmarks around, and the proximity to the downtown. All this leads to this great opportunity with the Embarcadero Center right in the middle of it. And basically, this is why, that was one of the reasons why I chose this to be the catalyst for downtown revitalization. So my approach was twofold. So regarding the spatial strategy, I'm rethinking its design by opening the ground levels with a central landscape alley, creating porosity by breaking some of the concrete facades of the lower levels, proposing infill housing, as well as activating the edges. So connection is essential, both vertically with the upper walkways, as well as horizontally with placemaking interventions on the surrounding streets to create a pedestrian-friendly environment. The programmatic strategy aims to add uses that one usually finds in the district, but now you also find within those 4 blocks. So that allows for more affordable live-work units, university uses, food market, cultural venues, and green spaces, bringing not just office workers in downtown, but also residents, students, and vision. Because the whole idea here and the whole vision is, to actually make a downtown for everyone. So, so now you find this cultural heart by the water, a space to celebrate memory, arts, and public performances, a space for outdoor public exhibitions, museum, play, music, and other events. And to the bottom left, you see the current condition, just to see how the physical form of the lower levels has been reconfigured. We also find the University Hub, a cluster of local and international universities to share knowledge between academia, industry, and public. And opportunities for infill development that change the vibe along the street, transforming current service streets into neighborhood streets. The idea of live-work units is that they can provide more affordable options in the heart of a city, and thus be able to attract a larger group of people, making it again a downtown for everyone. And just for context, the left side of the street, this is currently a two-story parking space. So that is kind of a long stretch of blank facades that are, have no use right now, as in they're not active at all during the night. So this is where the opportunity for the infill development came from. So all this combined with the open space strategy for the plaza in front, aiming to create a necklace of different sensory experiences by the water, landscape improvements, street interventions, creates the wider Embarcadero Center neighborhood that aims to stitch those different parts and actually isolate the projects together. And for context, what you see here, the plan shows only the street level. The yellow color shows all the shared streets, whereas the brown shows the pedestrian-only spaces. And again, the aim here is to enhance walkability, but at the same time, being realistic about the cars that, they're here to stay, they're not going away. But under different conditions now, and more pedestrian-friendly conditions. So the difference between the old and the new version of the lower levels of the Embarcadero Center is that the aim today is not to separate people from the cars, but to create an environment that filters traffic, encourages more, cautious driving, and makes people feel attracted and safe walking on the streets again. So to conclude, this thesis aims to show how underperforming complexes within the city can become catalysts for a more resilient and more connected downtown and city in general. And if revitalization is about conversions, adaptive reuse, public space interventions, and new uses, this project asks and tries to answer how can all those ideas come together, and how can all those ideas serve the broader district city vision. And so this is actually an ongoing project of mine, hence the use of present tense mainly. So now I'm really focusing on building the methodology for transforming the downtowns into neighborhoods, a methodology that encourages a different mindset for cities, designers, and developers. And because everything is intertwined and nothing really works in isolation. So yeah, thank you. And yeah, I would appreciate any feedback for, how can push this further. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. May I request Professor Ivan, please bring for his insights.
Thank you so much, Stella, for your presentation, your project. Congratulations on your graduation and your thesis, and for being selected. I think you've, obviously it's a very contemporarily relevant and important project. I know specifically, I mean, like you said, many urban centers, but particularly in San Francisco, it's facing this kind of acute problem. I think, certainly in the Silicon Valley, because of like post-pandemic kind of transition away from from kind of offices and work from home and the vacancies that arise from that. But of course, it's a kind of epidemic to many cities. So I think it's certainly relevant, and I'm really excited to hear you talk about it being an ongoing project, and to think about how you can kind of put into place, let's say, possibilities for not only the San Francisco, but other cities as you continue working on this. So I think a lot of my comments actually come down to that aspect of it, because I think you've certainly presented a vision of, like, you know, a kind of experiential vision of what this could be, right? You've showed us kind of some collaged renderings, a larger kind of master plan conversion possibility a little bit, right? Or certainly. And maybe you didn't show all of the work that I assume a lot of you have not been showing the full extent of the project because of the limited amount of time and space we have here. But I would actually say, like, if, you know, I would love to, like, you know, for you to like try to make this project a reality. How can we start to categorize some of the proposals at different scales that you've put into place in a way that could be actionable, right? Because you presented one large kind of vision strategy, right? But then how do we distill that into the variety of different elements that can be actionable for all the variety of stakeholders? And as you rightly pointed out, all the interconnected forces that would be required, from real estate to landscape to transportation, right? DOT, Department of Transportation, to make all of these things happen, right? So in that way, I think there are a couple of, like, big picture, let's say, categories or buckets that I would start to categorize your interventions, and maybe that leads you to, like, producing, for example, certain, like, a manual or a catalog in which you can distill the vision aspect into these, like, let's say, actionable items through specific drawings. Like, so for example, if we're talking about transportation, there would be street sections about that transformation, and then if it's, like, let's say, zoning and development, or if it's like development and real estate, I mean, you talked about redeveloping some of the interior floor plans and the relationship that should have with kind of exterior, right? And I think that's also the root of the problem, right? Is the real estate kind of and population density, right? And so I think it's interesting to hear you propose, like, live work as like a repurpose of that space, right? But what are the actionable, like, policy, zoning kind of overlays that would need to happen? Maybe like upzoning, or even like increase in density, or even density bonuses, or like land use change bonuses that need to be built into the code to then spark, right, a vision like this to happen, right? So that would go towards the planners, for example, right?
Yes.
And we're talking about the street, you know, what are the specific, like, conversions of, I know obviously it's very car-based right now, and you're imagining this great kind of pedestrianization, but, you know, for the ability for it to be shared as well, right? So what are, like, in even more nuanced street sections that talk about, you know, the possibility at different times of day for, you know, yes, to allow commuters, the few commuters that do come in, versus like the new, I don't know, maybe new kind of transit systems. I know, of course, the what's it called? The BART, you know, runs very clearly through there, and there's like or at least there used to be these kind of streetcars on the ground, right? But are there other, like, you know, you're talking about bike lanes, you're talking about all these other mobility modes that can really make the place feel more kind of centered to humans and to other, you know, activities, right? So and of course at the street level, you're primarily talking about actually street interventions, like urban street interventions to introduce like activities on the street, right? What are the like, let's say, even 5 or 6 like typical interventions of transforming the street in a section or even in an axon that like a transit planner or an urban designer in San Francisco transportation department could take and say, like, okay, these are like 5 strategies that we could implement in these 5 typological sites or you know, zones in along the Embarcadero area, right? They're really distilling those into actionable items. And then I would say the last thing is possibly, I think, from a landscape strategy side, I think I got really excited when you started with this idea of like actually breaking through the concrete. Obviously, we need more kind of permeable surfaces, but really the idea of regreening in general, right? And how can we introduce like not only just this image exactly, like not only just recreational, which of course is important, social, but even like ecological functions into the heart of the city for, of course, urban heat island, but even as a destination, right, for people to visit, or even as a way to like, you know, increase biodiversity. So again, how can you distill these big picture ideas into like actionable, I don't know, like, I see a section here, which is great, but even like landscape interventions, right? A taxonomy of them, or an axon, or some sort of like thing where you can go to like Department of Parks and Rec, or even a landscape architect, and say, okay, how do we implement this in these types of spaces, right? There's X scale of the space, and I see that in the large master plan. There's like, you know, the XL park, or the M scale park, or the pocket park, you know, the S scale park, or even the like XS scale of like, you know, the street improvements in the middle that you would introduce, like a greenway or something like that, right? So how can we really start to categorize this vision so that in each of these, and I've only just brought up three, the big three, but you know, there are of course much more here. You're talking about introducing university hub, kind of cultural kind of facilities as well, right? So how can we categorize those in a way in which then you can kind of go to the different stakeholders related to this project and then kind of incite action that way? I think that would be an amazing next step as you continue working on this. But I think what's great is the vision is there. Now it's like, how do we distill it into pieces that you know, you could turn this vision into a reality as much as possible.
I completely agree, and thank you so much. Actually, this is all great feedback, and this is basically what I need to do to go forward. It's really about the strategy now. You know, you have the vision, you have the physical vision now, but then how do you make this actionable? So actionable, I would say this is the key, you know, takeaway for all this. And I think that's the beauty of urban design, right? You kind of like now sitting on the, you know, you kind of bring all the disciplines together and try to talk to everyone to make this a reality.
Absolutely, and that's actually the hardest part of of what we do is
and
I mean,
how you prove it makes sense financially as well. So
sure, economics, 100%, right? It really comes down to a lot of it is development and real estate too, right? And that's why zoning is so important, because you know the power the city has is to provide like, you know, bonuses for redevelopment, right?
More incentives,
but like you said, you know, like you said, the value of what we do, what we bring to the table is to be able to actually bring other disciplines who are often siloed in their little things, but then under this big picture umbrella vision, which is great that you have here now, right? And so now it's like reverse engineering that,
exactly,
to be able to like, to be able to like execute, and so that itself is like a wonderful next step and a wonderful value that you bring to the project.
And just one last comment. I think also, you know, choosing just the lower levels of a high rise, that was also a deliberate decision, just to show that, you know, sometimes talking about conversion is not just about demolishing or converting the entire high rise, which is really super difficult in the US because of the building footprint. But maybe we can think about conversions, just the lower levels. There are so many opportunities on the lower levels that you can actually have so many infill development happening without having to rethink the entire tower. So, you know, economically speaking, for example, this could also shift the narrative towards a different way of developing and bringing housing or any other use in the downtown. So yeah, that's
really
part of the
interesting,
coding
actually,
as well.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, that's really interesting, actually, point you bring up. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Great job. Great job.
Thank you so much, Professor, for the wonderful insights. Thank you, Stella. So our next thesis presentation will be delivered by Sushruth Shankar, a graduate of Masters in Architecture program, class of 2023 from the Glasgow School of Art in Glasgow, Scotland. Thesis is titled Habitable Wall, Glasgow, UK. This work was guided by Professor Neil Simpson under the theme Urban Renewal. Over to you, Sushruth.
Good evening, everyone. And thank you, UDL, for the opportunity. It's a privilege to present my thesis, The Habitable Wall, in front of the esteemed jury and my talented colleagues. I start with the research question of how can Glasgow's riverfront...
requesting you to present in full screen mode.
Yeah, so sorry. Yeah. So the question starts with how can Glasgow's riverfront be transformed from a place signifying destination to a place-led destination. As of now, the two major shortcomings that I identified for the river was one, the flood adaptability of the central part of Glasgow's River Clyde was failing, as seen in the 2022 river floods that happened across different parts of UK. And secondly, the inability to animate or activate different kinds of activities around the vast river edge that already exists in the city center. So the research begins with the historical drawings. And to give a context that actually Glasgow was the kind of capital of shipbuilding industry. And it has actually engineered its river from a thin and a low depth river into a wide and a deep river for shipbuilding and different activities related to trade and industrial trade and industrial development. And in that aspect, we can see that with dredging that happens to the river, the form of the river itself has been changed over the years. This map that I have in front of is from the 1960s, which shows the central station and the central part of the city, having good sheds along the river edge, which were more of a continuous strip of sheds or buildings that catered both storages and acted as a training center for that time. Another important part that was part of this was the tidal wheel, which separates the saline seawater and the fresh water of the river, uh, uh, which uh, which is placed on the southeastern edge of the river near the Glasgow Green land. The beauty about this tidal weir is actually that this can be dismantled and relocated. It was designed in such a way. The contemporary context of the my site itself uh, has a few plus points. Some of them being there are a lot of historical sites along the river of Glasgow with historical bridges, churches, and the historical railway station itself. Um, Integrating this with the current scenario has not been great in terms of disconnectivity and isolation of certain pockets along the river. This also comes with disconnectivity along the river physically and visually. And different parts of the river feel different in the sense some are visually quite open but not accessible, and some are visually open but are physically open, but they are more towards abandoned and um, the uh, the shady part of the uh, society that comes along the river. So, doing some analysis along with it, define the functionality analysis provided that there are a few monofunctional spaces along the river which do not add on activating the river for anything else. If they had mixed use functions, like you can see live, work, visit, the more greater that is in terms of usage or mixing, the better it is in terms of diversifying space with different kinds of user activities and different types of people. The active frontages is actually also a part of how the figure ground is. So Glasgow's iron grid structure is quite famous, and you can see that the north side of the River Clyde actually follows that grid still, with certain dimensions of urban blocks. But the southern side has a few different modern architecture and newer buildings of institutions that have buildings as objects and leave a lot of open plot areas to maybe some landscaping or just empty car parking spaces. So overall, what we can decide is that it needs some kind of intervention, some kind of urban infrastructure that can activate it, give more frontages, have mixed usability, and connects the northern and southern urban fabric much more clearer and better than what it already is. So I start with going back to the historical context of moving the wheel, which disconnects the fresh water from the salty water to the northwest of the site. This allows the fresh water to be part of the central part of the river of the site, and actually recapturing a bit of land over the river to make it a homogeneous width of 80 meters. Then I allow the river to be a part of the city, giving spaces along the river like pearls or lagoons, which allow more circulation of fresh water, opens the city towards the river, and slows down the river in the process. This in turn leads to the third step, which gives the same edged lower decks, which are technically future floodable spaces for the river to eventually expand into. And a final measurement of protection would be a wall uh, that actually elevates the pedestrian route, establishes a continuous loop for pedestrian and visual access along the river, while acting as a third measurement for floodproofing the central part of the site. Um, with the new upcoming projects in Glasgow, majorly two of them. One was the redevelopment of the abandoned the car parking system of St. Enoch. New mixed-use development was proposed, which I try to integrate in terms of streets and different courts responding and receiving to the crowd that would connect the flow of the crowd through the site, along with the green urban corridor, which is the old abandoned railway line that would be connecting the southern part of the Glasgow to the northern as well. Um, with that, you can also see how the river edge, the before the flood, is quite different from how the river edge would become after the floodings, where the lower decks would be sacrificed eventually to the river, giving the river back what we had taken from her before. Some of the design strategies that were used were to create different viewing frames that actually help visually connect different streets directly towards the river. I've kept them systematically wherever there are openings. The logic of street courts itself actually is alternating between two urban blocks where we can have different purpose spaces around, including commercial and other multicultural spaces that you could utilize, and which also give the access to directly go over the pedestrian route and to go to the below decks or connect the below deck, the lower rooms to the street. Then the rooms eventually can flood, and they would become unusable, at least at the time of flooding, or eventually in the future when the sea level rises, these would be completely not usable. The activities for different rooms are specified by different physical parameters of the zoning that goes around the site. Uh, the commercial room is towards the main commercial street that comes down uh, from the north of the river. The green room and the urban room are actually part or extension of the Glasgow Green, which is technically also a floodable space. First, because it's a huge chunk of land. And apart from that, there are different decks for connecting, for having waterways connecting the river, and visual decks for different activities. A basic layout of what urban infrastructure it forms is in terms of plots. This allows to have smaller shed-like spaces, how the original Glasgow had during the industrial era, and this would allow different kinds of functions for the locals to be used these spaces for, and reactivate the the edge of the glide. And some sections along the street courts where we can see the lower decks getting flooded eventually by the year of 2075 to 2100, when the water would rise from 1.1 to 1.6 meters as predicted, and eventually sacrificing the lower decks. Till then, that would be an activity space used like suggested before. And you can see how the original length or width of the river at some places was 115 to 120 meters, where we reduced the width to 80 meters, yet giving the river different stages of expansion in the coming years for it to reclaim and have a full length of volume for it to flow. And yes, that would be all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sushruth, for an amazing presentation. Requesting Professor Evan to please provide the suggestions.
Hi, Sushruth. Thank you for your presentation. Congratulations on your thesis and some great graphics and being selected. So I think I really appreciate the kind of selection of the site, and you kind of talking about the history of Glasgow and its kind of shipbuilding heritage, and the need for, of course, this kind of urban transformation along its riverfront. I think you've done a lot of things that make a lot of sense for the project in terms of the design. And I'm wondering if there are just maybe two larger buckets of things that you may have already thought about, but maybe you could continue to think about as you push a project like this in further. I think you've certainly captured the need to kind of socialize, let's say, the river a bit more, right? And to like kind of introduce a lot more, like bring people back to the riverfront and to engage with the water a lot more in these kind of cultural activities, these public activities. And I think that that's a very strong part of the project. I wonder if there's two dimensions of the project that could even be overlaid on top as you think forward. And so the first is the, let's say, performative aspect. I'll talk about it through water, I suppose, right? Because you're talking about the socialization of the water edge. I'm wondering if the performative aspect of the water, and what I mean by that is like thinking and using or thinking about water as like a system that, for example, in a performance sense could be leveraged as like, I don't know, like do we filter the water? Do we introduce interventions that could begin to filter water? Do we introduce interventions that actually could like harness the energy of hydroelectricity or hydro water? I know that those are, it's almost like another project, but I'm wondering if there is a model for integrating the performative possibilities of water into the social interventions and the social possibilities that you've already introduced. Another kind of bucket part of this is maybe the more, let's say, ecological dimension of water and our relationship to it, right? I think there's certainly you've softened the edge in a physical form, right? It's instead of two large kind of canal walls or sea walls, you've kind of introduced this undulating wall of sorts, which kind of brings people also down through steps at certain points, right? But some people could argue that it's still a hardened edge. It's just a hardened edge in a new geometry, right? So I wonder if there are other ways to use landscape and ecology to soften it even further. And this is related to the performative aspect too, because you can use, I don't know how clean the water is, but you can use, from past industries or adjacent industries. But you could use landscape systems to naturally filter the water, right, over time, but also to dissolve and even buffer and absorb, right? Natural systems are really great at kind of absorbing the energy of the water when there's flooding, or to protect and buffer the adjacent urban fabric when there's flooding, which I know you've captured in your project, but in a more, let's say, kind of engineering way, right? Are there landscape strategies? And then I think another thing to think about, two things is, I know you started with the historical shipbuilding, and I was actually really intrigued by that. And maybe I'm sure you did, but I don't know if this is the case, that in the intervention site that you've chosen, if there are remnants of like that historic shipbuilding past that are still existing along the site, or if those have been completely demolished by now. But I'm just wondering if there are ways in which we, like in the theme of this whole session and with other projects, are there ways in which we acknowledge, I think you did a little bit, right? You talked about like, oh, this is the zone that used to be where they actually built the ship, and this is what I'm turning it into. But are there other ways beyond just like zoning it, right, that we kind of reference the remnants of historical past, or reinterpret it in new ways? It's definitely a very important conversation in general in cities nowadays, as we transition away from kind of post-industrial or industrial edges to post-industrial edges. But there's a lot of remnants of those industries still there, in the form of buildings, in the form of infrastructures, in the form of like, physical artifacts. So are there ways in which we take the artifacts that are there and kind of turn them into new ways? And I think you're already doing this, but to maybe hit on that narrative a bit more even. And then the last thing I would say is, are there ways in which this beautiful kind of, I love the graphics, by the way, this kind of like red spine that looks at the edge, can actually pull either conceptually extend out or pull from existing kind of urban fabric corridors, whether that's revitalization of existing commercial or retail corridors or cultural corridors, or introduction of new corridors, right? Because a lot of this is, you're kind of really repurposing the edge. It's, of course, as you've already suggested with some of these adjacent blocks, right? They kind of get new development opportunities, right? But what does that mean for using the spine of the water, the blue spine of the water, as blue-green spines for extensions into the city, right? And so even the idea of like, when, of course, when you looked at flooding of the river itself, but even inland flooding when it rains, how do we bring in water through blue-green systems, and through your intervention, right? And that's what I mean by both landscape and performative systems, right? But then also social systems, how do we extend the life of the social edge of the water into the city, or connect with other kind of nodes? This is a strategy that, for example, like a city like Boston, I'm from the US, I live in New York, but like Boston, they like, you may have like heard of the Emerald Necklace in Boston, which is this kind of green spine, which wasn't along the river, but took an old highway and then reconnected kind of a lot of moments between, right? So what are the larger implications of this edge of the water for the larger city? And I think that's a really exciting place to continue thinking about. I know it's beyond the scope of your specific project site, but I think it brings in that possibility for a citywide kind of revitalization strategy. And so I think that's a really exciting part of your project.
Thank you, Ivan, for your feedback. You're absolutely right about the performative aspect as well, especially the rainwater and the rainwater floodings that can be actually channelized and connected to the river system to allow the water to overflow into the river directly before flooding the city. And secondly, you mentioned about the ecological aspects of it. I've been suggested before that because all of the pools that I have, there can be certain plants and certain growths that I can introduce in some of the rooms and even the lagoons, where the water filtration process can happen, and it can also enhance the overall or soften the hardness of like hard infrastructure that I've like put in the project. So I absolutely agree on that. That is one of the scopes that I can dive into. And the tidal wheel can be actually utilized for energy generation, like you suggested. I haven't looked into that aspect, but one of the best parts about that is the tides are going to be affecting it continuously, and the river flow will continuously change pacing of the water and the levels. So that can definitely be used as in developing the energy. I agree 100% on that.
That's great. Yeah, no, I think we're really in this moment, I think in our field now in urban design, in which, I think, of course, we are transitioning from like what used to be like non-human uses of parts of cities, and a lot of this was industry or engineering or infrastructure, right, towards human uses. And I think certainly your project very much captures like the kind of social humanistic dimension, and I think that's a really strong part of it, and it puts into place the framework for transitioning into a future in which we're not only just thinking about humans, but we're also integrating as much of a project can integrate multi-layered dimensions of the environment, from humans to ecology to energy to, you know, all these other multi-performative things, right? The systems become more and more not only usefully redundant, but actually it works harder for us, right? So it's not just, you know, in the case in which, like, you know, a playground, for example, is not occupied by humans because it's flooded, but it can suddenly then be useful for energy generation, or for, you know, for another species that is living there, you know, if it's a landscape surface or something, right? Or holding water, right? So, you know, I think your project puts into framework those possibilities. So I think that's definitely the direction that, you know, our urban kind of field is moving in. It's great.
Thank you. Thank you for your feedback.
Thank you so much, Professor Ivan, for the insightful comments. Thank you, Sushrit. So our last thesis presentation for the session will be delivered by Urbana Tawassum, Bachelor of Architecture candidate from the class of 2025 at BRAC University, Dhaka, Bangladesh. The thesis is titled Behar, the Cultural Reclamation Trail, Reviving Memory and Heritage Through Place, Meherpur, Bangladesh. This work was guided by Professor Muhammad Habib Reza under the theme Urban Renewal. Urbana, are you there?
Hello.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, respected panelists. I'm presenting my thesis project titled India, the Cultural Reclamation Trail, Reviving Memory and Heritage Through Place, located in Meherpur, Bangladesh. India is envisioned through the lens of new contextualism, emphasizing architecture that responds not only to physical and cultural context, but also to social memory and community identity. This project seeks to bridge memory and modernity, reinscribing cultural narratives into Meherpur's urban fabric while creating meaningful public spaces. The project begins with a powerful site element, a pre-colonial torture cell, once a space of trauma, silence, and fear. It is reimagined as a state museum and transforming a painful memory into a living heritage, resilience, and survival. This slide establishes the historical and contextual grounding. On the top, you see a timeline of Meherpur's history from the Pala dynasty to the British colonial period to Indian independence, and finally the liberation of Bangladesh 1971. Each layer left cultural imprints, mosque, pottery tradition, colonial infrastructures, and most importantly, the Agartala event of independence. On the right of the map situated Meherpur within the riverine delta and zoom into the site with its canal, road, settlement, and heritage nodes. Meherpur is situated in the southern part of Bangladesh, very close to the border with India. Geographically, it lies within the Ganga Delta region, a landscape shaped by rivers and canals. Historically, this location made Meherpur a gateway of cultural and political exchange. At the bottom, we see the decline of Boirab Canal, once lined with dockyard, a village market, mosque. It was the lifeline of the city, but with changing transport patterns, the dockyard, basically the ghats, gave way to bus stands, leading to abandonment and disconnection. The sketches visualize the revival, busting dockyards, shaded gathering spaces, trade rituals, and pathways. So basically, this slide uncovers how Meherpur cultural and spatial continuity was disrupted and why we introduced the Ghat and canal as community anchors is crucial to restoring the belonging. The third slide is basically shifts from analysis to framework. The design approach is structured through 6 key decisions, positioning the torture cell as a landmark to anchor the memory, reviving the Ghat to restore cultural rituals, reintegrating the cultural complex with local narratives, establishing diagonal access to connect heritage, water, and community spaces, revitalizing the Mondulpara through a pottery hub, and strengthening the commercial age for everyday vibrancy. Together, this moves coverage into a proposed framework that functions as a sustainable revenue generation system, which where the heritage arena and basically the landmark and the cultural complex supports tourism and events, and the civic economic arena, pottery hub, bazaar, and commercial ages sustain livelihood, and the spiritual arena, the mosque and the revived dockyard reinforces collective identity through the ritual gathering. And by overlapping these arenas, the framework ensures the cultural memory and economic vitality and spiritual continuity are interdependent and creating a resilient and self-sustaining cultural trail. This circular diagram emphasizing interlinked layers, ensuring inclusivity and year-round activity shows the revenue gained from it. The form derivation board explains how the physical form emerged. The torture cell is taken as the first site first, and urban access is down toward the proposed Ghat, lying the side back to the canal and neighborhood, and cultural and communal zones are added along the axis, generating the central civic spaces. Built volume are connected, unifying spatial elements and heritage. The youth-centric and flexible spaces are embedded, activating the agent. At the top of the top are conceptual diagrams, reactivating the canal, walking trail, economic growth through the village bazaar and the pottery hub basically, and reconnecting neighborhoods, and the central spine unifying all the areas. The design process translates memory into form and creates a coherent cultural reclamation trail, which is connected through the spine. Here's the master plan. The central spine connects 3 anchors: the Ghat, the State Museum, and the village market and masjid. Basically the mosque, and the Inchi Plaza and the Kacha Bazaar, the village market actually, and the heritage mosque with the ablution space, the pottery workshop and demonstrations, learning and retail spaces, open courtyard, food court, and the sunken courts, along with the spine. Programmatic notes are arranged chronologically. These are the upper and lower floor plans, the sections. Here we can see the vertical organizations. The sections show how the built form frames courtyard spaces and passages. The pottery hub section highlights the craft interactions, and the bazaar, the village market and mosque section shows the permeability between commerce and spirituality. The cultural complex section emphasizes the heritage mass anchoring the site. These are some environmental strategies which are integrated in the project. West facade louvers are introducing for reducing the heat gain. Here I include some curtain roof into my on my pottery hub and village market to provide some semi-shaded courts. And here's some solar panels to increase the resilience and alley walls, which can cool and filter light while serving as a cultural motif. So these are some illustrations which are my final slides, which illustrate how the design translates from strategy into build form. The renders highlight the integration of heritage and contemporary architecture, showing the torture style redefined as a landmark while remaining sensitive to its historic characters. Views of the revived Ghat, that means the Dokir, capture its dual role as both cultural stage and a community gathering age where rituals, water activities, and seasonal events coexist. The illustration also shows some diagonal access open up to the site, guiding people through a sequence of space, the Dokir as a terminating point that connect memory, commerce, and spirituality in a fluid spatial narrative. Beyond the visualizations, this renders emphasizes how everyday life and cultural performance are layered within the project. The pottery hub is depicted as an active market space where artisans can display their crafts, ensuring economic continuity. Commercial ages are rendered to show vibrancy at the street level, while cultural plazas are open and open courts demonstrate the trade potentials as a civic heart collectively. These visualizations communicate not just architectural form, but also lived experience of the space and the place, how people will engage, gather, and sustain memory through spaces. Here is not a design proposal for me. It's basically a vision for reclaiming cultural identity in rapidly urbanizing towns by grounding development in heritage, reviving memory through the landmark and diagonal accesses, the integrating livelihood rituals and ecological responsiveness. And the project demonstrates how architecture can heal, sustain, and connect communities. So I would like to thank the panel, my supervisors and mentors, especially Dr. Habib Reza for guiding me in applying the principles of new contextualism throughout his work. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Urbana, for the lovely presentation. Requesting Professor Evan to provide the insights. Is you're not audible? You're not audible, sir.
It's weird.
Yeah, you are audible now.
Oh, here. Okay, good. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much for your presentation and congratulations on your thesis. So I think there's a lot of I think you did a lot of work kind of resolving the project in kind of spatial organization form, and I think that was very, very clear. The plans are very, very detailed, and I think there was a lot of strength in your representation and the kind of narrative you took us through. I have two questions. One is can you possibly maybe go back to either the floor plan or the axon and explain what parts of the project were kind of old or adaptive reuse or heritage, and which were the new pieces that came in? Because I think that could be, unless all of it is new. I'm not sure what's the case.
This was the heritage mask. This is a pre-colonial period, 1860s, designed by the British people, and this was basically used for the people who were basically tortured and present in this mask. So I designed it as a state museum to build their memory.
And the other buildings are all new or also have the same treatment of turning old structures?
No, these were not old structures.
Okay.
These were newly designed.
Got it. So it's only that
This one.
that one. Oh, okay. Okay. I see. Okay. I see. I mean, I think one is a little making that a little more clear, obviously, but I think more so like the narrative between like the old versus the new and how they're kind of woven together, especially with most of the project being new. I mean, I think this idea of like kind of path or spine that integrates an old building into kind of a new almost campus plan of sorts, or like a larger block plan, I think is quite successful and definitely kind of draws people up to the river. So I think that's quite exciting to see. And again, like I said, there's a lot of resolution to hear. And I think it would be a lovely experience to walk through a campus like this. I think maybe a few things to think about going forward. One is the project, it's certainly resolved, I think, in a planimetric sense. But from a, let's say, maybe a sectional sense, maybe are there other kind of spatial organizations that make the experience even more varied, as you walk through and plan, but also not only, that experience, but as it connects to the water, I think is maybe a little bit less a developed portion of the project, on the left side of this drawing. And also in two ways, the project makes me think, your presentation makes me think that the project could even start to expand or extend along the riverfront itself, like along the edges, right? When we're talking about cultural reuse or cultural heritage, how does this campus node become like a catalyst for other developments, or other kind of revitalization along the edge on the left side of this drawing, but also even on the right side, right? As you're trying to draw people into this cultural spine, or the secondary pathways that the laneways or streets that kind of connect on the top and bottom, or north or south, and certainly to the east. What are ways in which this project as a node or a receptor becomes, part of a larger network, right? And I think that would even further strengthen, I think, the project. And then the other, I think, thing is just thinking about the variety of layers of the project. I think it's right now composed very much of a collection of buildings that's tied together by the spine. But the landscape spaces, or the spaces between buildings, I think certainly the most successful ones, I think, are ones that are framed by buildings in terms of the courtyard, or you've programmed as like recreational spaces for like sports and other activities. But like, let's say the kind of interstitial spaces that have a little more ambiguity, like let's say where you're outlining where the water is around the old historic building, or even the landscape beyond to the left of that, or the interspatial kind of landscapes between buildings. Like, is there a sort of like ecological network, right, that I think could tie the project even more strongly together in that way, and consider in that way, or even an ecological strategy with regards to like the kind of, the natural systems that are tying this kind of experience together. I think that could be further explored, or even, we're talking obviously, against the edge of the water, like what is the relationship of, I know I'm repeating myself from maybe the last project's comments, but what is the relationship of like blue-green systems or blue systems that are going to be flowing to the water's edge, and how can you tie that performative aspect into the project even more experientially? But I think it's very resolved. So I think it just makes me think about, how does this strategy become more applicable to the wider network of the city that's it's situated in, or the neighborhood it's situated in. So thank you very much. Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you, Urbana. So finally, I want to extend my gratitude to all the participants for sharing their insightful thesis pertaining to the theme Urban Renewal. Designs encompass the conservation, regeneration, revitalization, and heritage revival, promoting the sustainable urban growth. At this juncture, I would like to welcome our esteemed panelist, Professor Ivan Sept, to initiate the panel discussion.
Yeah, I think we saw like a fantastic set of projects this session. I think there was clearly a kind of common theme between all of them. All of them had a like kind of a heritage aspect to it, and I think all of them tackled that kind of question in very different ways. I want to commend all of you and congratulate all of you for really dealing with some like kind of complex topics and kind of synthesizing all of them in a kind of projective act of design and proposal. And I think what was very clear in all of them was the kind of propositional framing of those things, and also how your design kind of the IDing of the issues and the kind of context, and then how your project cites to kind of address a lot of those issues. Another kind of thing that I really appreciated is across the board, the kind of visualization of them. I think maybe there's two things I noticed. Well, one thing I noticed maybe across the session is maybe a need for more section, or like thinking sectionally more about, I think, your project. And maybe a lot of this is because you just you just didn't have enough space to put all the drawings on. But I think especially when we think about you know, the layers of the built environment and the unbuilt environment, you know, the relationship really happens in section, all the way from under the ground. We talked a lot about water, but of course beyond and above as well, right? So how do you create a kind of narrative about your project through these kind of transects and sections at multiple scales, right? Into the city, into the water, and then within the kind of intervention itself. I think big picture, these questions of like heritage adaptation, kind of urban revitalization of like old and new. I hinted at this, or we talked about this already in some of the projects, right? But I think each of the projects and each of you could, you know, further take stronger attitudes, even, I would say, on like where you lie on those variety of like answers or extremes to the question of like heritage reuse or adaptation, right? On the one side, right, there's a very much kind of attitude of restoration and light touch, and we respect and celebrate, right? And we almost like freeze a heritage building in a moment in time as much as we can, right? And then everything is like revolving around that, versus on the other end of the spectrum, you have like, you know, transformations or adaptive reuse of heritage buildings to the point in which like the old is almost unrecognizable and it's actually something completely new, but there are remnants of what was old there. And maybe, you know, there are some case studies that really take this to the extreme, in which, like, you know, even the old portions are completely reconstructed, right? And at what point is it, you know, is it just a parody of what's old? At what point is it truly referencing what's old? And then, of course, all the range of strategies in between. I think when we talk about, you know, heritage reuse or kind of regeneration in general, there's a broad like attitude toward it, but I think each of the projects takes a more specific attitude, and you all should embrace your positionality within that, because there's no right or wrong answer, but there's a range of responses that require, I think, a lot of nuance in how we position ourselves as urban designers when we think and talk about old, you know, the old parts of a city or the old parts of a building, and the new interventions that come in. And so I think, you know, I think that's both a theme and also a question to continue exploring in your future projects. But overall, I think, you know, clearly you all demonstrate a really exciting ability to synthesize a lot of scales and a lot of systems, urban systems. And you know, it's very exciting, I think, these projects, and just continue to push them forward. I hope a lot of my comments today were, you know, I intentionally made a lot of comments not necessarily on what you already did, but more so what your projects opens up possibilities or thinkings, or even extending the project into the future, because you should all think about these projects as ongoing projects that you continue to explore, you know, even if it's just about the site itself, or even in new sites, right? The same ideas, right? How do you take these forward, and even think about them being applicable, or presenting them to stakeholders that might make some of them a reality, or things like this. So great job overall, and congratulations everybody again.
Thank you so much, Professor, for the amazing insights and wonderful suggestions. As we trail towards the conclusion of the seminar, I would now like to invite Dr. Tanya Bedi to lead us to the conclusion of this year's seminar.
Thank you so much, Shubham. There is really so much to take in, a lot of new information, a lot of thought-provoking studies that we have come across. And as we come to the close of the UDL Thesis Publication Seminar 2025, it feels really important to just pause and take in the journey that we have shared today, not just today in the 2 days. And what we have witnessed throughout this journey is not simply a series of thesis presentations, I feel, but a collection of ideas, explorations that challenge us to see our cities with some fresh perspectives. Each presentation I felt carried a sense of purpose, whether it was about resilience, heritage, connectivity, or governance. And together, all of them, form a really powerful conversations about the future of urban life. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our seminar panelists, Professor Ujan Ghosh, Professor Amita Sinha, Professor Brinda, and Professor George. Your perspectives and guidance, I feel, have added immense depth to the discussions throughout all the sessions. I also extend my warm gratitude to our publication jury, Professor Fabino, Professor Ivan, Professor Nabil, Professor Fatima, Professor Ibrahim, Professor Ibrahim Hegazi, and Professor Beta and Julia. I think your careful evaluations and insights have been invaluable in shaping this year's publication. And especially the 4 themes we explored: urban landscape, management, urban networks, and urban renewal. All 4 of them are not separate strands, but interconnected in some way or the other. What has emerged through, especially today's disclosure, is a tapestry of ideas that balance, human memory with innovation, heritage with resilience, and connectivity with equity, I feel, all over. And I'm also really pleased to share that the UDL Thesis Publication 2025 book, which features all the selected works from this year, it will be released on 31st of December 2025. And this volume will carry forward the voices and visions that we have heard today, or to a really wider audience. And this will ensure that these ideas continue to inspire the dialogue and action well beyond the seminar, beyond these 2 days as well. And lastly, on behalf of the Urban Design Lab, I thank each one of you, all the participants, the faculty members, the panelists, the jurors and guests, for your time, energy, and dedication throughout all the sessions. And it is your, I feel, collective spirit that makes this platform meaningful. And as we close the sessions, let us just carry this momentum forward into our work and our communities, shaping the cities that are vibrant, humane, and future ready. Thank you all again, and we look forward to welcome you again for the next year's seminar. And a big, huge congratulations to the UDL team who organized the whole event and carried it so perfectly well. Really great that was. Yeah, thank you again. I think you can now proceed with the valedictory session by the Urban Design Lab team.
Okay, so thank you so much everyone for joining us for the 2 days event that we have had. I think it has been a valuable discussion throughout, and we enjoyed it through the presentations. And hopefully we'll have the same rigor and the participation that we have seen this year for the next year's event as well. And I think we can conclude the session here. And thank you, Tanya, and all the moderators, including the jurors and the panelists who have been here and been a part of this particular seminar. Thank you so much.